and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together,
Pamoja.
we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms that do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level. The declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the race to zero immediately.
Investing in a low carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in solar energy projects in emerging markets.
So fintech is helping resolve access issues for the financially excluded while addressing climate change issues at the same time.
The key here is to put at least the same amount of determination behind actions to achieving this target as we do for major financial or business targets that the companies typically steered on.
So we don't have time, but we do have solutions.
When you scale this solution, in fact, we will save money. We will increase our productivity.
It's a $100 trillion plus economy, the greatest opportunities ever.
That is how we change things together.
The jury has reached the verdict, and it is damning. We are on a fast track to climate disaster.
The challenge in front of us is an emergency, but together we are up to the task.
We're seeing investments flooding into this space, and this is, it's a fantastic opportunity.
This year we're investing over $1 million in projects that will reduce or remove more than 65,000 metric tons over their lifetime.
We've planted over 15 million trees. We're now planting more trees than there are in Central Park every single day.
At WeWork, over 160 of our global locations operate on 100% renewable energy.
Give us your perspective on this.
So fossil fuel subsidies are so negative in so many ways.
So what we really need to do is recall governments to action.
We bring together leading transformers, disruptors and innovators all aligned with the 1.5 ambition.
So let's all be part of this solution.
Welcome everyone from around the world to the We Don't Have Time Climate Week New York City broadcast in support of the UN Race to Zero. My name is Shweta Chakraborty. I'm president of We Don't Have Time's US operations, and I'm joined today on stage by my co-moderator, Nick Nuttall. Hello, Nick.
Hi.
Who is also our director of strategic communications. We are coming to you live from our downtown Manhattan studio at WeWork, with whom we have just launched a new and exciting partnership. More on that later in the broadcast. We have a fantastic lineup of guests today who we are going to explore some crucial questions with, like how they and others can raise the climate ambitions right here and right now in advance of the UN Climate Conference COP27, happening in Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt in November.
Yep, it's certainly a crucial time, Shuta. We have just 3 years to peak global emissions and 8 years to actually get somewhere like halving global emissions to stand even just a 50-50 chance of actually hitting the safety limits of the landmark Paris Climate Change Agreement by 2050.
It's also been an unbelievably challenging year. We all know this. The war in Ukraine massively disrupted food and energy prices. Plus, there's been record-breaking temperatures in many countries and unprecedented levels of drought and shocking wildfires. But yet, there's good news as well. Just a few weeks ago, here in the United States, President Biden was able to finally turn his climate platform into law. An unprecedented $370 billion earmarked for supporting the U.S.'s transition to clean energy. There's also been a string of new research concluding that despite the current issues, the world can indeed deliver a 100% global energy system based on renewables by 2050. Viewers who download the We Don't Have Time app at www.wedon'thavetime.org can not only interact with today's show and guests, but can also see daily amazing technological breakthroughs by startups, multinationals, organizations, and the UN that are really working together to deliver exponential change. So, all that said, what are you looking forward to today?
Thank you, Shuta. Well, I think there's a lot to look forward to, right? I mean, we've got a dairy farmer and a scientist who are actually delivering carbon neutral products in this area of milk and cheese and other things. We've got a global consulting company with actions that companies can take right now to basically get on the journey to a lower carbon world. And later on, during, you might even call an early lunch break, we actually have musicians with their takes on climate music and how that can actually, touch the heart. But let me focus on our first theme, and that is green finance, because I really think our global financial system, despite loads of pledges before Paris, in Paris, and after Paris, by banks, by pension funds, by investment funds, and so on, it really needs a reality check right now. English, you would say, maybe a kick up the backside, perhaps, because it seems that far too many seem to be messing around with their pledges. Trillions of dollars have been pledged. They're regularly applauded by everybody, by us at We Don't Have Time, and they're there to support a transition to a low-carbon future. But the question is it flowing at scale and at speed? And the big question swirling around this crucial sector of finance is trust. And indeed, there have been many recent big questions being asked by, say, The Economist magazine and by many others on, is this investment really going into solving climate change? And are too many financiers playing both ends of the market? That's the question. And that's what we're going to look at in the opening section. We're going to meet two experts to find out what is going on. And we want to hear how to fix this. And then we can move on. And we're also going to hear from an amazing bank. Well, they aren't actually technically a bank, but a financial institution, who's going to basically tell us how they are helping their customers on this journey to step up their ambition too. So, yeah.
That sounds great, Nick. Then let's get started. Over to you.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Great. So, we'd like to introduce, and we're going to find out whether we can do it by the magic of Zoom, Adrienne Buller, who we're hoping that will come in. And also, yes, there she is by the magic of Zoom. Fantastic. We can't believe it. We're so excited. And Dan Van Acker for a 30-minute moderated conversation on what is happening to green finance in support of climate action and meeting the Paris Agreement's goals. Let me first introduce Dan. So Dan is here. He's a Belgian national and a program manager at an independent think tank based in London, UK, called Influence Map. It provides data and analysis on how business and finance are affecting the climate crisis. And then we've got Adrienne, coming in. Adrienne Buller, a Canadian national who is Director of Research at the UK-based Commonwealth, not to be confused with the Commonwealth, which is a bunch of nations that used to be part of something, well, called the British Empire in those days. But Commonwealth is a think tank also, which is focused on how to build a sustainable economy. And she's also author of a new book. I have to hold that one up. That's for the audience. The Value of a Whale. And maybe we might touch on that in a moment. Thanks very much indeed. Okay, so I'm going to use my cue cards here because our wonderful teleprompter is now way behind what I've been saying. And where are we now? Oh no, it's now working very beautifully. Thank you very much. So Adrienne, money makes the world go round. But if we're going to solve the climate crisis, it needs to go round in a sustainable direction and into the right places. I think the question we have here is it happening or is it happening consistently enough?
Hi, Nick, and hi, Dan. Thanks so much for having me. Pleasure to be here. In response to your first question, I mean, yeah, it's definitely going to be, I think, the question on everyone's minds at COP27 this year, particularly the question around the sort of 100 billion in climate finance annually by 2020 that was pledged several years ago now, and which has thus far sort of remained unmet as a target. And it's a reason that would be the focus of the talk. Being, one is question of whether this is nearly enough as a commitment. 1 billion is less than 1% of global GDP was in 2021. So when it comes to, the scale of existential crisis that we're facing, serious questions as to the size of what's needed. But beyond that, not only have we failed to meet that target, we're somewhere closer to 80 billion as of the most recent estimates, but a lot of that is coming in the form of loans. And I think there are real questions there around the kind of sustainability of that as a financing mechanism when a lot of these are loans to the very poorest and sort of lowest income countries around the world. And even among the public finance that's been committed, about 40% are non-concessional loans. So those are loans that are either at, market rates or have quite stringent terms on restructuring and on repayment. And so when we're thinking about the climate crisis, for me, this always comes down to critical questions around global inequality. And I think fundamentally we should be thinking about shifting a lot more of that finance to grants. But there's a whole other side to that equation, and I think this would be more oriented around what we're talking about today, and that's kind of the mobilization of private finance and what gets to count in that calculation. And this comes down to the question, I think the theme of today, which is the kind of proliferation in the popularity of ESG or sustainable finance. It's a booming industry. Estimates of how big it is now vary probably as much as the criteria do for what counts as ESG. But I think, of latest estimates, one of them put it at, about $35 trillion, which is close to a third of global assets under management. So that's huge. But there are serious questions that remain, and I think we'll unpack this later in the conversation about what exactly constitutes sustainable private finance. What do we consider ESG? And I think we've really got to dig under the bonnet there.
Okay. So we're going to come back on this. Dan, Influence Map produced a recent high-level report on finance and the banking sector. What did you find? And are these investment flows matching the global ambition to tackle the climate crisis?
Yeah, that's the key question, of course. So exactly as you say, we recently analyzed the world's 30 largest financial institutions. That group was mainly made up of banks as well as large asset managers. And what we found is that actually a lot of these institutions, 29 out of the 30, are committing to net zero by 2050. And that means both their own emissions, but more importantly, the emissions that they're financing by financing other companies need to be net zero by 2050. So we have on the one hand kind of this majority climate pledge by all of these institutions, but in practice, what we're seeing in their current action is a very different picture. So, for example, a lot of these institutions remain very active when it comes to financing fossil fuel companies, to the tune of about $740 billion at least over the past 2 years. Additionally, very few of them have actual, short-term targets, 2025 targets, 2030 targets, in terms of how they're actually going to meet this 2050 target.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, a lot of them continue to be very active. In fact, all of them, either directly or indirectly, influence regulators' efforts to put into place ambitious climate finance policy in a number of really key global policy areas worldwide. So, we're really seeing this disconnect between what these institutions are promising for 2050 versus how they're acting in the present.
Fascinating. And that is that's the banks in particular, is it?
So that's both the banks as well as the asset managers that we analyzed in that report.
Right. I see a recent report, for example, by the not-for-profit group Share Action that found that many household banks like HSBC, Barclays, continue to invest in things like ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, and so on. And many of these banks are part of the UN Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is meant to step up the climate action. Is this consistent with your findings? First, Dan, and then maybe, Adrienne, you can talk a little bit about this. If you're the public, right, and you're listening to this and you're hearing this, you might think, oh my God, how are we going to solve climate crisis if the fossil fuel companies are still getting these huge investments? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that very much mirrors the findings of our report, where we're seeing these large financial institutions being part of these net zero initiatives, but then continuing to provide financing to fossil fuel companies. In many cases, fossil fuel companies which are expanding their production of fossil fuels, which is very much in direct contrast to science-based guidelines for how we're supposed to meet a net zero by 2050 pathway.
Yeah.
And so there really is this disconnect between what they're pledging. I mentioned the $740 billion number before. That's the amount that these 30 financial institutions have financed to fossil fuel companies over the past few years. So that really does stand in stark contrast to their long-term commitments.
Yeah. Adrienne, I'm going to come to you in 2 seconds, but just coming back to you again, Dan, with Influence Map. So you had this report out on the investment funds. So, big investment fund managers like BlackRock and UBS and all these others. And a lot of these funds have names like Climate Action Fund or something Climate Fund, How many of these investment funds, right, are aligning with the goals of the Paris Agreement? Is there a percentage you can put on this? Or?
So that's a very good question. So last year, we actually analyzed specifically these climate-themed investment funds by these large asset managers such as BlackRock, and we analyzed about 130 of these funds. And what we found is that about 55% of them were actually not aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And very noticeably, even within funds which were using similar branding terms and names, we saw a large variation in how they were performing, making it very difficult for an individual investor to understand what certain marketing or branding means for a fund's actual investment strategy and activities.
So I'm sure that, when we look out there, the finance area, which is a huge area and lots of players and things like that there must be some people that are doing the right thing. It can't all be bad news, but I think the message from Commonwealth and Influence Map and others is still that there's too much mainstream finance is trying to have it both ways, yeah? So let's look at what needs to happen. What can governments do? What can regulators do? And what can citizens do, maybe even? How do we boost transparency here, Adrienne?
It's a very big question. The EU example is a really interesting one in this case, insofar as, they've ended up now, as of just yesterday, I think, being sued for including fossil gas in their green taxonomy, which comes down to the kind of complexity of lobbying around this space. But I think there are a lot of things we could do. One of which is there's a big focus on defining exactly what ESG is and all these questions, when I think a lot of investor power could frankly be put towards something very simple, very straightforward, and which we all know needs to happen, which is let's talk about regulating investment in fossil fuels directly, and particularly sort of putting an outright kind of ban on financing projects that look at exploring or building out new fossil fuel projects. There are already enough fossil fuel reserves sitting just on global stock exchanges to blow through the 1.5 degree target 3 times over. That is a serious, potentially catastrophic problem. And so I think rather than directing as much energy as we do around sort of marketing sustainable finance projects, around sort of picking apart what we we consider ESG, we should really be focusing on, using the power and the weight that, let's face it, comes from being a wealthy investor or a large investment firm, use that to push regulators to really step up on sort of eliminating our ability to invest in fossil fuels. And that might sound a little silly in terms of how simplistic it is, but ultimately, this is a really complex question with in that respect.
Yeah. Dan?
Yeah, I'd very much like to echo that point. So this was one of the big findings and interesting findings in this report that we published recently, was that all the 30 financial institutions that we analyzed are either directly engaging with policymakers or are members of industry associations, financial trade associations, which are engaging with policymakers on their behalf. And they're all doing so, at least in some cases, opposing ambitious climate finance policy. And in fact, 15 out of 30 of the financial institutions are even members of real economy, that is to say, real emissions relevant companies, trade associations, which are directly lobbying against ambitious climate policy outright. So things like emissions policy or disclosure requirements. And we're seeing this, in key policy areas globally. So for example, these financial institutions or their associations will be engaging with policymakers in the EU against requirements for financial disclosure, disclosures around things like financed emissions. Similarly, in the US, they'll engage around things like having to integrate ESG considerations into financial decision-making. And so we're seeing that all these institutions are actually currently very much opposing, either directly or indirectly, those kind of efforts. And that's a very easy thing that these institutions could change right now in the present to align themselves with their 2050 commitments.
Right. I see the former Canadian Environment Minister, McKenna, has been asked by the UN Secretary General to convene experts on bringing rigor, you may say honesty, to the net zero plans of companies, including finance houses. I was told she might even say something this week during Climate Week and the opening of the UN General Assembly. I don't know, but can this help? I mean, what should governments do at COP27 in Egypt to bring some clarity to this all-important issue?
So I think definitely there's a lot of momentum in this area at the moment. And so what we're hoping is that we have a lot of net zero initiatives and that they do have requirements for pathways to meet their 2050 targets. And so hopefully, bringing attention to the fact that currently there is this stark disconnect between those commitments and what they're actually doing at the moment will help to address that. And certainly that's something that we'd like to see from a regulator point of view as well. So this makes it all the more important that these companies are engaging with policymakers in this way. A key way that finance would be forced to move forward is by implementing regulation. Things like we're seeing initially in the EU, things like requirements around disclosure and how things are being marketed. That's really key, and if finance is going to help in pushing the transition forward.
Help. I love the way we say help in pushing the transition forward. Help in saving the world from burning through the 1.5 and risking, maybe half the citizens of the planet in misery and whatever. I mean, this is a really big subject. I mean, Adrienne, what do you feel about this? I mean, what can the governments do as we go on the road to COP27 here with this broadcast?
Yeah, I have to be a bit of the downbeat one here and just say that I am sort of, sorry, I'll always do it, but I'm a bit fundamentally skeptical of the idea of a control financial institution or net zero at the corporate level. And I'm actually thankfully not alone. My favorite quote of recent years from French Carbon 4, which basically said the idea of a carbon neutral company is fundamentally dubious, which I think perfectly captures it, right? This is a target, net zero by 2050, that makes sense at a global level. So we really need to be thinking about reaching that target globally rather than playing around with some kind of fancy arithmetic that might allow a company or a financial firm to sort of market itself as striving toward net zero. And one of the ways you do that is to sort of align ourselves with proposals like those made by the Science Based Targets Initiative, which say that we should separate out the accounting of sort of carbon removal around reducing emissions in the first place. And that a critical separation, I think, that will allow us to get away from some of the kind of smoke and mirrors, fancy maths that allows people to sort of continue as close to business as usual as possible while saying that, we'll just offset our way into oblivion. I mean, you can end up with examples like Shell's plan for 2030, which would see them requiring, enough land to offset their emissions to occupy the Netherlands 3 times over with trees. That's just one company's plans, and it's based on, not separating out those targets and saying, we'll continue to invest more in fossil fuels and just imagine that we'll offset it. So I think one thing that governments could really be pushing for is that clear accounting so that we can move toward a genuine net zero at the global level, which is going to be hard, but I think is fundamentally achievable if we can sort of put aside some of these sort of fanciful distractions that industry likes to put forward to avoid having to act here and now.
So I just was interested to raise another little issue here, which does dovetail with this. It's not directly in maybe your areas of expertise, but I'm sure you're aware of it. I mean, at the last COP, at COP26, or just before that, the UN Development Programme did this wonderful video of a dinosaur entering the United Nations General Assembly, Frankie the dinosaur, which of course has gone viral now. And one of the voices is Nikolaj Coster-Waldau, the actor from the Game of Thrones, the Danish actor, who's actually coming on later in this show. And this was about the whole issue of fossil fuel subsidies. And as you probably know, the International Monetary Fund brought out a report like a year ago saying 580 odd billion in kind of direct subsidies to consumers or to fossil fuel companies. And then if you look at the damage that the world is actually suffering, that actually we're subsidizing also the damage from these fossil fuels to something like, well, if you add it all together, it's like $6.2 trillion, right? So, I mean, I always think to myself, the fossil fuel industry is there, it does what it does, but it is not a startup, right, that needs, a lot of help. It's been around for quite a while. You'd think they wouldn't need, this kind of stuff. I mean, would this be something, Adrienne, that to bring down the fossil fuel subsidy, to level the playing field, then the investors probably have an easier choice, right? Because renewables look pretty good right now in terms of an investment.
Yeah, I mean, fossil fuel subsidies are absolutely something that is, indefensible in the long term and obviously in the here and now. And I think it's great that, they're really being discussed as saliently as they are. That's a relatively recent development, I think, in climate negotiations that we're really coming to terms. But one thing I would say is that something that is a bit of an uncomfortable truth in the climate crisis is so much of this comes down to a question of inequality, right? And in the UK, where I'm at the time, we're facing an energy bills crisis as a result, again, in a direct transfer from government to fossil fuel companies, just because of the soaring price of fossil fuels to avoid, millions of people being in fuel poverty. And this gets to the heart of the question, right, about the difficulty in subsidies, because we need to be really careful about doing so in a way that doesn't just, land on the shoulders of the poorest in society by making their existence kind of unaffordable, making people unable to eat their homes or to prepare food, to choose between kind of heating or eating. And this is a question that I think very few governments take seriously yet, which is, how do we make this a transition that is about, easing that pain for the most vulnerable in our societies, and that will need to go part and parcel with eliminating those fossil fuel subsidies.
Just getting back to the investment houses, I mean, one of the things something I read was that you can actually have a climate investment fund that basically says it's not investing in fossil fuel companies, but when you actually peel back the onion on this, you can find that they're investing in refineries and kind of fossil fuel infrastructure. So their claim is sort of technically right. We don't invest in fossil fuel companies. But if you were a punter, right, if I had a couple of £1,000 and I wanted to invest in an investment fund that I thought was climate friendly and was not investing in fossil fuels, and then I find out later that they're investing in refinery infrastructure and things like that, wouldn't I be a bit miffed, a bit cross, a bit cheesed off, a bit maybe even angry that my investment was being misused? I mean, this gets back again to claims, does it not?
Yeah, very much so. So this was one of the findings of our report last year, looking again specifically at the climate-themed investment funds.
Yeah.
So it's exactly what you say. We noticed a few funds which are being marketed as fossil fuel reserves free or fossil fuel screened, and these funds may choose not to invest in companies which actually own reserves, that is to say, the oil or the gas that's in the ground. However, these funds can instead invest in more downstream operators, things like, as you say, refiners, companies like Marathon Petroleum, Phillips 66. These are some of the largest U.S. refiners, which are very much pushing against ambitious climate policy globally. And we see these holdings in the portfolios of some of these funds, which are being marketed as fossil fuel reserves free or fossil fuel screened. And certainly, I think for an individual investor, that can be quite hard to understand is how are these if I'm putting my money in this investment fund claiming to be fossil fuel screened, I don't expect it to have a Marathon Petroleum in its portfolio. And so that really highlights the main message of that report, and what we were trying to draw out there is that there is just this lack of transparency and consistency in this market around what is allowed, what does it mean for a fund to be branded in a certain way, and how is that related to what it's actually doing and its stewardship and investment strategy.
What would you bet right now is going on with investment, with the oil price having bombed up to, like over 100 at one moment because of the Ukraine war? Do you think money is shifting back into fossil fuels in a short-term speculation on price? Do you have a sense of that? Because my understanding was with some of the fossil fuel companies, when the oil price was below 80 or something, they weren't really making a profit, particularly on deep water operations. And so it must have been a bit hard to make a return on fossil fuel stocks in the last few years. But with this rapid increase in price, do you read anything about this? What's going on? What the investors are doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been following this trend a bit. There's a whole cohort of different types of investors, right? Whether you're in the fossil fuel companies themselves. Yeah. But definitely we are seeing, this complete renewed interest in the fossil fuel sector in response to Ukraine, and particularly in owning companies in fossil gas. So in the UK, for the first time in a long time, fracking is suddenly back on the table, which is something that, again, is, kind of fundamentally irrational when we could be investing in renewable energy that would sort of remove these factors in the first place. Now, I should say, this is one of the concerns with relying on the profit motive, particularly when subsidized to deliver this transition, right? Because the profitability profile of at least currently is really high relative to renewables. I'm denying that, even though renewables are becoming much cheaper to build, which is great, and sort of making the case for themselves. Fundamentally, these are sort of stable incumbent firms that also, we should say, tend to, because they're so cash rich, tend to pay out substantial dividends, which is something that is quite appealing to a lot of investors, particularly those sort of in pension funds. And so that is a question that I think we do kind of need to reckon with. And yeah, Ukraine has really presented a challenge in that respect.
So I'm going to start wrapping this up now. I want to come to the Economist magazine. If the viewers can see that, this was the Economist magazine which triggered a lot of this recent debate about ESG. And if you don't know what ESG is, it means environmental, social, and governance. And there are a lot of investment funds. And you can see a big pair of scissors there that says we should cut the E, the environment, off from the social and the governance. In other words, if we want to decarbonize the economy, it's got to be about the environment. It's got to be about climate investments and not just SG. Because you can end up with, say, a Standard & Poor's sustainability index that puts ExxonMobil quite high up the rankings, but kicks out Tesla, which is an electric car maker, as we know. So the question is, that's a multiple question. Would you back what the Economist said, that we should split the E off from the social and the governance, and that would be better for investment houses? Anybody got a view on that? Dan?
Sure. So I think they have a point. So ESG has been thing for a long time, but in practice, environmental factors can be very different to social or governance factors. And on top of that comes this whole layer of a lack of clarity around what that actually means. So ESG for an asset manager may mean taking into account physical risk factors when it comes to its investments or financial risk factors, whereas an investor trying to invest in a fund may see that as investing in companies which are actually pushing the transition forward, which is not necessarily the same thing. And so we really are seeing kind of this lack of clarity around what ESG means for the different parties involved, and that's where I think regulation is really key, so that we get guidelines for both the investors as well as the actual funds around what does it mean for a fund to be ESG.
Right.
Yeah, and if I can just briefly add to that, if we've got a minute.
Yeah.
I think it plays on what Dan just said there. There's kind of this assumption in general in that Economist article that we have a lot of focus around excluding things like fossil fuels from sort of mainstream funds, counting that as ESG. And that's great in some respects, even though, as Dan has pointed out, there are some kind of bad actors or sort of tricky examples. But one thing that I think is really important is there's an implicit assumption there, I think, that by removing sort of dirty investments, there's automatically kind of this shift toward sort of investment in a greener economy and future. But what happens, particularly in the sort of asset management industry, is this is fundamentally an approach surrounding sort of financial risk, right? So this is around how can I mitigate my exposure to transition risk rather than actually directly invest in bringing about a greener economy. And you just have to look at some of the major existing ESG funds to see that, right? So Vanguard's big sort of US-based ESG fund. Its top holdings are, Facebook, Amazon, 2 share classes of Google, Tesla sneaks its way in there. But then there are a number of other kind of tech and pharma and financial firms that are right in the top of those holdings. And that's actually kind of a feature, not a bug, of this system. And I think it's just as important to, not only eliminate investment in sort of technologies, but to also ask questions about, are we redirecting those funds into investing in greener future stream indices that will just kind of pile money into kind of than investing in a decarbonized future.
I think we got a little bit of a glitch in your comments there, Adrienne, but I think what you were saying was that if you don't invest in fossil fuel companies, you might invest in big pharma, and that's not really doing anything for the environmental transition or climate transition we need. Was that correct?
Yeah, just that a lot of mainstream ESG funds tend to just kind of be slightly tweaked versions of, the S&P 500. Most people not associate with investing in a greener future. So I think that's something we need to think about.
Okay. So I think we're coming to the end here. It's a fascinating discussion. This could go on for a very long time. And just wanted to thank Adrienne from Commonwealth in the UK, again, to show her wonderful book, which we didn't really talk about, but I've started flicking through it. It's really brilliant. It's about, the pricing of nature, basically, and how we price our economies and don't price other things. We could go on. And Dan, look, thanks very much. Influence Map doing great work as well. And I think it's really fascinating that your work is actually bringing out these contradictions in the finance system, and hopefully we can find better ways of fixing it so we get the kind of pump of really good finance into the transition we need. Okay, we're going to wind up here and we're going to go to our next section, back to Shutta.
I am really delighted to introduce Andrei Cherny, CEO and co-founder of Aspiration, a new and exciting entry to the world of personal finances with a commitment to climate and environmental action. Andrei has spent over 25 years working to make financial systems more sustainable. He has advised top companies, co-founded a media startup. He's been a financial fraud prosecutor and was the youngest White House speechwriter in American history. Andrei, so fantastic to have you on our show. So with you, we're going to explore this theme of automated impact, putting power of climate action into the hands of consumers. I know many people have already heard of Aspiration, including the support you've received from the actor and climate campaigner Leonardo DiCaprio. And consumers will also know that Aspiration allows them to deposit money and be reassured that none of it will go to fossil fuels or firearms companies. So let's go a little bit further, though. You founded Aspiration not recently, right, with this wave of consumer awareness, but rather almost a decade ago. So what clued you in back then that this is something that consumers were going to be interested in and were going to want to pursue?
Well, as you said, I've been working on this issue for a quarter of a century, and I had the great fortune of starting my career working for Vice President Al Gore in the White House on the issue that we were calling back then global warming. And this was back in the 1990s, of course, when we were really trying to get people and government to pay attention to a crisis that was still at that time seemingly far off. Around the time of the Kyoto protocols, and Vice President Gore would be going around the country giving these speeches about what's happening, why we need to be paying attention. He'd be long before Inconvenient Truth, long before he had a PowerPoint that became that movie, he would just have an easel and a whiteboard with wow. charts and showing these charts about CO2 levels in the Antarctic core, and people made fun of him. People called him Al Bohr, and they talked about, why is he talking about these boring scientific issues about greenhouse gases in the atmosphere as opposed to real things that matter to people's lives. But what was most important to me and what stuck with me most was that he kept at it. And even if there wasn't a political upside to him, and even though there was a lot of political downsides, he knew that there was a need to take action and show leadership and drive change. And that, of course, stuck with me throughout everything else I did in my career. And then we started Aspiration, as you said, almost a decade ago, really with the idea of how can we embed climate change fighting action into people's everyday lives. Government needs to take action, large businesses need to take action, but all of us can be doing things every day that are actually meaningful, that are easy, that will really help move the needle when we do them at scale. And so that's the vision with which we began the company back in 2013. Okay, so you were well ahead of the curve, but you had that insight. And now in 2022, we're actually seeing that studies are actually showing that consumers do want to be more conscious about where they put their money. And is this going to be enough to actually change the way consumers engage with the financial system, engage with banking, and how is that going to potentially overhaul, decades of how we've been doing things, business as usual? Well, as a very wise person once said, we don't have time for business as usual. I'm sure I'm not the first person to have made that. I don't even think we have a trademark yet. Observation. You should get on that. But yeah, we don't have time for business as usual, and people are recognizing it. You're seeing the number of Americans who see climate change not just as an important issue, but an extremely important issue is rising dramatically, is now the majority. A third of Americans see climate change as the greatest threat to the country and to our way of life, and that number is growing by leaps and bounds. That's not a good thing. The reason that those numbers are growing is because people are waking up every day and seeing what's going on. They're seeing the hurricanes in Puerto Rico, and they're seeing the flooding in Pakistan and everything else that we know about. But that is driving people to take action. And the truth is, and your previous panel was talking about this, the biggest single impact we can have is how we spend our money and how we save our money. They were talking about the role of these large banks, and while there's so much that we can be doing on a daily basis around climate action, there's so many big things we can be doing, so many smaller things we can be doing, the single biggest thing that any average person can do is move their money. Absolutely. For the average person, moving their money from one of those big banks to a place like Aspiration is a bigger climate impact than getting out of a gas-guzzling car and getting into an electric vehicle. And it's easy, and it takes 5 minutes, and you get everything else that you would get at a traditional bank. And so we really saw that as a very important lever to start the movement of building this community of climate-conscious consumers. That's incredible, because
I'm constantly asked, we all are in the climate space, what is the most impactful action I can take as a consumer to really contribute to tackling this climate crisis? And, you hear the refrains of recycle more and move to electric and ensure you know where your energy is coming for, all of the above, sure, and that's great. And consumers need to be conscious of all of that. But we tend to ignore what happens to our money once we deposit it into those ATMs, right?
It's a little bit abstract, right? You can see the bike that you're going to be taking to work or the bus or whatever else you're doing. But again, the truth is, when you're putting money into that ATM, it's not sitting in that ATM and it's not sitting in a vault. It's being lent out. And very often, again, as your previous panel was talking about, that money is being lent to finance fossil fuel companies. The large banks in the world do more fossil fuel financing of exploration and drilling in a day than ExxonMobil will in a year.
Wow.
And we, by moving our money, can have this dramatic impact. The truth is, we're at this place right now where, as opposed to when I was working for Vice President Gore, today, most people want to do something about climate change. 70% of people want to do something about climate change, but most of them say they don't know where to start. And the options that they've been given are large, meaningful things you can do. Switch out of a traditional car into an electric vehicle or a bike or whatever else. Put solar panels in your house. Big, one-time, expensive, difficult things to do. And on the other end of the spectrum are the things that are small but worthy, and we should all be doing them. We should be recycling. We should be changing our light bulb, but that alone is not going to have a dramatic impact. Moving your money is right there where it's easy, and you can still have a bigger impact than just about any of those other things.
Well, that's why we need those like you to speak out on this, because it really is one of those things, out of sight, out of mind, right? Yeah. The money disappears into the bank and then we don't really know what happens to it. But you just explained the narrative. It's like how a bill becomes a law. What happens when you deposit your money? What does that money support? We need to make that very clear. We need to elucidate that for consumers and make the invisible visible, ultimately. So
absolutely.
Thank you for doing that. That's the whole point and purpose of this platform, is to share information and to increase awareness and education. Now, where do we direct consumers? So those who are tuning in from all over the world, what tools do you and Aspiration provide to consumers that allow them to incorporate this very impactful behavioral change into their daily lives?
Well, we're glad that people are tuning in from all over the world. At this point, we serve only the United States, but we're going to get to the rest of the world before too long. Exactly. This is a global challenge. We have a few different tools that we offer. One of them is called our Spend and Save account, which, as you mentioned, ensures that your deposits don't go to be funding fossil fuel projects, don't go to be funding firearms, private prisons, and so on. It shows your own personal sustainability score, so you can be a conscious consumer as you're shopping. You can walk down a street, as we are here in New York, and there's a CVS and a Walgreens and a Rite Aid, and how do those businesses treat the environment? How do they treat their employees? And do you go to McDonald's or Burger King or Chipotle or Taco Bell or whatever else? Make those spending decisions armed with that information about how those companies are treating the planet and treating people. We offer something called Aspiration Zero, which is our credit card, which is really the first credit card in the world built to fight the climate crisis.
Very cool.
And what it does is it offsets the average person's entire carbon footprint just by using it once a day. And so you're going about your business, you're making a purchase, you're taking the bus or whatever action you'd be doing, and automatically, without you having to think about it, it's offsetting your purchases. We have something called Aspiration Plus, which will offset all of your driving. So if you're one of these people, it's great to get an electric vehicle, but there were 600,000 electric vehicles sold last year, and there's over 40 million cars in the U.S. So there's still a lot of cars out there. If you're driving a car, will automatically offset your purchases. And probably the most exciting tool that I love that we offer is something built into all these products, which is called Plant Your Change, which rounds up your purchase to the nearest dollar and plants a tree with every single purchase you make. Awesome. And so you're buying something for $4.50 or $4.90, let's say, and it rounds up an extra 10 cents to $5 and plants a tree. And that has grown and scaled in such an amazing way that it has been truly transformative. Over the past year and a half, the aspiration community, our 7 million individual members, our businesses that we work with, altogether have funded the planting of 125 million trees.
Incredible.
All over the world. To give you a sense of that scale, that's the equivalent of as many trees as are in Central Park here in New York, planted every 2 hours.
Wow.
And so that shows what we were trying to do when we started Aspiration, which is if you bring people together and bring a lot of people together, then yeah, maybe you or I individually are not going to have a dramatic impact. But when you bring 7 million people together, you create the largest reforestation effort in the world.
That is so nice to hear, given the impact that these types of nature-based solutions have. And it's part of a toolkit that we are not knocking science, we're not knocking behavioral interventions, we're not knocking technology, maybe even, intense technology down the line. But we have an incredible technological marvel in nature, the tree, right?
Yeah.
Indigenous trees, and being able to restore these ecosystems, starting with indigenous plants, goes a really long way. We know that nature-based solutions work. So there's a direct impact here from consumers using these products that you offer to contributing to the restoration of these ecosystems. So
Absolutely.
fantastic.
No, you're right. We need to do all of those things, and there's enormous role for technology. There's enormous role for reducing our carbon footprint. But as you said, the single most cost-effective, most effective, generally, tool we have right now to remove carbon from the atmosphere is the tree.
Right.
And again, we don't have time for 2050. We don't have time for 2040. We need action today, and that's the single biggest thing that I think we can be doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we don't have time, definitely support nature-based solutions. So that's a fantastic outcome of engaging with these different environmental products that you've integrated into your financial services. What are some challenges then? Everything you've said sounds fantastic. It's a no-brainer, right? But obviously there's been some challenges you've been facing. So what are these challenges? How are you overcoming them? And what lessons can be taken away by those who would potentially want to follow in your footsteps? Because what we're trying to do is share good ideas. We're trying to accelerate solutions.
Yeah.
We're trying to bring other actors in these sectors along because we don't have time. We have this critical window to act. So share some insights for the community.
Well, as you said, we've been at this now for almost a decade, and that's not that long in the scheme of things. But in this community, in this world, we're sort of the granddaddies in some ways. And what we've seen is this acceleration. And my advice to any young person who wants to get involved is to jump in with 2 feet. We are in the midst right now of what is going to be, what has to be the largest, fastest shift in human behavior in history. And it's playing out in real time over the next few years. That is going to create all kinds of dislocation, but it also creates real opportunities. It creates opportunities for people who are social entrepreneurs, who are private sector entrepreneurs, who are working in NGOs, who want to build organizations, and whether they're existing or new, this is the moment where there is so much wind at the back of those who are actually making positive impact in this space, in this climate crisis, that whatever your crazy idea is, you should jump in and do it.
Oh, I love that. And so I'm going to say I cheated a little bit because Andre and I already had an interview yesterday for the Clinton Global Initiative. So I kind of already knew you were going to approach this very optimistic and very positive. You are a climate commitment maker, and that's a huge honor. Congratulations for being bestowed Clinton Global Initiative's Climate Commitment Maker for 2022.
Thank you.
And tell us then the question I asked you yesterday, which this audience we'll also see when we are able to air that interview. But give us a little teaser. Are we going to be able to overcome the climate crisis?
Yes. The answer is yes. Humanity has shown enormous capability to take action over centuries. Unfortunately, it's right usually when our back is up against the wall, and that's where we are right now. The truth is, this is not some sort of mystery. We know what we need to do. We know what the steps are that we need to take. We know what we need to do to reduce. We know what we need to do to remove. And there's new technology coming on that's even bigger than the tools we already have. We have all of the tools in place. We are in a place where we know we can win, right? I think back to former generations and fighting World War II, and it wasn't clear, would they win, would they not win? We know what we need to do. If we take these steps, then we will be successful. And that really says to me that the greatest challenge we have is mobilizing people, and hats off to what you and this organization do every day in that front. I'll go back to something that Vice President Gore frequently said is our greatest renewable resource is human will.
Right.
And let's tap that. And if we tap that, not only will we turn back this crisis, but we will leave a better world in its wake, a cleaner world, a fairer world, a more equitable world. This is our chance as a species to get it right.
I love that. So what needs to happen to support all the effort that you're making? This is final question in the last couple of minutes. What do you need in terms of support from policymakers, from regulators? How do we support aspiration, and how do we transform the financial sector to truly integrating these environmental products into services so these two things happen simultaneously? You engage with your money, with the economy, and at the same time you are getting behind and supporting the environment.
Yeah.
What do you need for support for this?
Well, most of all, the answer is going to come from individuals. I'm so excited about what happened with the Inflation Reduction Act and that kind of commitment, and so excited about some of the work being done in the SEC and other places on this front, and that's going to help. But the truth is that the Inflation Reduction Act, as it plays out, is going to get America about halfway of where it needs to be by 2030. And maybe there's been more coming from Congress, but having this being the first time they've done anything in the past 50 years, I'm not holding my breath.
Right.
So let's say this is it. That other half is going to be is up to us. And so I would say the biggest challenge we face is not external from big banks who are opposing us. It's not from regulation. It's inertia. It is people standing up and saying, you know what, today I'm going to go online and move my money and move my paycheck and take that step. And I'm going to sign up to plant a tree with every purchase. And that extra 15 cents, 25 cents will offset my carbon footprint as I go through the course of my day, my month, my year. Those kinds of steps that people who are caring about this issue embrace is the most important thing we need to do. What we have to fight against is the sense of helplessness, is the sense of hopelessness, is the sense of hesitation because people don't know what to do. We have the answers, we have hope, and you can be the person who provides the help necessary to help save our planet.
Okay, you heard it right here from the president and founder of Aspiration, and we can encourage viewers to make the most impactful decision today to know what happens to their money after it's actually engaged with the financial system. So know what happens to your money. It might seem invisible, but it's not. You want to make sure that it is going into supporting the types of infrastructure efforts that are really in support of a healthier planet. We all want to see a brighter future ushered in, and this is the most impactful decision you can make today, is to ensure that you know what's happening to your money. So with that, thank you so much for everything that you have put together.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Absolutely. Appreciate you joining us, and have a fantastic rest of Climate Week New York City. Thank you so much, Andre.
Thank you.
I'm delighted now to introduce Max Messervy, Head of Sustainable Investment Americas, a global asset management company of global asset management company, Mercer. At Mercer, Max provides advice on sustainable investment strategies, climate change, and impact investment approaches throughout investment processes. Max, you've also been a key figure in reports on the increasing number of institutional investors' impactful allocations to African infrastructure. And we just looked at consumers in finance, the conversation we had with Andre. Another group that we cannot forget, and this has been fantastic working with and partnering with Mercer, is the role that institutional actors like asset managers and pension funds can play. In the US alone, pension funds are estimated to have more than $35 trillion under management. So, what can and should institutional actors do to help in the race to zero? What tools are available to them? Let's talk a little bit more about this.
Sure, Shweta. And just to clarify, we're an institutional investment consultant at Mercer. And so we work with some of these large institutional investors to help them think about aligning different objectives that they may have. Most, of course, are most focused on earning an appropriate return for whomever they're investing on behalf of, whether it's pension fund members or an insurance company, while mitigating risks along the way. And so when you think about really challenging emerging risks of climate change, where we're seeing the effects already today, we know that there will need to be some sort of energy transition towards a lower carbon economy that's going to drive a lot of shifts in the way that stock markets move and the way that assets are priced. It really gets to be a challenging question of how can you invest for earning an appropriate return for your members or your beneficiaries, to also again mitigating those risks. So when you think about the race to net zero, you think about how can institutional actors play a role in that? Well, there's a few different things. I mean, first of all, what we advise our clients is to start by setting a baseline. If you want to understand where your carbon emissions are today, where are you invested today, we have tools and capabilities to essentially kind of look from the bottom up in an investment portfolio and see exactly where an investor is allocated, where are they invested in, whether it's equities out of Europe, stocks and bonds out of Europe, or in more emerging market regions. And from that, we can kind of total up those carbon emissions and provide a baseline carbon footprint assessment for our clients. From there, when you think about transitioning towards a low carbon economy, you want to think about creating a glide path towards reducing those emissions over time, while also, of course, earning your appropriate return objectives as you go.
So it makes sense for them to set these science-based targets, right? In which to compare against. That's critical, and you're saying you support that.
Yes, well, absolutely. It's important to understand the external standard setters who help define when a company makes a commitment to get to net zero or reduce its carbon emissions. Is that in line with emerging climate science, with what the IPCC has said in its manifold reports about where we need to go as a society? Is the company in line with that alignment, with that trajectory of emissions, or are they misaligned with it? If they're misaligned, as an investor, you probably want to start having conversations with that company, if you're invested in them, to talk about, what's your strategy for mitigating those emissions?
Sure. So, I mean, this is fantastic that this is available to companies. Why aren't we seeing more action? Is that fair to say, or are we just not hearing about the action? What is it?
It's a good question. I mean, there are many big commitments that many investors have made and are making. Of course, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which was launched at Glasgow last year in COP26. That was around $130 trillion of assets represented in that commitment group, and I think it's grown since then. And I think that what we're seeing, though, is that we at Mercer, to be clear, we are fiduciaries to our clients. We meet our clients where they are on their sustainability journeys, and what that means is that some will want to be more kind of progressive in these areas, or more, let's say, advanced and pushing ahead and really thinking about climate change and how it wants to integrate into their strategy. And then others, are more comfortable just starting with a kind of more basic assessment of where they are today, where they're allocated. They want to learn more about ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance investment topics, and how that might fit within their overall portfolio. So, we work with investors across the spectrum, and we help them along their journey. We have really sophisticated tools and capabilities to help those that are pushing forward. And we also have those and lots of expertise built over 20 years almost of our sustainable investment practice that can really help investors of all spectrums. So it's really quite a mix that we work with.
And you're really well positioned to help these companies meet their targets internally, and then also to be able to communicate what they're doing. And part of that is being partnered with us and joining the We Don't Have Time platform, supporting your portfolio companies to be part of communicating their action as well, because we're in an era where transparency is needed. We need to be able to share the actions that are being taken so that others can also follow suit, make this the standard, make this the norm. So Is transparency coming along? What do you think? What can we do to improve that, communicate more?
Absolutely. And it's a really interesting topic, because if you are taking all these actions, if you're an institution, but you're not actually informing your stakeholders about what you're doing, well, I mean, you know, it's not that it's not happening, of course, but it's just that your key people you're responsible to, your investors, your stakeholders, your, again, members of your pension plan, might not be aware of the actions you've taken. You know, and that is really a key piece of this increasing move towards transparency amongst, you know, the whole corporate sector, amongst investors as well, who might be responding to the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, kind of the largest investment collective around the world. You know, and they report all this information about what they're doing, their processes, you know, and that's really an important source of understanding what are leading practices these days and what are others doing. So I think that you know, that's a key piece of it. And then, of course, institutions themselves issuing, say, sustainability reports or ESG reports really is an essential piece. You know, and I think that one you know, aspect I would also highlight that we run into, and this gets back to your prior question, is that, you know, why are we not seeing more action? Well, you know, these are really tricky issues, and when we come down to it at Mercer, we want to help our clients move along. And when it comes to climate change, you often hear people say, well, you know, it's a question of beliefs. Do you believe or not believe in climate change and that it's occurring? And for institutional investors, I think what's really different is that the question of beliefs is not as important as actually what are markets doing? What are they pricing in at any given time? So do you believe that the stock markets are pricing in climate change to some extent, that they're pricing in those impacts to you know, more carbon intense securities or not? It gets to a question of, if you're, again, investing on behalf of other people, there is a sense in which you have to understand what are the climate impacts that could be occurring today in the stock market that are reflected in prices, and therefore how are you positioning your portfolio to address those risks, to mitigate those risks, and then to also think about capturing returns along the way as we decarbonize. So again, this question is less of beliefs, really more about, you know, what's being priced in and how can you react in a strategic way.
Well, thank you for explaining that so clearly. That's the whole reason we need to have these types of platforms made available to companies that are really leading the sector in transitioning and supporting, especially in the role that Mercer is playing in supporting those portfolio companies in communicating, becoming more transparent, and everything that you shared with this audience. Thank you, and you're going to continue to do this, because we are on a journey to COP27 now. We are kind of at the teaser event, which is Climate Week New York City. So what are we hoping ultimately to come out of COP27? I know that Mercer is sending a delegation to Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt. What are you hoping will come out of this? And what do you hope to see as we move forward into 2023?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm really excited the fact that Mercer is sending a delegation in partnership with our parent company, Marsh McLennan Companies Corporation, and Oliver Wyman, Marsh, and Guy Carpenter to Sharm El-Sheikh in Egypt, it's really exciting, because I think that what is important is that, of course, this COP is taking place in Africa, which has symbolic value, but it also has significant, you know, value in and of itself, and the fact that it's drawing attention to the fact that there are regions of the world which need productive investment to, you know, help them develop in a sustainable way, to address climate change, to mitigate the risks, and, you know, really to think about transitioning their own, you know, economies towards more sustainable futures. So what I'm hopeful that will come out of, and where I think that Mercer's agenda really lies, is in trying to educate institutional investors around the opportunities to have productive investments to drive sustainable development in emerging market regions. We've done, as you mentioned earlier, a few different reports on African infrastructure investment, and also in Latin America and the Caribbean, and really excited to draw on those lessons and work with partners to think about how we can build these productive strategic investments in a way that really facilitates, you know, earning returns while also, you know, helping to impact people's lives in a very positive way and mitigate climate change along the way.
Well, we're really looking forward to seeing what comes out of the delegation and the conversations at COP27 that are so critical. We are in this final leg of the race. Are we going to win it or not? So,
yes.
Big question. That's the big question, right? Well, thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you for sharing this on our broadcast, and looking forward to having a conversation early in the new year.
And me too. Thanks, Sveta.
Thanks. Food security security and sustainable agriculture are going to be a big part of the UN Climate Conference, COP27, in Egypt this November. Let's see a short video from our two upcoming guests about revolutionizing the footprint of dairy in the United States.
Meat Neutral. We're the first carbon neutral food company in the United States, so you can bet we've done our homework. And it became clear that animal-based agriculture, like dairy, accounts for a large portion of greenhouse gases. So we decided to start there. By obsessively measuring the entire carbon footprint of dairy milk, from what the cows eat to how the milk carton is disposed of, we know where we can make the biggest impact in reducing unwanted emissions. And that's right there on the farm. Solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase sequestration on farms exist, but they're expensive. That's why we're giving farmers the capital they need to adopt low or no emitting solutions. In 2021, we invested in family-owned farms in Oregon and Washington, reducing emissions by optimizing what cows eat and how nutrients are managed. Over their lifetimes, these projects will avoid more than 3,200 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from entering the atmosphere. Next year, we're tripling our investment in family-owned farms across the US. What we can't reduce, we offset through the purchase of carbon credits that are real, additional, and verifiable. This ensures all the neutral products we bring you are 100% carbon neutral. And we do all this so you can make an easy climate-friendly choice the next time you reach for a carton of milk at the grocery store. This is just the beginning of a new revolution in agriculture, a carbon-neutral one.
Welcome to Marcus Lovell-Smith, CEO of the climate-friendly food company Neutral, and Anne Radel, Neutral's head of carbon reduction. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Anne is a climate scientist, NASA fellow, casual, and comes from a long line of ranchers. She manages a portfolio of on-farm projects that over their lifetime will reduce or remove more than 65,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Marcus is a dairy farmer and was a special advisor at the Bill Gates founded Breakthrough Energy Ventures. He's also an entrepreneur in residence at Harvard University. Okay, so impressive bios. What motivated you to launch Neutral, and what is it that Neutral is really doing different?
Okay, Shweta, thank you. I think there's an increasing realization that food and agricultural systems have a major impact on climate change. And we're the first carbon neutral food company in the US, and we're on a mission to reduce emissions at farm level, hence the sort of farming backgrounds you've just mentioned. So we are trying to habitualize change. It's quite hard, I think. I think it's quite hard as an individual to sort of tackle maritime fuel or aviation or lithium batteries, but you can, everybody can make a difference as a consumer in the foods that they buy. And we're a carbon neutral food company, and we're starting with dairy. And what we do as a company is work very closely with dairy farmers, and increasingly more than that, beef ranchers, to make change at the farm level. And we're in over 2,000 stores now across the United States, in Whole Foods, in Sprouts, in Target, in Erewhon, Hagen, and many others. We're in Fresh Direct and Instacart and Imperfect Foods. And so the company's made enormous progress like that. And you know, we've also been extremely lucky to be backed, as you mentioned earlier, backed by Bill Gates's Breakthrough Energy Ventures, but also Mark Cuban, by David Edelman of Darko Capital, by Questlove, John Legend, LeBron James. We're extraordinarily lucky to have these people involved with us, and Craig Shapiro, and most recently Global Brains from Japan.
So they're clearly seeing that there's a need to green dairy. There's alternatives on the market like almond milk, oat milk, right? Mm-hmm. But you have all of these incredible names that are backing you, intelligent names of people who are backing you to actually green dairy. So the solution isn't necessarily just these alternatives, or is there room for all of these solutions in the toolkit?
I think there is absolute room for all of these solutions, because there's not one thing that fits all. I think, there's something like 90+% of American households still have dairy in their refrigerator. So we are meeting Americans where they are, and that's really where the impact is. So we're working directly with dairy farmers and ultimately beef ranchers to change the course of agriculture. So I think it's a portfolio of solutions, and I think it's very important that we directly address animal-based proteins.
Given the fact that we're meeting people where they are ultimately, we know what products people are still using. Let's make those more aligned to the reality of the environmental challenges we're facing. So in that context, Anne, where does this product sit compared to traditional dairy products and the non-dairy alternatives? What is the carbon footprint of Neutral?
So every product has a carbon footprint. And of course, the carbon footprint is a measurement of the total greenhouse gases emitted during the life cycle of that product. So we recognize that for some consumers who are looking at the carbon footprint of their options, a plant-based diet makes the most sense. But as Marcus mentioned, increasingly Americans are concerned about the effects of climate change, continuing to buy traditional meat and dairy. And so we're meeting those consumers where they're at, providing them with carbon neutral options. I think what differentiates Neutral and the marketplace is that we're carbon neutral today. Many companies are setting emission reduction goals that are farther into the future. We applaud those efforts, of course, but we're carbon neutral today, and we have been since day one. And what that means is that we've rigorously measured the cumulative carbon footprint of our products and eliminated it. So, for example, we directly support producers in helping them to transition to climate smart practices. Tactically, this means we're developing a portfolio of projects that over their lifetime will reduce or remove as much carbon from the atmosphere as is embedded in our products.
Wow, fantastic. So those are the appropriate actions to take to make sure that Neutral is truly neutral, right? How can we be sure? How can the public and authorities be sure that it's being measured accurately?
Yeah, great question. Well, the work of measuring emission reduction starts with my team. I manage a team of experts at Neutral Foods who work with with scientists to measure and then independently verify ultimately that the climate benefit that we think will be realized in our projects on farm is in fact realized. And when it comes to measuring the carbon footprint of our products themselves, we partner closely with Dr. Greg Thoma. He's arguably the seminal expert in the United States at measuring the carbon footprint of animal agriculture. He's our chief science advisor. Dr. Thoma spent, for example, 12 years studying the carbon footprint of a gallon of milk. Wow. This work led him to evaluate the carbon footprint of over 500 U.S. dairies. With his work with Neutral, we work to fine-tune those calculations, to right-size them, to ensure that they accurately account for the unique life cycle characteristics of our products. And all of our carbon neutral claims are independently verified by a third party.
That's fantastic, and that's needed, right? Yes. You need to have that third-party verification to build that trust. You're being transparent, and that helps build that trust with the public to ensure that it's received. It's received, it's supported, it's a solution that can really get some backing. So kudos to thinking ahead for that type of self-regulation. That's really critical. And it's also setting the stage for what companies that are trying to do similar things should be thinking about. So that's what we like, is to see the leaders in the space really accelerate solutions throughout the entire sector. So what can others do to follow suit? Right now, Marcus, you are buying carbon offset credits. So that's not a long-term plan, however. That's just, given the landscape we're operating in, that's what we need to be doing. Talk to our audience a little bit about what the longer-term, more sustainable, no pun intended, plan really is for Neutral.
It's an absolutely critical question. As Anne said, we start with a very rigorous scientific analysis of what the carbon footprint is in the products we sell. And I mentioned milk. We're also, we have just launched a butter product in the Pacific Northwest. We have a beef product coming out, ground beef product coming out at the end of this year, early next year. So first of all, we measure that, and then the real heart of what we do, the real heart of what Neutral has been set up to do, is to work directly with dairy farmers on very specific projects, and I think Anne may talk about a few of those later, but specific projects at farm level. And anything that we can't actually offset at farm level, we will buy offsets. But I think it's very important. I think offsets are a perfectly acceptable mechanism. But I think consumers are asking for more, and they're asking more from us. And so now, if you're in the cement industry, you sort out the cement industry. If you're in the iron and steel industry, you sort out that. If you're in the agricultural industry, that's what we're sorting out. So most of the work we do is actually at farm level. Anything that we can't achieve at farm level, we will buy through offsets. But there will be dairy and farm-related offsets. And I think that's the sort of the covenant, if you like, that we have between us and our consumers, that they are working with us on this journey to change the course of agriculture.
So since you posed the question and threw it to Anne, can we get a couple examples from you on what that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. So with every project that we develop on farm, it begins with a conversation with the producer to better understand his or her operation so we can really tailor what mitigation solutions are the right fit. So we source our milk primarily from really small, family-owned, pasture-based organic dairies. In that type of environment, we know that we typically have 3 solutions that we can implement on the farm to effectively reduce emissions. So first is reducing enteric methane, or the byproduct of digestion itself. We are developing projects that integrate naturally occurring secondary metabolites called tannins into forage and hay, that when the cows eat, all of these amazing things happen. They are healthier and enteric methane is reduced. In addition, we're also using feed supplements. Also in organic dairies, how you measure and manage, or how you manage manure directly impacts the carbon footprint of that farm. And so we're doing things like enabling compost to reduce the methane emissions associated with manure management.
And you're speaking so sophisticated around, I know what this is, and our audience will be familiar with it too, this is reducing the methane that is emitted from cow farts.
Yes, and burps. and burps. Most importantly, burps, yes. And we're also looking at changing how feed is produced. So reducing inputs and adopting a suite of practices commonly referred to as regenerative practices that are absolutely fantastic for soil health and have the potential to increase long-term soil carbon storage.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
These are excellent examples.
Yeah.
And you're really looking at the whole system, right? This is a product that is part of a value chain from all the way from farm to fork, even if it's farm to drink, right? But the idea is that it's an entire process, and you have to look at it in terms of how you can really transition the entire system from the cows to what they're getting fed all the way to the final product. So, okay, so is this one of the things that consumers can do to reduce their carbon footprint? Can they consume neutral milk? Is that an action? Of course, I imagine you will say that will be taken, that consumers can feel good about. But what else in addition to that? What do you recommend from your vantage point as coming from agriculture, but then also, and being a climate scientist, having the big picture, what can consumers do to really make an impact?
I mean, I think that there's so many things that consumers can do, and it starts with a self-journey to figure out what's most impactful for you. Of course, we think that neutral foods are a tremendous way to reduce your carbon footprint, but as importantly, directly support the producers that are willing to do the hard work to adopt these climate smart practices, but need some resources to reduce the very real barriers today that prevent adoption and implementation. So for example, we're working with a really innovative cattle rancher in Eastern Oregon. Her name is Corey Carmen. We're about to work with a very pioneering company called Symbrosia, testing the effectiveness of feeding the cows a very small amount of seaweed supplement to dramatically reduce enteric methane. Past research suggests more than 82% of methane can be reduced this way. We're also working to increase long-term carbon stores, planting trees and on her marginal land. So of course, those are things that we invite producers to be a part of that journey, but there are many actions that producers can take
Please,
on their
Marcus,
own.
yeah. What are the most impactful actions that can be taken by consumers and also those that are specifically engaging with agriculture as part of their work?
It's pretty exciting, I think, that you can actually make a difference through, going 6 inches to the left or 6 inches to the right in the dairy aisle. And I think we will see a carbon neutral, and we won't be the only people, and we don't want to be the only people in that carbon neutral dairy aisle. And to drive change as an individual buyer, consumer, I think is amazing. Certainly as a dairy farmer, I look at our own farm in a very different way. On this journey I've been for the last year or so, I look very differently at the way that we farm and we look at our land. So I can see how you can drive change all the way through from the grocery aisle all the way back into the agricultural systems. And that's whether you buy our carbon neutral milk or ultimately our carbon neutral butter and ground beef, and we talked about Corey Carmen here. And I think it's an exciting moment, and I think it's more than just a glass of milk at the breakfast table. It's actually, if you habitualize that, you will create change. It's very, very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. This is music to my ears as a behavioral scientist, right? Having these options available and sharing the story, sharing the narrative, and sharing the contribution consumers can make to supporting dairy and agriculture transitioning to becoming part of this clean energy new economy, right? So this is something that, even though it seems that the farm is far away and maybe not something that people have the luxury of engaging with, this is an opportunity to be able to become part of the system just by making better decisions when they're in the grocery store. That's fantastic. So will we be able to overcome this climate crisis? Are we doing enough? What do you think? Coming at this from your unique point of view, as well as both of you have farming backgrounds. What do you think?
Who's first? I mean, for me, it's just, I can see the change that we're making. I'm excited about that. It's an incredibly daunting task, but I can already see in this multitude of projects that we've started and that Anne's team has started that we're making change. I feel optimistic about that, and I see the change. And as I said, I even see, the way I look at agriculture is entirely different now than it was even a few years ago. So I'm optimistic, yeah.
And what do you think? I'm coming to you, Anne, for the last words as well. What do you think of the future for farming? Is this an exciting future for farmers? Because there's some challenges there to bring people into farming and agriculture and dairy, given all of this pressure that is being experienced.
We've never had a bad conversation with a farmer. That's so interesting. They're a group of people, they're incredibly independent-minded. So first of all, you don't ever go onto a farm and tell a farmer what to do.
Lesson learned.
But they always have a large list of projects. And they are genuine stewards. They're a rare group of people that really think about the second and third generation in a way. The current systems don't give them necessarily the breadth and scope to do the good work that they do. But for me, not only is this company about carbon, it's also about all of these co-benefits. Because nearly every project we do relates to biodiversity or nutrient runoff or rural equity issues. I mean, I think that carbon neutral, our company, has become more than just actually about carbon.
I agree completely. I think, is the world doing enough? I mean, today, agriculture and our food system contribute globally up to 37% of greenhouse gas emissions, so we need to do more. And we're seeing with evidence in our farm projects, it's incredibly inspiring that we can do more, that our producers are willing to do the hard work, they just need some help in getting there. And it's really exciting to be a part of that farmer journey, as well as seeing consumers responding to making different milk choices that can create a whole new food system.
Okay, so the future is bright for farmers. It's bright for transitioning agriculture to a world that really supports a cleaner, more breathable future for all, right? That's what we're all trying to accomplish here. So thank you so much for the contribution you are making, and all the best to Neutral and beyond.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am delighted to to welcome Angela Hultberg from Kearney, the global consulting company, which is working with its clients and networks to deliver a sustainable transition to clean energy. Angela is the global director of Kearney's sustainability team, and prior to joining, was the road transport lead for the UK government's Climate Champions team for COP26. This was the last UN climate conference that was held in Glasgow, Scotland. So, we're going to discuss the role of business in helping the world to move at speed and scale to act on the many challenges that we are facing, of course, climate change. Let's start with why you feel business and business leaders have a unique role to play.
I think it's quite obvious, right? It's where the technology sits, it's where the skills sit. Nobody understands how to transition to greener practices than the ones actually doing it, right? So this is why I think businesses must lead the transition. Also, they have the capital. They also have a huge upside of doing it, right? There's, new revenue streams, new innovation. There's a lot of opportunity in this space.
Let's get into that. I love that you said that straight away, because it's often a harder case to make that this is going to be beneficial for businesses. The reality is that we are, like you said, we're getting to that point where it really does make economic sense. It makes it's economic benefit for businesses to get on this transition that the writing's on the wall for. We're moving in this direction.
I mean, if you're coming at sustainability from a compliance perspective, you're doing it all wrong. This is a huge business opportunity. Any disruption is a huge business opportunity. So if you can use this to find the new technology, the new business models, the new product offerings, and the new ways of working, I mean, reducing material, reducing energy consumption, reducing waste, that's also reducing cost. Nobody's going to say no to that. So I think we need to get away from this old perception that there's a conflict between profit and sustainability. There absolutely is not. Quite the opposite. I think if you're not transitioning today, you'll be left behind and you'll end up being super irrelevant for everyone.
And are you seeing that that's the attitude that companies are taking? It looks like they're agreeing with you, or is it still kind of a challenge to get companies to start thinking like that?
I think there's a gap between leaders and laggards, for sure. The ones who've seen it are going all in. We're talking circular business models. Right. We're talking, new ways of working, really exciting stuff. And there are those who are just now waking up to, we're a bit late to this party. Like, we need to catch up.
So how does a company like Kearney support these businesses? And I know we're going to get into this as we move through this segment, but I'm curious from your vantage point, what role is it that you're playing for a lot of these companies that are really trying to close that gap between the goals that they're setting and the actions that they're taking?
That's exactly what it is. It's the execution gap. So many businesses today have targets and goals, right? They're going to be net zero 2035, 40, 50. They have ongoing initiatives. But there's a huge gap between where they are today and where they need to be. Even if they delivered all these initiatives on time, at cost, with like the full scope achieved, it still wouldn't get them to where they need to be. And that's where companies like Kearney can come in and actually help you get it done. It's not about the why and the what anymore. It's about the how. How do you decarbonize? How do you make sure that your supply chain decarbonizes? How do you make sure that you have a responsible supply chain? We shouldn't forget about the S in this whole transition either, right? And that's where businesses like ours can come in and really support. This is what you need to do. These are the steps you need to take to be a truly sustainable business, not just doing a few sustainability projects.
And that's the key, right? Because companies that may be trying to do the right thing, first of all, there's different motivations behind companies making these efforts, right? I like to look at the best possible side of all of this, which is companies are really trying. They're trying to make an effort. They realize, again, the writing's on the wall. If they're just following regulations, then that's the wrong motivation. But they know that the transition is coming and they're either on board with it or catching up, what have you. And then there's those who really might be nefarious actors in the sense that, here, let's just throw in this sustainability project. not really truly become sustainable. So how from a public vantage point, or from a company like Kearney who's looking to get involved with these companies, how do you tell the difference between who is truly becoming sustainable, who's just doing sustainability projects, and is doing sustainability projects equivalent to greenwashing? Not necessarily. How do you
It doesn't have to be. I sometimes say that one of the paths to greenwashing is paid with good intentions. These are businesses spending millions of dollars on doing something that is good. It's going to decarbonize. It's going to be better, but it's just a project. It's not scalable. So my first question to any company I meet is your chief procurement officer measured on sustainability KPIs? If she's not, it's not going to happen. So it's about embedding it in the business. And this is how you know if you're doing projects or if you're becoming a sustainable business. Everyone needs to work with sustainability, not just the chief sustainability officer, not just the passionate few. You need your procurement department to really work at this. You need your R&D department to work at this, your marketing, your facility management, your logistics. Everyone needs to work and to feed into that Northern Star of becoming net zero. And once you have that, once your transport manager and your procurement officer and everyone else is measured and followed up on this, that's when you become a sustainable company. And that's when you find the best solutions. It's not going to be people like me who specialize in sustainability that are going to tell procurement people the best solution. I can't go in with the engineers and tell them what an engine should look like. It should probably be electric, but that's what I know. It's going to be them. So once they understand, once they see their own work through the lens of sustainability, that's when the magic happens. That's when we're going to find the best solutions to get us to where we need to be.
That is such great insight, because that's not necessarily understood or known by those who aren't in private sector, or even specifically in private sector working in this space. So just to hear from a multinational with the influence that Kearney has, exactly how sustainability versus sustainable projects are assessed and identified and supported, that's some significant insight. So there you do see, though, from the work that Kearney is doing with its portfolio companies with its clients, that there is that appetite for support. There is that movement towards not just that project, but truly that path to sustainability.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, honestly, some are almost taking a step back because, they all jumped in, set that net zero target, maybe even got science-based targets, which are fantastic. And then they launched initiatives and they forgot what I call the boring parts, which I love. I'm kind of a nerd like that. But really to set yourself up for success. And it's really that. Make sure that everyone understands how they feed into this target. Make sure you have the metrics. What gets measured gets done. I firmly believe that. And make sure your whole business is working, not just the sustainability people, because it's not going to work. It's not going to be enough.
Well, that is so fascinating. And this conversation, we're setting the stage now to bring in 3 companies that we can kind of dig deeper into exactly what they're doing and their path to becoming truly sustainable. Are they measuring? What are the outcomes of those measurements? Are they seeing the support from the public, from the various stakeholders, from their investors to the shareholders, right? So let's get into that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to bring you back after we have this panel. And let's debrief after that and let us know what you think.
Let's do it.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate you. Well, as my panelists and guests join me up on stage, I am going to describe to our global audience exactly who we have here. So, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I first have Kristen Seaman, Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer at automaker General Motors. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning.
You've been a key figure in the company's ambition to combat climate change, including GM's commitment to become carbon neutral in its global products and operations by 2040. Matt Helgelson is the head of sustainability for Siemens USA, who among his many roles is responsible for advancing the company's degree framework and decarbonization strategy on its path towards becoming net zero across all operations by 2030. Great to see you again, Matt.
You too. Good
Thanks for joining. And Greg Polk, Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Stanley Black & Decker. Greg serves in leadership roles within the community of stakeholders that impact Stanley Black & Decker's people, operations, and markets, including government, civic, community, philanthropic, and industry stakeholders. So I imagine you, with your combined roles and backgrounds, you're going to have all the answers to my questions. So I'm thrilled that you've joined me. Thank you for being here today. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start. I'd love to get into a little bit about your role and your company. So let's just start with that. Let's set the stage that way. So first with you, Kristen, tell us your role and GM, what the kind of current, because we hear about GM constantly in the news, and there's so much fast-moving promises that are happening and relationships that are being built on a global level at COP27 coming up. I know that there's a lot going on as well. So just give us and our audience a snapshot of where we are today.
Sure. Thank you again for having me today. So my role at the company as Chief Sustainability Officer is really to pull together our entire organization to work on these very ambitious climate goals that we've set. You mentioned at the start that we have a commitment to be carbon neutral in our products and operations by 2040. We have a goal of eliminating tailpipe emissions from our light-duty vehicles by 2035, and we're really well on our pathway to achieving that. We've made great progress on our renewable energy commitment. We have a goal there to be 100% renewable energy in our operations by 2025 in the US and 2035 globally. We've announced a number of EVs that we're really excited about. Just last week, Mary Barra introduced the Chevy Equinox, which is a very affordable EV, starting at around $30,000. So really gets to the mass market and really the biggest vehicle segment that's out there to help accelerate this transition to an all-electric future. We've got great partnerships with our suppliers. We issued a ESG supplier pledge this year that really gets at our suppliers also making a commitment around their own carbon neutral goals, as well as focus on human rights and their supply chain to ensure that we have a very sustainable supply chain associated with that as well. So really exciting things happening, great progress being made towards these really ambitious goals that we've set.
Yeah, fantastic. And you're really looking at that entire value chain. That's so critical. This is why we have the leaders in the various sectors here on this panel, so we can get some insight and really showcase what others can be doing. What are the lessons learned? So many challenges have been overcome by the leaders in these sectors. Let's accelerate those that are trying to also reach these standards that have been set. So let's move to you, Greg.
Well, thank you again for having me. So Stanley Black & Decker is the world's largest hand power and power tool manufacturing company. We also make outdoor products as well, so drills, saws, leaf blowers, mowers, those kinds of things. We are motivated by our corporate purpose, which is for those who make the world. Those who make the world are the people who would be manufacturing our products or people who are using our products to make a living, and our ESG commitments underpin that. They include things related to people, things related to the planet, and things related to our products. So we have some commitments to empower 10 million makers by the end of 2030, and we're working along that continuum. In the planet space, zero waste to landfill and going carbon neutral. And for the products, we're doing a lot in the sustainable innovation space in terms of electrification. My role is to be our primary, with my team, our primary contact and engager with government stakeholders, but we also pull together a lot of the other stakeholders for the company so that we can drive some of these priorities forward.
Fantastic. And this is no easy feat, right? These are heavy industries. This is a transition that if can be made in these industries, then there's really no excuse. Within the industry, for the rest of the companies that are participating, and across all other sectors too. This is exactly what we need to showcase, is that every sector can transition, no matter how archaically impossible it might have seemed. And similarly true for Siemens. Yes, Matt?
Yes, yeah, hi, Sweta. Good morning. Good to see you again. Thanks for having me. Siemens is committed to net zero in our operations by 2030. We've also made commitments within our supply chain and Scope 3 in general. Within that, we've committed to at least 50% physical emissions reduction, which is really important in the how we do the what. And we've also really come alongside our supply chain to enable them, along with our businesses, to achieve their own goals. And so our team is responsible for executing on those commitments, on the details within that how and the physical emissions reduction within our own operations and where we can reach. And we're also helping our businesses reach our supply chain and our customers to achieve their own goals. And so it's really important for us to see this sort of unique overlap in focusing on what we do within our own operations as a company, and then taking that and using that as an example in the way that we can see others execute as well and take our businesses to kind of enable that space to happen a little bit broadly. So.
Awesome, I love that. Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt. I was just giving you the thumbs up because, no, exactly that. So, okay, I want to set a little bit more of a landscape here that we can jump off from. So what is sustainability like now in the business landscape as compared to a few years ago? I'm going to start with Kristen. And I think one of the most exciting developments from a government perspective is the Inflation Reduction Act that just passed by the Biden administration just a few weeks ago. And part of that is a rebate part of that huge dollar amount supporting the transition to clean energy is a rebate back to Americans who are going to buy even used electric vehicles. That's really exciting. Up to $4,000 can go back into the hands of Americans. So it looks as though it's not just businesses forging forward, because government's always kind of playing catch up, but it seems as though government's maybe caught up. What do you think? Where is sustainability now compared to then?
Yeah, I mean, great question. And, I would say at General Motors, sustainability was something we've been focused on for a long time. It was called environmental. It was our zero waste goals. It was our energy efficiency projects that we would do in our assembly plants and those type of things. I think sustainability today for us is part of our culture. Mm-hmm. Our sustainability goals, our business goals, and our cultural goals are all one and the same. And so we're all working towards the same ambitions. When you think about what we're focused on, and one of the things that's really important at General Motors is that this transition is inclusive. This transition to an all-electric future brings everybody along with us. And we talk a lot about equitable climate action as a big focus for us, and that includes things like our workforce, EV access and having affordable products across every price point and segment, charging infrastructure being available for everybody. And then we started a climate equity fund really to work with grassroots organizations on things that can help solve those in communities that maybe have been disproportionately affected by climate change. In fact, just this week we announced a climate equity collaborative with the National Wildlife Foundation to really bring the youth along with us as well as part of this transition and really addressing those challenges. When you talked about the Inflation Recovery Act, some of the provisions that are in there are very important to this transition as well. And the things like the rebates that will enable people to purchase a used EV and still be part of that transition are important, as well as the investments in manufacturing. GM's made a number of announcements and commitments of U.S. manufacturing base. We've got a number of 4 battery cell manufacturing plants in the U.S., and it's so important to see the resiliency and really making the U.S. a leader in this transition.
Yeah, it couldn't happen fast enough. We have COP27 right around the corner, and the passage of this act puts America back in a position of really showcasing what historically the country's been so proud of, which is leadership in the transition to clean energy. So here we are. Government plays catch up, but it's catching up. So let's go to Matt.
Sure.
I'd love your perspective on this.
Sure. So Siemens was one of the first industrials to make a climate-driven commitment back in 2015. But we recognize that, at this point, I think the biggest shift is that the commitments are a critical first step in the process, but it's really time to get to work, right? So we are proud of the fact that we are really embedding this at all levels and in all functions. And so it really, there's a recognition that not only is it crucial for us as a business, right, to lead in this space, but it's crucial to look across our functions as well, because executing on these ambitious targets really takes more than just the sustainability team, right? It takes supply chain, it takes fleet management, it takes the purchasing folks, and so that's been a shift for us, and embedding it in across the functions and across leadership has also made it really clear that it's good for business. And so we believe that investing in this long-term strategy is really good for our businesses, right? And so Siemens has been around for 175 years, and so we think that investing in this direction it gives us the chance to be around for another 175 years, right? And so that's really our target. And embedding it at all levels and in all functions has been critical for us. So that's been a big shift, and it's been really important.
Sustainability was something, a burden maybe in the past, not for Siemens, but viewed as a burden in the past, and now it's actually good for business. And that's what
right.
Angela and I were talking about when we kicked off the segment, is that narrative, that transition into recognizing that there is economic benefit to be garnered from actually being part of the transition. That is a massive shift in how we think about this. Yeah. What are your thoughts on this, Greg?
Well, thank you. So for Stanley Black & Decker, sustainability right now really brings in a lot of the inputs from our end users and also leverages our expertise and innovation. So if you look at our electrification journey, we're seeing more and more end users looking for outdoor power tools that are electrified as opposed to another power source. In 2018, that was about 11%. Now it's up to about 20%. We expect it to be at 75% within 5 years. So we took our battery innovations that we've had for many, many years in the power tool space and have increasingly applied them to the electrification space so we can satisfy the demands of those consumers and also realize our ESG goals as a result.
Fantastic. So this really is where the trends are going. Consumers are demanding it. Businesses are recognizing it's better for longevity. It seems as though we're moving in the right direction. Okay, I've been accused of being over-optimistic in the past. So I'm going to bring it back down to earth. Are we actually doing this fast enough? Is this transitioning happening at pace? You all know the science. We lead with the science. We align business. We hope to align business practices to the science. Of course, evidence-based policies is what supported the Inflation Reduction Act from being passed by the Biden administration just a few weeks back. So the science says that we need to transition quickly. Are we able to accomplish this in time? I'd love to hear from you, Kristen.
Yeah, I absolutely, I think so. I think one of the things that's really exciting in this space is General Motors has set some super ambitious goals, as have other companies as well. And in many cases, we're finding that we can go faster than we thought we could. Our renewable energy is a great example that we originally set that goal back in 2016 to be 100% renewable by 2050. And we accelerated it once to 2035, and then last year we brought it up to 2025 in the US. And it's just a great example of, as companies engage and make a commitment, as we make this transition to an all-electric future, it's only going to be zero emissions if it's using green energy to charge the vehicles. And so adding that additionality to the grid, working across sectors, whether it be public and policy, consumers, different industries, to really work together to make the transition as fast as we can. And we only have one planet, we all share it.
Yeah, and we pulled it off before. It's not like we're trying to create a miracle that has no historical context. We have been able to collectively come together as a global population and overcome some massive challenges in the past. So it takes that cooperation, it takes that collaboration, it takes those who might be skeptical to still support good actions that are being put forward by companies. We need to see different industries pivot, and we need to support that pivot. There's no other choice. So, okay, so I did my pessimistic question for the day, but before we move on, I'd love to hear your points of view on this as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree that the majority, much of the technology that we need to decarbonize the operations of companies like ours is here, right? So pace is the question. How quickly can we scale? And you're absolutely right that pace comes with, I think, the recognition that ecosystems are crucial. So we all have something to bring to the table. Our businesses have a lot of the solutions that each other needs to get there. Kristen and GM is a great example. We have 10,000 vehicles in our fleet here just in the US. And so GM is a partner that we need to electrify that fleet going forward. That's a huge piece of our Scope 1 emissions that we've committed to go 100% electric. And so that kind of recognition that we all have something to bring to the table, and that the only way to get there is if we all bring our best and recognize that connecting each other through an ecosystem of solutions is the best way to make it happen fast.
Absolutely. Please.
And I
Greg.
would add that some of that too, to accelerate, is partnerships with other companies also. So, I think about at Stanley Black & Decker, we partnered with the Eastman Chemical Company to come up with a recycled plastic line of Black & Decker power tools. We partnered with our big customer, the Home Depot, to improve sustainable packaging. Things like that can really help us get to a place that we may not have been able to do just by ourselves.
And fun fact that I'm curious to see your opinion on, Greg, that I just learned at the Green Tech Festival, which many of you were involved with as well. This was just last week, leading up to Climate Week New York City. I learned that just in America alone, 99.9% of companies are small and medium-sized enterprises. Now, you're large multinationals, but when you talk about this collaborative landscape, to what extent does it include these small and medium enterprises? Because we know that, another fun fact, we know that something like 70 million Americans are employed by small and medium enterprises, right? So how do you see the relationship between you as leaders in the sector, as multinationals, to establish those relationships to help move these companies along, or to just share some lessons learned? Greg.
Sure. So as I mentioned, we are moving in our electrification journey into more electrified outdoor products. One of those products is a chainsaw, which requires lubrication for the chain and the blade. So we actually partnered with a small company. We incubated the company through an accelerator situation, and we co-designed a biodegradable lubricant that now can be used in many of our chainsaws. So whether it's the larger companies or the smaller companies, we're collaborating across the board there.
Yeah, fantastic. Please.
Yeah, so we've just announced, along with our financial services organization, a Kickstarter campaign and fund that is dedicated to small and medium enterprises, a lot of whom sit within our supply chain, to become invested in their targets and their execution on those targets. And so that's a $100 million fund that our financial services group is putting towards decarbonization projects focused on small and medium enterprises, again, a lot of which we see within our supply chain. And so, of course, we have a vested interest, but it's just a good example of a space where we see opportunity and a need that maybe we haven't necessarily always addressed in the same way, but we're taking advantage of the capabilities across our businesses to bring that to other companies that we rely on to do our business as well. And so that Kickstarter is just a great example of how we're coming along, and the SME Climate Hub is involved in that, and we're talking a lot about that this week as well. And so there's a big opportunity there, not just for us to bring them along and to begin to help them address what is our Scope 3, but it's a really good opportunity for our businesses to get engaged with their customers in a different way.
Yeah, fantastic. Kristen, please.
Yeah, I would say two quick things. So first, the supplier pledge that we talked about, General Motors has over 20,000 suppliers. So anything we can do to help them on their transition to carbon neutrality and things that they can do in their own supply chain is really important. So helping them source renewable energy, with our size and scale, we're able to make the right connections, as well as to give some frameworks and understanding of how it's been done internally. Another example is really looking for those opportunities where we can invest and we can help the transition faster. Last year, General Motors invested in a company called Wind Catching Systems, which is a offshore wind developer that's changing from the standard large turbine to an array of turbines, which uses much less real estate to be able to provide the same amount of energy. So really innovative technology. In fact, just this week it was announced as Fast Company's Sustainability Award. So, General Motors isn't necessarily in the business of offshore wind, but we are in the business of changing and really addressing climate change. And so it enables us to really accelerate what needs to happen in the entire ecosystem as we make those partnerships with other companies.
Yeah, it was really surprising for me to learn that is the majority of businesses really are those small and medium enterprises. So how critical it is to really ensure that they can also be part of this conversation and really succeed, right? Because if we're not supporting and helping these businesses to accomplish the goals that have been, many of them also coming internally, sure, but many of these are now being required. And are we setting these businesses up for success? So it comes down to leaders again, multinationals again, to give that support and to bring all business on board with this whole transition and movement. So great, thank you for clarifying that question. What do you wish you knew then that you know now? So I'll start with Kristen, and then I'll go to Greg. I like mixing up the panel as much as I can. But feel free to jump in. But go ahead. What do you wish you knew then? What might that have accelerated or changed in GM's pathway towards all of these ambitions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the that we can do more than we even think we can. And so, you know, when we first announced our ambitious goals around carbon neutrality and an all-electric future, we really led the transformation of the industry. And, you know, I think there was a lot of questioning of, can you really get there? And like we showed with our renewable energy goal, like we've shown with the announcements that we've made on our vehicles and the launches that are coming, you know, we'll have 1 million EV capacity in the US and in China by 2025. Nobody could have thought of that, you know, 5 years ago. And so I think really seeing how quick we can accelerate, and we're proud to be leaders in the industry. We changed the industry over 100 years ago, and we're going to transform it again. And so I think really just seeing that, setting a goal out there, you can get there faster than you think you can.
Wow. Okay. I like that very much. Greg, please.
And for Stanley Black & Decker, I would say that it's the importance of public-private partnerships to deliver scale. So in our goal towards empowering 10 million makers by 2030, we have launched a campaign now, $25 million Global Impact Challenge, we call it, to specifically give bids to nonprofits that can help us with those programs. So again, a maker is somebody who would be, you know, late career or in career, that would be a manufacturing person, or potentially somebody who would use one of our products to make a living. So we partnered, for example, with the Manufacturing Institute, the charitable arm of the National Association of Manufacturers, to provide those people with a manufacturing type apprenticeships. And another organization is Construction for Change, which provides opportunities for people in the tradesman space, which are the people who use our tools to make a living. But without those public-private partnerships, it's much harder to achieve the scale that we need to meet the ambitious goals.
Oh, fair enough. See how important it is to work together? That's the takeaway. Matt, please.
I would just add that I think that language is really important. And so being really specific and clear with the way we communicate our targets and things that, you know, that we're used to saying every day, that is really important that we're clear about how that's applied within our businesses and outside. I think that making this topic accessible is the best way to bring more people on board. And so, you know, education comes along with that. So I think that it's not that it's too, you know, it's not too late, right, for this. It's a continuous process that that we're doing both within Siemens, and our team spends a lot of time trying to educate our employees, you know, the broader base, as well as those outside the company. I think that continuing to educate and bringing those in to allow them and really kind of empower them to own the topic once they understand how they can take what they do every day in their job, whatever that role might be, and really apply that sustainability and sort of climate-focused lens to it is really important. And I think it's a continuous process.
Absolutely, and to pay it forward, right? And that's not just to feel good. It's part of what needs to happen to really see sectors transition. And then it happens to also feel really good. So it's a win-win. Okay, you're not allowed to say the same thing you just said for the next question. But what are you seeing in your company today? What's the development that you are most proud of or impressed by, or would like to highlight and showcase? And is that true for the industry at large, or should it be true for the industry at large? We can't say public-private partnerships, and we can't say communication, but I mean, those are very good things. But Kristen, why don't we start with you?
I mean, I guess the thing I would say I'm most proud of in the company is that sustainability is becoming part of everyone's job. It's no longer an add-on into what we do. It's just like safety and quality. They're at the base of what all of us are focused on. And so whether it's more sustainable materials from a design standpoint, or the engineer that's thinking about you know, the recyclability or the materials that they're using as they're designing the product. So they design sustainability in from day one, or the technician in our assembly plants that's focused on saving energy. And it's just like everybody has to have safety and quality at the core. Sustainability is now at the core as well.
It needs to be integrated into every role, regardless of what that role is, right?
It's not some other group that's going to do it. Everybody has to have a part.
And I would just say, for the point that you raised, we're seeing that in the U.S. government as well. We're seeing this sustainability communication effort and incorporating equitability, so the outcomes of all of this transition to clean energy that America is hoping to make is truly reaching Americans in the most equal fashion possible, and that's integrated across all the different agencies. Similarly, that's a trend that we're seeing throughout, which is really, it's exciting, and I hope I didn't steal somebody's answer. I hope I didn't just steal somebody's answer, but the government's doing it too, so go for it, Matt.
So the bridge between digitalization and decarbonization is a space that we're really proud of being active still in, but I think it's the communication on the fact that digitalization is decarbonization, and that our focus on our digital industry group, along with sort of the core business that Siemens has always been engaged with on the smart infrastructure side of things, that IoT is now, connecting devices is now the way to decarbonize, right? It's a path towards taking facilities to net zero. And so we're focused on bringing that digital ecosystem to the market and enabling this sort of partnership mentality that we talk about in a real marketplace. And so we've launched our accelerator platform that is that space for Siemens and our partners to come together. And one of those areas that I think will see the most benefit is in this decarbonization space. And so really just applying this digitalization mindset that yes, is rooted in data and connected devices, but taking that to the next step to really show how that will lead towards decarbonization is a space that we see a lot of opportunity. A lot of that work's been done for a long time, but it's sort of applying that new lens to begin to understand the broader impact with just a little bit of a tweak. So I think it's a big space for us right now and our customers as well.
Okay, fantastic. Good one. That's a good one for sure. Greg, please.
Well, and I guess I'm the government relations guy up here, but I am going to say that one of these trends that we're seeing here is the importance of things being business-led. So I feel like in places where we need to hire manufacturing employees, it's important that the workforce have the skills of the 21st century. And we've struggled with that in some places over time. And I'll just take as an example Connecticut. So Stanley Black & Decker, working with other business community members, working with academia, with schools, with the state government, a great partner, and others in society, has nicely assembled that ecosystem to put together a digital skills credential. And the program has attracted some state grants, it's attracted some federal grants in recent legislation. It's attracted nonprofit grants to be able to, again here, scale the ability for people to get the skills that companies like ours need to hire them when they graduate and come down the street with a specific digital credential. And business had to take the lead in that, and it's worked out very well. I think that's a trend.
Absolutely, and you see it in the expectation of this transition, right? And all the policies that are supporting it. So we're in New York City, it's Climate Week New York City, and the Climate Mobilization Act was passed 3 years ago. And the city of New York has a long way to go, but is really actively looking to build resiliency in buildings, making them more carbon energy efficient. That's a fantastic ambition. It's now been codified. How do you bring the workforce along to ensure that you're not just ensuring that the transition happens and that regulations are followed, but that workers are getting the skills they need to really succeed and be part of this transition, to be excited by this transition? That is something that local government, federal government, and multinational companies really need to ensure is part of this conversation, is part of the plan, the strategy. So it sounds like all three of you are really taking that on. So that's excellent. Leave no one behind, right? This is the clean future that really brings people on board, because the one thing we all have in common, even though we love to fight with each other and we sometimes forget, is that we do actually want a more breathable, pollution-free economy and in the future where people have clean jobs and opportunities. So On that note, what advice do you give your peers? And I'm going to go to Matt first. What advice do you give your peers to be able to support their staff, to support policies?
I think I would finish with be optimistic. So I think that being optimistic is not just hoping for the best, right? And just crossing our fingers that we'll all get there. I think optimism and being optimistic, particularly in settings like ours, right, in the corporate setting, is about having confidence that the solutions are either here or coming, and that if we're optimistic about applying them, then we can get there faster than we think, and that we can do it in a way that brings everyone along, that leads by example. And so I think that we heard it some last week, actually, and sometimes we get stuck in the difference between creating urgency, which is necessary, with a doom and gloom kind of message, and on the flip side, trying to bring folks along. And so I don't know that the doom and gloom always lands the way we want it to land in terms of creating that urgency. And so I would say be optimistic with your teams and with your leadership that every company and everyone at those companies has a role to play in leading, and it's good for your business. And so I think the optimism is a place that hopefully we can all hold on to this week and take it back when we go home.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. You're in good company. We are optimistic. We are solution oriented.
That's right.
We can overcome the climate crisis together. Greg, please.
And I would say, don't go it alone. I mean, companies or entities will set a plan and have metrics to drive against. That's terrific. But to really accomplish it, you're going to have to look, take your blinders off, look at other people inside the company, look at other partners, nonprofits, NGOs, government, you name it. And through that collaboration, I think, is really where the magic's going to happen.
Okay.
I love how aligned we all are. So,
that's great.
I would say be inclusive. Certainly, we strive to be the most inclusive company in the world. We've talked about the fact that this takes all of us to be successful and all of us to get where we want to go. The other, I would say, be ambitious, and set ambitious goals. My mom used to tell me growing up to shoot for the moon, and if you don't make it, at least you're one of the stars.
Right.
And I think it's the same thing here, that we have to set real ambitious goals, and if we miss one or miss a little step, we've still accomplished a lot, and we got to really focus on what the end game is.
So don't be scared of being ambitious. Exactly. I love that.
Exactly.
I love that. We share that culturally. My parents said the same thing. I thought it was an Indian thing, but we share.
I have Polish heritage, so
we as humans have more in common than not. We have to remember that. So final question, final takeaway for you. Thank you so much for your time on this panel and giving us that insight. Sometimes companies can be seen as a black box. So to be able to get some real insight into what's happening, that transparency is critical for building trust and for building excitement, mobilization for others in your space and others maybe not in your space. Let's break down these silos across these various hard industries or heavy, hard to abate industries, as they say. It doesn't sound like that's true. It sounds like if you have the right intentions in place, even the perceived hardest to abate industries will follow in line with the climate ambitions that have been set at the global level, federal level, local, city, state level. So thank you for giving us that insight into what's going on at your respective companies. Last question for you, and the last, you each have 20 seconds. Are we going to overcome this climate crisis from your unique vantage point? Let's start with Greg.
I sure think so. I think that with alignment and collaboration, as we've discussed, it can be done.
Kristen.
Absolutely. I think we're all in, and you hear all the other companies are in, the governments are in. I really think we can achieve it.
Yeah, the momentum is here, and I think we have to take advantage of the momentum, and that's where sort of this urgency comes in, like I mentioned. And I think that it's weeks like this, it's conversations like this, it's recognition that it's going to take all of us to go back and then really get to work. There's some fundamental work that we can do in the next few years that puts us way ahead of a trajectory that allows us to get there in time. So, absolutely.
Because we don't have time. Thank you so much. Really appreciate each of you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, I certainly learned a lot, Angela. That was quite the panel, and giving us that insight into what's happening at these leaders in their sectors. And, it starts there. It starts somewhere, and then it trickles through the companies in the sector, respectively. So what was your takeaways from what you heard?
I mean, I heard a lot of stuff I really like. Obviously, they talked about embedding it. It can't be like a small group of sustainability people. It needs to be everyone. I really like Greg's point around collaboration, too. I think this is one of the things that I find the most exciting, right? Like these unlikely partnerships, either between like fierce competitors. We saw it in heavy duty automotive where like Volvo, Scania, and Daimler came together.
Right.
Like, who would have thought that would have ever happened? But they needed to. They needed to because they were lacking charging infrastructure and nobody else was going to do it for them, so they needed to. But also partnership cross sectors, right? These were three quite different companies, and yet you can see their struggles are the same. So if we're going to figure out circularity, it's going to take not, automotive working over here, retail working over here. It's going to take everyone really working to create those circles. Same with decarbonization, same with everything. So I think these unlikely partnerships are going to be super exciting to follow on.
And you're in a good position to be able to see that and to be able to connect those dots, right? That's the role management consultants play, is being able to problem solve based on learnings from other clients and from other just perspectives, and bringing in in-house expertise, but also external expertise. So based on all of that, what do you think is the most, where do you think like a company such as Kearney can really make the most impact? Is it helping those partnerships? Is it breaking down those silos, connecting those dots? Where can Kearney help accelerate some of these companies in meeting their ambitions?
I mean, honestly, I share the optimism, but we also need to be realistic about how hard this will actually be. We all want to do it. We can absolutely do it, but it's going to require some work. So unfortunately, I don't think there's a silver bullet to say, like, Kearney will come in, we'll do this for you, done. Because it's going to be a lot of things. Absolutely, bring those partners together. What happens if we take a recycling company and bring them into the design phase of a production company? What happens then, when you can design for what will happen end of life with your product? So it's going to be that, but it's also going to be, how do you build a net zero factory? How do you work with the carbon cube to decarbonize your supply chain? How do you include those sustainability criteria when you do procurement? It's going to take a lot of things, and a lot of things will need to happen at once. And that's why you need the entire business working and not just a few people.
Let's talk about a few other of the things that we heard. So what about the training and education component? So public-private partnerships, one major takeaway for sure that these very different companies agreed upon, and that training and education, and I hate that this all gets grouped together, but I would like to talk about these in turn, but as a group, training, education, communication, why is that so key and critical? And where does Kearney place that in the prioritization of how to support their clients in transitioning to clean energy?
It's really part of what we call ESG transition. It's really part of setting your house in order. We talked about it earlier, right? Nobody knows how to do procurement better than the procurement department. Nobody knows how to design a product better than the design people and the engineers. So it's not about everybody having to be a sustainability expert and knowing everything about sustainability. It's just about people taking what they already know and applying another filter. Like Kristen said, this is just like safety, quality, cost, price. It's just another filter to watch what you're doing through. And once you do that, that's when the magic happens. So we need to train people so they understand, the environmental and social impact of what they do, and the impact it has on what they do.
And I think I might have stolen this answer from one of the panelists, but equitability is so key too, right? We really need to bring everyone along. This is not one person wins, one person loses out. We have a shared planet. Pollution does not respect borders, these arbitrary human-made borders. And definitely solutions shouldn't respect borders either. So how do we create equitability in the outcomes, in the economic benefit that is garnered, so that we are really, it's more just, it's more fair, and truly it's more secure? Because if everybody is uplifted, then everybody really benefits from that as well.
Honestly, we can't fight the climate crisis without fighting inequality, and vice versa, because we all know that climate change is, it's not fair. It's going to impact some more than others, and it's not going to be the ones causing it that are impacted the most. So you can't have one without the other. And that's also something that Carney and businesses like ours can do to really show how the E and the S and the G fits together. And when you actually work on all three of them at the same time, that's when you get the really big benefits. But you have to understand the impact of what you're doing. Also something many businesses need help with. There's so much to do. How do you prioritize? Should we sponsor young women to get an education in India? Should we focus on child labor in Bangladesh? What should we do? Should we, secure mobility systems, food? There's so much to do, and it can be a bit overwhelming. I always say connect it to the core business. What is your core? What are your values? And then make sure to measure also the social impact to see that, in lack of a better word, you want that bang for your buck, right? You want to make sure you get as much impact as possible. And there are models to do that, to help steer the effort so we don't just, run around and do whatever came to us in the moment.
Right.
Everything
Being
needs
really
to be
strategic.
strategic, but also base it on facts and data. Right. This is not a guessing game. You need that data, you need that solid analysis to really make sure you're doing the right things.
So I mentioned it in the panel that companies are usually way ahead of government, of academia, just generally. We're constantly innovating, and it's an environment that sees quicker returns on investment. So there's that incentive to innovate, to self-regulate, especially when some of these innovations could result in the lack of public support or government support, right? So getting ahead of any of that. Smart companies will do that. And we see in academia, which is far behind, and government, which is far behind, now this realization that some of these things, the silos need to come down, and these different concepts we're talking about really need to be integrated. Like equitability needs to be part of the climate sustainability conversation, which needs to be part of every part of government, from the transportation agency to the environmental protection agency to the Department of Energy. Similarly, in academia, you're seeing these walls come down. So you are bringing in social scientists to engineers to create a real collaborative effort. So companies have been way ahead of this ballgame, right? So talk to us a little bit about that recognition of how really interfacing within your company has worked out for you, and then how, like you were saying before, Kearney is able to connect those dots between very different companies to be able to share good ideas, to be able to accelerate solutions, because that's a role that is really needed and unique, again, in your management consulting space.
I mean, you need to constantly develop. I think we've seen examples through digitalization or just in general of businesses that stop develop, right? They do something, it's great, it's fantastic, and they're super happy with it, and they rest. And then if you're not moving forward, you're really moving backwards, right? So they go real quickly from leader to laggard.
Right.
And I liked what one of the panelists said. We've been in business 175 years. We want to be in business 175 more, right? And how are we going to be that? Can we be in business in 20, 30, 50 years if we don't offer sustainable products? If we haven't secured our supply chain? If we're not offering, equal opportunity and value to our coworkers? No, probably not. This is about staying relevant and being in business. Will we afford to use as much virgin material as we do today 20 years from now? No, it's not going to work. So I really think that businesses are at the forefront, because this is just business development, and we need to really step away from the idea of sustainability being its own thing.
Right.
We have sustainability people over here doing sustainability thing. This is business development. This is strategy. This is risk mitigation. This is R&D. This is new revenue streams. This is attracting talent. This is attracting investor money. This is business. And obviously, who does business best? Companies. And that's why they should be at the forefront also of the sustainability transition, because this is what businesses do.
So can businesses be businesses and function with a business ethos of giving returns to their shareholders and still truly also support a science ethos, a sustainability ethos? Do those things complement each other? Don't they?
I think so. I think so, because it's a lot of, like we spoke about earlier, it's a lot of cost reduction, it's a lot of new, attracting new customers, et cetera. But most importantly, I think you need to take a long, hard look at your business evaluation model and see, can I reach a 2030 target using the metrics of 2010, right? Maybe there's not a 3-year return of invest on this project, but maybe you lose 50% market share if you don't do it, right? So you need to assign a value to sustainability, and you need, even more importantly, to assign a cost to an action, because my bet is that cost is gonna be really, really high.
Oh, exactly. This is the thing, and that's, we'll learn it in elementary school, and then we kind of forget the reality of what happens when we don't act. It's not kind of hammered into us beyond those elementary school years.
There is no status quo. That's the thing.
Yes.
We sometimes pretend that, we can stay here, or we go here. No, it's too hard. It's too expensive. I'll just stay down here. But there is
That
no
doesn't
down
exist.
here. The bottom's falling out, right? You either move forward or you get left behind.
So what do you say to the critics of business that maybe, it's hard to acknowledge all critics of business that are just saying that capitalism or the future of growth is a myth, right? And so how do you respond to that? Is that accurate? Do they have a valid point that they're making here? Is it possible that businesses really just don't have a role or place in society? As insane as that sounds, that's sometimes the extreme criticisms that are received.
We all have a role to play, right? And I do applaud them for calling out businesses and for pushing, always pushing, and making us question just old truths. I think that's fantastic. Can you decouple growth from emissions? Yes, we've seen it happen. Businesses have made that happen. So we absolutely can. Will it be easy? No. Does that mean we shouldn't do it? Absolutely not. So I think absolutely that there is a role, but we need to rethink it. And, we've mentioned circular quite a few times. I think in circularity lies the key to a lot of our frustrations. But it's absolutely doable, and businesses do have a role to play. They're not going anywhere before 2030, and by 2030, we need to decarbonize with 43%. So obviously, they need to play a role.
Let's not forget that fun fact, 70 million Americans, just in America alone, are employed by businesses.
Yes.
So we absolutely have to work together with the private sector, public sector, create these collaborations, partnerships, ultimately to create a new future, maybe better than anything we've constructed in the past. One that is more equitable, one that's more breathable, one that is more just and fair. And it sounds like we're on the right track, and where we can support companies that are looking to make the right decisions, we are all for that, because everyone has a role to play. Companies need to pivot that have historically polluted, and that will result in ultimately a win-win across society. So
for sure. And if we can help them do that a little bit faster, a little bit more efficient, then we've done what we can do too.
All right, well, we're counting on you, Angela, to do exactly that.
Gonna do my
for your
best.
clients. Thank you so much for your insights.
For having me.
And we look forward to continuing to have this conversation through COP27 and beyond.
I'll
Thank
see you
Angela.
there. Thank you.
Introduce Christina Fursley, and she is the Vice President and Global Head of Public Affairs and Environmental Social Governance at WeWork, the flexible working company that now has some 700 locations worldwide. Firstly, thank you so much for providing a home for We Don't Have Time here at your wonderful premises in New York, in Manhattan. We're very thankful that we can have this studio here. And secondly, Chris, can you tell me a little bit about WeWork's approach to ESG, particularly what the company is doing in terms of sustainability in the US, maybe overseas? It's up to you.
Great. Well, thanks, Nick, for having us. We're happy to be here, happy to host Our Home is Your Home here today or anywhere else events around the world. As you mentioned, yes, I am at WeWork. I've been here for the last year and a half or so, most recently leading ESG at the company. I will say that we do take a global approach to ESG, and our focus really lies on what I like to call our secret sauce, which is our community. So you're here today, you see the community team here welcoming. We have this team everywhere around the world that connects with different businesses of all sizes at all times throughout the day around the world. What we're trying to do is make sure we include the connectivity of the E, the S, and the G, the environmental, the social, and the governance together under one global umbrella focused on impact through that power of community. We have programs in place that focus on equity, focus on impact in business, focus on sustainability, which I'm excited to talk a bit more about today. And we really track and measure those to make sure holistically we're looking at a global program with impact and then layering it down per region, per nation, per city, per building, which has been exciting to create. Yeah.
Okay, and one thing I think I learned from chatting with you the other day is that you're also sourcing increasingly renewable energy for some of your offices, and that's amazing. Yeah.
We're at nearly 200 buildings that are operating on 100% renewable energy throughout the world, and we're hoping to increase that and set goals to make sure that that is worldwide. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So we're lucky to also hear, I think, about something called WeWork Changemakers. Sustainability is one of those words that some people they just go over. Sustainability series pitch competition, right? So can you tell us a little bit more about it or that, and how did it begin?
Would love to. So as I mentioned, it's one of our programs that we put in place using our community, our power of community. Last Earth Month, on Earth Day, we announced the competition, which allowed any business who is focused on improving the planet in some way, whether that's through carbon emissions, renewable energy, scaling impact, was able to apply to win a free WeWork office space and or passes, all access passes for a year in order to help them grow their business. They also received a mentorship with our partner, Oatly, in the competition. And we hosted it across 6 different cities throughout 3 weeks. It was a lot of travel.
Yeah.
Met some great companies, all of which did receive some sort of access to WeWork space. But the winners received their own private office, up to 20 people for a year, plus that mentorship. And we've been thrilled to see their companies grow and thrive since then. Yeah.
And I imagine in your new sustainability report next year, hopefully, that you're bringing out, they will feature in that.
We are going to speak to that as well as some other programs that we've launched. But it was so hard to judge the competition. It was dear to my heart. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really tough indeed. Yeah. Well, actually, we don't have to wait for the sustainability report coming out next year. I think we actually are lucky to have 2 of the winners of the NYC event here today. And so let me introduce Jeffrey Prosserman, the CEO of VaultPost, and Ryan Lee of CEO Revert. If you'd like to come on stage, I'm going to find a couple of more chairs. Let's just slide them over like that, shall we? So that, there we go. And that's super. Come and join us, gentlemen, on this wonderful stage we have here. Okay, great. Okay, can you tell us, well, not us, but the audience out there that's watching right now, and probably maybe this camera here one could have a look at. Can you tell us a little bit more about your businesses and how you work to create a more sustainable future? Maybe, Ryan, you can start first, and then we'll go to Jeff.
Sure, absolutely. This is Ryan, CEO and co-founder of Revert Technologies. We make AI-enabled power outlets to make energy saving easy, rewarding, and stylish for the conserver. Specifically, we're concerned with the constant power draw of modern electronics in your home. So those appliances, think about the 2 a.m. standby printer, the red dot on your TVs after you turn them off. We want to cut power off to those to conserve energy for you with our Teak Smart Cube.
Okay, very interesting. I said Jeff because that just was almost instinctive for me to say Jeff rather than Jeffrey, but is it Jeff or Jeffrey?
It's perfect. Either one is good.
Okay, fine. I'm
people
Nicholas,
closest to me will call me Jeffrey.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I'm
it.
Nicholas, but only when I was in trouble with my father. Most people know me as Nick, so yeah.
Perfect.
So tell us about what are you doing with sustainability with your business? Yeah.
Yeah, sounds great. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
We started VaultPost with the goal to decarbonize mobility by democratizing electric vehicle charging access. And we're doing that by retrofitting lampposts and light poles into EV chargers. This significantly reduces the cost the timing and the footprint for charger deployment in cities, and really opens up charging access in an affordable way across all communities.
Okay. Are you both operating nationally in the United States, or are you focusing on the East Coast, or how's it going?
Oh, I can go first. We're on Kickstarter right now in our debut product launch, so we're available for pre-order in the U.S. first.
Okay. Okay.
And for us, we have offices in New York and San Francisco, thanks to the WeWork team for winning that award, getting us set up here. And we have our first project with the New York City Department of Transportation. We're running a pilot right now. We have our second project in Detroit with the Detroit Smart Parking Lot.
Okay. What stood out? I mean, you said it was hard to. It's always hard with competitions, right? To judge who's going to be the winner, but somebody has to be the winner. That's the kind of society we live in. Maybe everybody should win. But what stood out with these two?
So I will say in New York was the only city where we actually had two winners because we actually couldn't just choose one.
Right.
So we were lucky to have two. For me, for Ryan, it was, first off, the data and the science was there for both companies no matter what. It's measurable, the impact is very clear, and that was a non-negotiable. Second, for Ryan, it was the accessibility. Anyone can order these to their home, plug it in. You don't have to rewire, you don't have to change something. It's just easy to do and something anyone can do to make an impact.
Yep.
And then for Jeff, it was the posts are there. They exist. The Volt posts are already all over our cities. It's a matter of rewiring and doing the app, which again is so accessible and so easy to pull the trigger on that we couldn't choose, and we're happy to have them both. Yeah.
A lot of people waste a lot of money in the home, right? I'm sure a lot of businesses do as well, particularly smaller businesses probably, and medium-sized ones who don't really know what they can do and don't have the teams out there, legions of people to identify the losses. What is the loss happening in a household, say, for example, from gadgets and stuff that's just chewing up electricity and doing nothing? Yeah.
Yeah, just give a quick example of an electric toothbrush. That was under the request of one of the backers on Kickstarter. They want us to measure that. It's a 1 watt wasted power, but if you aggregate that over long periods of time, say a year, it's 9 kilowatt hours of wasted energy and about 8 pounds of carbon emissions to the atmosphere. And for reference, that's 24 times the weight of that toothbrush.
Okay.
So that's how much you're putting out there. And now think about all the devices in your home. In aggregate, that's 10% of your monthly utility bill, 5% of your annual household carbon emissions, and 25 gigawatts of wasted power across the nation, just like that.
I had to ask that question, Jeff, because I understand exactly why yours is such a great idea. But when you hear these numbers, that also says that's a good idea too. Yeah. So, I mean, yours, I can just imagine, is brilliant because people can basically hook up and charge their electric car without going round and round and round and round the houses. Yeah. So it's great. I'm going to ask, since winning the competition, have your businesses, Jeff, has your business grown, and how's it going?
Yeah, so as I was saying, we secured the 2 pilots since actually winning the award. The first in New York City with the DOT, and we're actually deploying the first unit at an event on Thursday during Climate Week, having a big debut at New Lab, who's been a great partner as well.
Yeah.
The second in Q4 in Detroit with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, Ford, Bosch, and Bedrock, the largest real estate developer, tied to this program called the Detroit Smart Parking Lab, to essentially have this demonstration project and really use it, both of these projects, as a springboard going into next year to scale up across the country.
Great. And yours?
Well, first of all, got to really thank WeWork, giving us the roof, the space.
We're all thanking WeWork today, aren't we?
To build the community for the eco-friendly. But ever since winning the competition, we've made tremendous progress. Now on Kickstarter, 20% left to go, and we're going to hit the production line, producing the first cubes. We're being mentored and supported by resources in New York, as well as the TechStars program. So we're looking to really build something that's out of this world.
And finally, what advice do you have to each of those, all these people out there looking to create a product, start a business with sustainability as its mission? Is there some advice you have for those companies?
I would just say there's a huge climate community and it's growing, and truly, because we have this shared mission to go net zero, it's a race that we need every person to pivot into. If they worked in big tech or finance or just starting out in their career, we need everybody to make that leap who's willing to do so in order for us to get there. I mean, It's very true that we truly don't have time. We have a limited window left. So it's just been such a supportive community. And frankly, if you're willing to take that leap and make the great climate pivot, there's a lot of people on the other side who want to support you in your journey.
Okay, that's really, really interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you again very much for what you've done for us and for these gentlemen too. And we wish you well with all your work and how it goes forward from here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Bye. So now we're very pleased to have Dale Rickett. He's the global head of conference for the Green Tech Festival. He's also a trained cellist, which I found out when we were talking to each other. He lives in Berlin. I live in Berlin in Europe, in Germany. And Dale is an Australian national who graduated with a PhD in music and medicine from the University of Queensland. And Dale has extensive experience in events management and is also a lecturer on the topic at the Berlin, Germany-based SRH, Berlin University of Applied Sciences. Everything in German is a bit longer, isn't it, than it is in English, Dale, yeah. Dale, the Green Tech Festival is becoming an internationally recognized event, which you've held in New York as part of Climate Week. I think you have a short video that we want to play that's going to capture the atmosphere of the events that just took place, which was last week, wasn't it, in New York? Yeah. Team, can we roll this video and get a brief glimpse for our global audience of the Green Tech Fest that was held in New York City? Great. That was a superb video. I really enjoyed it, and I hope the audience did too. Dale, I must say I really enjoyed my time. You kindly invited me to moderate what you call a boot camp session on building sustainable communities last Friday. And I think a lot of amazing ideas emerged for sure. I really liked there was, I think, a French company that are basically repairing things like mobile phones and stuff like that, bringing them back into circularity. I love that. But Dale, the Green Tech Festival is not just about having an intellectual experience or even a good time, but there is a serious purpose to what you're actually trying to achieve. Can you tell the audience what is it all about?
Great. Well, thanks so much, Nick. And look, I think in a way you kind of summed up the two things we aim to balance in our programming. And you talked about fun. I guess we talk about inspiration and motivation. But the other side is, like you said, the serious nature of climate change. And I guess it makes sense first to start by addressing the serious issue. And it's probably been said 1,000 times before, but it can be said again. That is that we are facing a global crisis, which is really, it's an existential threat to our community, to our way of life, and that if we don't address this serious issue, that we will face really systems collapse. So that underlies, I guess, the urgency of what we're trying to create. But we don't actually use that directly in our messaging, because we actually see that, if people who've been in the climate movement since the 90s, and this event has been around for quite a long time, founded in 2008, there was a lot of messaging which is about getting people's attention and saying, guys, the house is on fire, we need to do something. But that kind of messaging isn't always the most effective way to get people to act and really change their behaviour. And so we wanted to balance this issue around urgency with really motivation. And I guess that's the key thing for us. So we have a motto which is celebrate change. And that is really about saying We want to find those solutions, those inspirational people who are doing great work in climate change, celebrate them, shine a light on them so we can use them as a beacon to really usher in a new era in terms of climate action and particularly climate action in business.
No, I think in a sense, we don't have time in Green Tech Festival. I mean, we're different, but I think we share that similar, I don't know, ambition to present the fact that there are shed loads of creative things happening to try and solve the climate crisis, the loss of species all over the world, by companies, by NGOs, by non-for-profits, by institutions and institutes. And I think that the tension, and I suppose I'll come to that point, is that, you know, we all have to make a living, right? We have to be profitable as well. We don't have to be, the Green Tech Festival has, and ensuring that the companies and organizations that we have on the shows are not just grandstanding, but or not just greenwashing, but actually are walking the talk in terms of climate and environmental action. I could tell you how we manage the tension of that, but I was curious how you manage it too, because it is an issue, I think, for our audience and probably for the people that support Green Tech Festival.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's actually a thing that in my work, I have to dance with this tension on a daily basis. So it's something that you have to constantly confront yourself with because, and I think it's, as you said, it's true for you, also for the not-for-profit organizations, you have to understand that there's a fine line between giving people a platform to talk about the good work that they're doing and letting people drift into that area where they're really using this as a PR and marketing tool when there's not real valuable actions behind what they're doing. And I guess maybe it makes sense in terms of talking about where this has come from. I think greenwashing is actually getting worse. And I think that this really is mirrored by the fact that people in business are now taking sustainability more seriously. I mean, you'll remember back in the 90s, again, I love talking about the 90s, don't I?
Let's talk about the 90s. I quite like the 90s as well, actually.
Well, you know, in this era, and even in the 2000s, sustainability was actually a compliance issue. It didn't sit in strategy. It was sitting somewhere between legal and regulation and, you know, government affairs. And if you were a company like, for example, a chemical company, you would have someone looking after health, safety, and environment. But there would only be a couple of people. It wouldn't be a team, and it wouldn't get anywhere near strategy. Once a year, a report would be written, it'd be put in the AGM, and it would disappear again. And if you fast forward, another 20 years, I think you saw the first ever chief sustainability officer. It was somewhere around mid-2000s. And now I would challenge you to find a company that doesn't have one, a major corporation that doesn't have a chief sustainability officer, or at least that representation on the board. So I guess what that means is, particularly in the last 5 years, you've seen sustainability becoming a strategy issue. And that means that there's a huge brand advantage if you can message this well. And there is the danger. And so I guess to answer your question, how we deal with this, we don't want to give our companies and our partners an opportunity to really just grandstand. So we say to them as well that actually change isn't necessarily comfortable and that you need to engage with the audience, you need to engage with critical voices. And I guess, we could give a concrete example. We've been working with Nespresso, for example. Now, Nespresso often gets a bashing in the press. And if you look at it compared to its competitors, actually it's probably not fair because they're a lot better than many of the competitors out there. However, for this year's festival, we encourage them to go into a new series which we've run called Together We Change. And so we bring them on audience with people from the community to go into an open dialogue on the stage, and that actually benefits them as a company in terms of the way that they can message, and also around transformation and getting to really deal with issues that they need to deal with. And so just to make a point there, they went on stage at our festival with Fair Trade and Rainforest Alliance, and the entire process was incredible for everybody involved, for the company and for us as an organisation to be able to message this to the world, but then also for the community to be able to enter into these deeper dialogues.
Well, actually, funny enough, when I was in the boot camp, I think it was a guy from Accenture, bright chap, who said actually that every company in the world should, instead of saying, hey, look at us, how green we are, they should say first, look, we recognize we're not green enough. So in other words, humility first, but we're trying to fix it. And this is how we're trying to fix it. And these are the commitments we are making, and we will come back to you in 5 years or something, and you will see what we said we were going to do and whether we delivered, you know?
Yep.
And it's kind of like turning the whole thing around in a sense, and saying, start from humility first, and then talk about what you're going to do.
It's almost like, a Catholic confessional, isn't it? Gets that pressure off your back so you can go back into the day and say, okay, now let's do better.
Yeah, it's like individuals. We'd all like to be green, but we know that, it was a problem to do that. We're all on a journey as individuals too. I think I'm right in saying that Green Tech Festival started in Germany, but now you're kind of spreading your wings. So you're here in New York. I think you're going on some other cities this year in different countries. What you're spreading your wings. Where's it all going?
Yeah, so you're right. We're on kind of a whirlwind tour at the moment. So we've just finished New York. In 3 weeks, on the 13th and 14th of October, we'll be in London.
Yep.
And then just 1 month later after that, we'll be in Singapore on the 17th and 18th for our final event for this year. But it is part of a global expansion that we're trying to push, push the message in a way. You know, we've seen that the Green Tech Festival in Berlin has grown enormously. You know, if we look at pre-COVID, we peaked at 32,000 real humans turning up to a huge airfield in the center of Berlin. And now we're coming out of the corona restrictions. We're seeing those kind of audiences again. We had 13,000 people coming up to this year's festival, which you were at, weren't you?
I was in Berlin at the festival, so I actually saw it. Yeah, it was in the old Tegel airport, which doesn't exist anymore, and was a bit surreal with all the runways and things like that. But yes, no, it was really very attractive, very interesting, and I remember having a fascinating talk because there was one company there that was making plant-based eggs, scrambled eggs. I tried them; they were quite good. But I said, is this really solving a problem? What's wrong with chickens? Oh my God. I was encircled then by 4 very bright young ladies who told me why chickens were a bad thing. Because I said, well, if they're organic eggs that I eat and the chickens have had a nice life, isn't that okay? But no, it was quite an interesting conversation actually. But a few highlights maybe from the one in New York. Were a couple of things that sticked in your mind that were cool and that sort of came through as new thinking or new products or whatever?
Well, actually, it's interesting. I'll tell a bit of a different story, I guess, because generally our rule is we try to put people on stage who can really give us tangible solutions that can be put in place today. So that's the idea of we want to inspire people with technology which already exists and can fight climate change. Now, I was kind of pushed by the option to have one of the global superstars of fusion energy. Now, of course, fusion energy the joke is it's always 10 years away or 20 years away.
Yeah, this is fusion, nuclear fusion. Where we don't get nuclear waste and we get fantastic amounts of kind of free electricity, really.
Exactly, yeah. So we were contacted by a company called Focused Energies, and one of their chief scientists, Deborah Callahan, she's just absolutely blown the field out of the water by redesigning the reactor with lasers. And
is this the one in Oxford? No.
Not in Oxford, no. I think they're from the National Ignition Facility here in the US.
Ah, okay.
And if you're online, guys, check this out. You'll see the curve of the yield of fusion power over the last 50 years. And it literally goes like this, and then it goes boom to 70% of what's called parity. And she is that 70%, her and her team. So we got her on stage to pitch, and it made me realize that actually it feels tantalizingly close, that fusion energy may not be as far away as we think.
Well, that is very exciting because not many people talk about fusion energy anymore because, as you say, they always thought it was so far off, right? But I mean, that would be like a kind of miracle almost in terms of saving us from climate change if they can pull it off at scale. I mean, that would be incredible. All right, that's a very, very interesting one. I think there are some different groups in different parts of the world now getting very close. The one in Oxford, I think they managed to generate enough clean energy from fusion to light, I think was to make a cup of tea or something like that. It was
cool.
But actually from before it was like nothing, right?
Exactly, negative. Yeah. No, it's really great. And I guess the other thing is, just generally, I mean, you were part of the boot camps. If you can create this kind of diverse community that really engages in change, and I think that's, you noticed you would have had students from Columbia University, you had people coming from all over, startups, investors, and this is really the melting pot that we need to move forward rapidly. And I think for me, wandering around in the afternoon at the festival in New York, after all the keynotes had finished and the panel discussions, and just seeing real change being created was really special for me.
Actually, it was a bit embarrassing for me because there were the two people that said Colombia. And I said, I've been to Bogota. And they kind of looked at me as if I was a bit crazy. And they went, no, we're from Columbia University in the United States. I went, okay, fine. Okay, it's all right. Everybody looking at this issue of how do we walk the talk? How do we, even if we're a small company, how can we verify to all our readers and listeners and whatever that we're doing it? Science-based targets, UN Race to Zero, is that something that you're looking at? Because obviously a lot of big companies doing it, increasingly some medium-sized companies doing it. I know you have a perspective on this.
Yes. Well, look, it might make sense first to talk about what we do, and then I'll talk at the end about science-based targets as well. So in terms of a festival, we're really pushing to be as sustainable as we can. So from the very beginning, when that means going right back to 2008 with the Green Awards, the very first edition, we've been only offering vegetarian food. And with the festival itself, we have sustainable, reusable booth design. So when our exhibitors come, those are all packed up, put away, and ready to be used in future editions. So this is the initial part. Then we work with My Climate and the Green Futures Project to offset all of our emissions in terms of our own personal emissions from our operations, so that basically scope 1, 2, and 3. But particularly, we do third-party emissions as well. So we look into our speakers and their travel, and we calculate as accurately as we can the travel and transport of our attendees, and we then use those offsetting projects to deal with those emissions. Interestingly enough, because the offsetting market is kind of, as you said yesterday, it's the Wild West, and it's kind of...
Well, some of it's the Wild West, we're hoping that these new initiatives like the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative, International Council for the Voluntary Carbon, might shore this thing up a bit. So,
So I guess we don't use that as a big part of our brand. We don't come out and say we're one of the only festivals of major scale that does this offsetting activities, but we do that. Now, coming to science-based targets, I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's so much really hard work has gone into it. I know that the reporting process is very exacting and difficult, but that's important. I guess there's one thing I think we need to move forward with, as a community, and that is getting it towards auditing and really certifying these processes in the long term. So, and I think maybe we need, it's something, the more people invest in and get involved, the better for this as well. And this could be actually a potential role for companies like BCG and PwC to step up and help companies to do their own auditing and then report back, so that they can be a little bit more than just, yes, I made the hurdle and now I'm on I'm on science.
No, that's a good point. And it means that nothing can be sort of in aspic. Everything has to keep moving forward and getting better and better and better, so that claims and other things that are made, people know when it says on the tin, this is climate, whatever, then they know it's true. And I think that will bring a lot more reassurance to the public as well as to investors and others and things.
But it's interesting, since you brought it up with me a couple of days ago, I've been looking into it more again. And I think it's something we should bring back to the company as well. So I will discuss it with them, because I think it's something it is not, like you say, it's not just for the big corporates. It needs to be for everyone in the value chain.
There's something called the SME Hub, which is helping through the Exponential Roadmap and other people to get even the small businesses on board. So I know we're looking at it very hard and close as well. So Dale, thank you so much indeed for being here. It was great to be at your festival, and we wish you all the best for the next next few months in Singapore and London, and obviously into 2023.
Thanks so much, Nick, and it's a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. Great. Our next guest is a multi-talented communicator and social change expert who hails from Peru and the United States. Natalie Vega-Berry is the founder of Global Brain, a social impact not-for-profit creative incubator, and has used her skills to assist the UN on the Sustainable Development Goals, to name but a few of her achievements. She is today developing a new project, New Zero World, aimed at shifting the narrative from climate change to the everything change. Natalia, it's good to see you. Do we need to change the names of our annual climate conferences, the COPs as they're called, from the UN Climate Change Conference to the UN Everything Change or the UN Everything Needs to Change Conference? And if so, why?
Thank you, Nick. I think, but you said it, no? It will be great to do that. It will actually, put the case there. But listen, we have at the Global Brain Foundation come up in response to the need of the UNFCCC on shifting narratives to reimagine the visions of our future. There is a lot of, as you probably know, climate psychology reports and information we're receiving and getting about the lack of action. And why is that? So one of the main things is because the current narratives don't provide any vision of the future, all the visions are doomed. So 53% of young population believe there is nothing to look into and to the future. So it is very a challenge we all face. So the New Zero world is born in that response to this changing narrative to reimagine the visions of the future that we believe is just crucial to catalyze climate action.
Interesting. And I mean, you're a seasoned communicator. Seasoned, I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm an old communicator. You're a glamorous young communicator, but you've got a lot of experience in the communication area. I've done a bit too as a journalist and a comms director at UNEP and the UNFCCC. Can we really imagine that there is a magic recipe, a killer solution to transform everyone everywhere into being on board, being climate activists? Because this is almost like El Dorado a little bit with the gold, isn't it? I mean, it's like, because we'd all love to be able to just pluck the perfect.
Exactly.
But can we get closer to what it might be, if I can put it that way?
Yes, and that is interesting because my background is in advertising. So I worked 25 years in the industry. And I shifted to social impact work. And that's when I started collaborating with the United Nations. That's back in 2013, and this in the past 9 years. And my desire and always my, request and advisory to them was to create a bridge between global policy and mainstream, because there is a lot of need of education, there is a lot of, untapped power that can be utilized. Like, for example, in the advertising industry, there are absolutely expert science and communications, expert science of marketeers, So I think we haven't been really utilized all those superpowers we have at our disposals to really create, world-class strategies and communications that is impactful, but it speaks to the people, that creates culture. You have this amazing brands that more than selling, sometimes they just stand for something, like the likes of Nike and Apple's, and they're brands that are really not advertising their shoes, but they just stand for something, so they identify with their culture and with their consumers. So that is a little bit of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to build a centralized communication hub through the support and through the collaboration of these world-class, strategic communicators and creatives that can help accelerate in new ways the way we need to understand. David Attenborough said, climate change is a communications problem. And it is, because there is a lot of, besides the reimagining of the vision of the future that people really think there is nothing to do about it, there is a tremendous opportunity, tremendous opportunity for solutions. I was just speaking at the Blockchain Business Council conference this morning, and there are a lot of solutions, for example, in that area that can be untapped, and many things that industries can really play a role that are untapped yet. So I'm really hopeful. I think the Christiana Figueres' optimism, it's really what we need to really see that there is also a huge opportunity in this challenge we are facing.
No, Christiana Figueres, I used to work for her. But, even Christiana, at the beginning of her job as the executive secretary of the Framework Convention on Climate Change, when she first took that job, a journalist asked her, will we have a global treaty of nations? And she said, yeah, but not in my lifetime.
Exactly, right?
And then
it happened.
Paris happened. So, I mean, I think it's hard for people now to realize that achieving Paris was an unbelievable achievement after decades and
Totally
decades
agree.
of arguments and pain and suffering from so many people trying to get it. And then it happened. So sometimes you're rolling a big rock up the hill and you have no idea where the top is. But once you get to the top, it can run down the other side.
Exactly.
So we've got a new rock we're pushing up post-Paris now, which is how do we actually implement the dream of Paris, which was a great treaty all in its own, but now it has to be implemented. And it's like, where are we on that journey with the rock up the hill, you know? But it will go down the other side sometime soon.
Yes.
Hopefully sooner rather than later, and that's the key thing, isn't it?
Exactly. The challenge with it, you know, people sometimes ask me, what is the biggest challenge? I always say, time. Time is the worst enemy we have, and we need to address it. But I think setting up targets is helping because at least we have something to look into. Okay, this is what we need to do. We're running out of time with the Sustainable Development Goals. We're running out of time for 2030. So we are seeing and feeling the momentum since Glasgow. I feel Glasgow was a little bit of a turning point in this, spirit of acting and collaborating. I think also I see way more collaboration from organizations, from the private sector, from different actors coming together. For example, to me, one of the amazing forces is the youth. This amazing. To me, they're like the engine of the climate action. They're like the megaphones, and how we can tap also into these young kids to organize themselves and support them in that. So that's another thing we're doing with the New Zero World.
Yes. I'd just say one last thing, because I think it's getting interesting to get back to the advertising, because a lot of my friends of different ages and stuff say to me, yeah, Nick, but this all sounds really good what you say. You're very optimistic. You say this is happening, renewable energy is doubling every 3.5 years, but, and that's great. But I'm confused about if I buy something or whatever, is it really sustainable or not, And some the other day said they bought a vegan wrap from a fast food chain here, but then it turned out there was 2% dairy in it. That makes it not vegan.
Yes.
But maybe the company thinks it's vegan because it's only 2% dairy. So it's like, and I was watching all the advertisements on the subway here in New York just the other day when I was going around. So many ads now about sustainability. But there was kind of a bit of me putting myself in the position of my friends saying, yeah, but how do I know that shoe's sustainable? Even though it looks like it probably is, how do I know? I think this is a frontier right now.
Currently.
The demand and the interest is there, I think, from the public.
And
now.
I think it's going to come more and more as people are more aware and the climate is just knocking at everybody's door. Everybody's going to start really thinking. So it is important, the educational component. It's also important to be upfront and be transparent about, especially businesses, about the journey on sustainability, because and this ties to greenwashing. It is a big challenge. So we hopefully, we're gonna run through this, but we're looking into all of these big green elephants in the room in terms of communications and rallying mainstream action.
Now, I had written down, when will New Zero World be ready to launch? And I think you contacted one of my colleagues before and said, no, it has already launched.
Yes.
So it's there. Now, how can people discover it then?
So it's interesting. We announced it at Glasgow in November, and we started filming some content behind the scenes and the, a cup. From there, we continue working behind the scenes, and we had an official launch at the United Nations, which we are collaborating and partnering with the UN and different agencies. That was in July 19. So we just launched our allies and partnerships, kind of like division and outreach, and we are preparing right now to get the first action track, which is a campaign, and the youth console. So with those two is that we are doing a soft launch at Glasgow, and then we're looking into a full launch in 2023.
Okay. And that will be working with the youth to design a campaign through their lens?
We're gonna do a campaign in collaboration with this world-class creative minds from the advertising industry, strategists and communications, and then we're gonna have the youth advising us in some terms of mobilization. Especially the other thing that we're doing for them is creating a fellowship program. So then we can educate them better in terms of communications, in terms of mentorship about how they can use more their superpowers.
Okay.
And because they're fantastic, but they just know what they know. If you have, an incredible strategies and communications, giving a workshop to them, it will be way much better, right? So that's what we're trying to do, equip them better to do their job.
Right.
And also support them financially. They're not having any financial support in any way.
No.
And they really literally struggle because everybody wants their voices, but who is behind them, supporting
Everyone
them?
wants their selfies as well.
Exactly. Everybody wants to have them in their panels.
Yeah.
And then who's working, who's supporting behind them? They lack that support. So we're very much working on, we're going to have a roundtable, working session this week with them to kind of like hear and put a paper together. So we make
These
sure
are
we do
youth
this.
from all over the world.
Totally. Mexico, Argentina, Africa, continent, the US, representation from all over the world.
Okay, good.
Pakistan. Oh, it's so
All right.
exciting.
Pakistan's important,
Yes,
especially all the floods they just had. And exactly.
Yes.
All right. Well, Natalia, it's
Thank
been
you.
lovely to see you, to meet you, to hear about your new
Thank you.
initiatives, and to hear your thoughts and ideas.
Thank you. Thank you to, we don't have time, very amazing partners.
Yeah, we try our best.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Nick.
Bye. So the UN climate conferences, or COPs as they're known by the in crowd, are not the only places where the movers and shakers in the climate space meet and act. We heard about the Green Tech Festival, for example, just only a few minutes ago. The world has an array of events dedicated to sharing ideas and stepping up action. So let's meet and hear from Shana Rappaport, who's Executive Director of green tech events company Verge at Green Business Group. And she's talking to Shutta, my co-moderator, in a video that goes on for about 10 minutes. So can we load that video, team? And can we see it, please? Thank you.
I am so excited to welcome Shana Rappaport to Climate Week New York. Even though it's virtual, you will definitely hear her through the screen. Shana, welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. That's really great to be here.
And Shana is the executive director of Verge. So for those of our viewers who may not have heard of Verge, which I think is probably a small minority, please tell us, what is Verge? What's the history? What's the purpose?
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Well, first of all, a moment to acknowledge and spotlight that we are so excited you will be joining us at Verge in just a few short weeks. So yes, Verge is really the leading climate tech event in North America. And I have personally spent the last 10 years helping to build and scale not just this event, but the community and the ecosystem around it. At the highest level, our mission is to accelerate systemic solutions to the climate crisis and to ensure a just transition to the clean economy. And, I think one of the things you asked about the history, and one of the things that I'll sort of note is, when we started Verge, in many ways, I think we were a little bit out ahead of the game. These days, you can find clean energy. Every day, there's a clean energy conference, one focused on electrification, smart cities, regenerative agriculture. But since its inception, so much of the premise and the underlying theory of change of Verge has been that the world is made up of interconnected systems. The challenges that we're facing are systemic, and we need systemic solutions that are accelerated by individuals and influencers across industries and across sectors. And so that is really so much of what you'll see reflected at Verge, both in terms of the programs that comprise the event that focus on energy, transportation, the built environment, food and ag, carbon removal, and startups as our sort of core programs. And then also of the community of people representing, business in every sense, all industries, functions, roles, public sector, city, state, federal government leaders, electeds, and increasingly more and more representation from the climate tech innovation ecosystem, for lack of a better term, the startups, the entrepreneurs, the investors who are really playing such a central role in the innovation side of this. So anyway, that's a little bit about Verge.
All the stakeholders, you're bringing them all together for this event, which is coming up in a few weeks, like you said, and you have so many cool people that are showing up for this. Which of the speakers are you most excited about? Or is there one in particular that you really want to share with our audience to spotlight?
Oh my gosh, this is such a hard question. Well, first of all, very excited about your participation, in part because, I mentioned the 6 programs that comprise the event, and we're going to have literally hundreds of sessions that enable the Verge community to roll up their sleeves, go deeper into the technologies and policies and finance mechanisms that are transforming each of these markets. The keynote program that we curate, there'll be about an hour and a half of programming each day. We really try and kind of take that up a level. And how much of how I've been orienting to it this year is like, how do we create paradigm shifts in the way that we're seeing both the challenges before us and the opportunities that they represent. So obviously very excited about your participation, bringing a sort of behavioral science perspective to it. A couple of other folks that I'm really excited about, also on the opening day. Well, for those who haven't tuned into or participated at Verge before, you should know that we often have fun surprises as part of the opening. So I'll leave it at that. Hopefully you can join us in person. If not, you can tune into our global live stream and check that out. We have the mayor of San Jose, Sam Liccardo, who's going to be helping open the show. He's been a leading voice among big city mayors on climate resilient cities, clean energy, sustainable mobility, transit-oriented development. So very excited about having him help welcome people to San Jose and the Silicon Valley. I'm also really excited about Ryan Panchadsaram, from Kleiner Perkins, who is John Doerr's partner on Speed and Scale. Their new book, for those who haven't heard about it yet. It's a really compelling framework for basically how we achieve net zero, decarbonize our economy, create massive opportunities, and stay below 1.5 degrees. 2 other that I want to highlight is super excited about bringing Alexandria Villaseñor, an incredible youth leader at the forefront of the youth climate movement, Earth Uprising, and having her in conversation actually with their partner, Suzanne DiBianca from Salesforce, to talk about an intergenerational conversation on how companies and youth climate activists can find common ground and support each other. I think the more we can be having intergenerational conversations, the better. And the last that I'll spotlight, all of these, by the way, on the opening day, is Christiana Figueres for a surprising conversation on really the deeper spiritual dimensions of what is needed of us now in this decisive decade. The personal transformations needed to achieve the scale, scope, and speed of planetary transformation. So I'm very excited about Christiana's participation in conversation with Joe Confino about that. Again, that's all on day 1. We've got Kim Stanley Robinson, author of Ministry of the Future, Secretary Jennifer Granholm, Tom Chi, Clover Hogan, so many more. Can you tell I'm excited?
Yes, what an incredible lineup. Unbelievable. I love these names. These are all friends of We Don't Have Time, as are you, as is Verge. We're so thrilled to partner with you on this and to support access to this incredible lineup you've curated. So tell our viewers how they can watch, how can they tune in, how can they register, what are the dates? Let's make sure the logistic details are out there to our ecosystem.
Thank you so much. Yes, well, we certainly hope that if you're schedule and time permits, you'll be able to join us in person. There's really nothing like being able to, the felt experience of being together, particularly as we emerge on the other side of the pandemic. Verge 22 will be taking place October 25th through 27th at the San Jose Convention Center in California. There will be side events happening in advance and throughout the week. We have over a dozen strategic co-location partners representing leading NGOs and associations who are going to be hosting side events as well. We have a suite of different registration options, including discounts available for startups, NGOs, government, academia. We have a really neat program called our Group Package program, which basically allows an unlimited, it's an insane deal. You can send an unlimited number of people from your company or your organization or your city for one rate. Basically, again, part of our sort of this spirit of Verge, which is about recognizing this work, climate progress is not going to be achieved just by people in sustainability departments. We need folks from fleets and facilities and finance and innovation. And so the group package allows organizations to send an unlimited number of people for one rate. So, and then again, as I mentioned, we will be streaming obviously through the We Don't Have Time platform, as well as on greenbiz.com, just the keynotes. But the rest, you got to come and show up in person to participate. So
thank you, Shauna, so much for sharing with our community how to get involved with Verge 22 and to join live in person, but to also tune in through the live stream. If you can't make it there in person, we will be bringing it to this community, and tune in. This is definitely a curated conference you do not want to miss.
So, Shuta Chakrabarti and I both had the pleasure to record a stream of interviews at the Clinton Global Initiatives event yesterday. And we're going to have two ace ones that we recorded yesterday. We're going to show here on the live show, one after another. I'm going to have more that we're going to broadcast over the coming days, weeks, and indeed months. So please enjoy these. I don't have any idea which ones they are. And over to the broadcast team.
I am here at the Clinton Global Initiative, September 19th, 2022, and I'm thrilled to be interviewing the climate commitment makers, one of whom is our partner, We Don't Have Time partner, Andre Cherney of Aspiration. Welcome, Andre.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all you do.
Absolutely. Tell our audience who might just be learning about you for the first time a little bit about who you are and what Aspiration is.
Aspiration is really a company that's in the business of helping both people and other businesses get to climate neutral. And we do that with our consumers with our Aspiration Spend and Save account, which, as opposed to what the big banks are doing with your money, make sure all of your deposits are fossil fuel free, show you your sustainability score. We have our Aspiration Zero credit card that automatically will offset your carbon footprint if you make just one purchase a day. And then we have a whole series of offerings to help the companies out there that are trying to figure out how they can take actual steps. And so we have now about 7 million members in the US, so one of the largest communities of climate conscious consumers in the world. And we're really having a global impact. Last year, our community of people and businesses funded the planting of over 100 million trees.
Amazing.
So largest global reforestation effort, and it shows what can happen if we really think about how we confront the climate crisis with the speed and scale that's demanded.
That's incredible. So what is the commitment that you've made? What was actually the impetus to you being here today?
Well, for us, it's been two aspects that brought aspiration to CGI. First of all, aspiration is really honored to have been the sustainability partner for CGI for this meeting to, for the first time in history, make CGI carbon neutral. And we conducted a comprehensive review of all of the greenhouse gas emissions from this CGI meeting. What were the emissions coming from people, in terms of the products that they were bringing the power, but also the impact of all the travel and accommodations that brought people here. We're also really excited about the commitment that we're making in terms of aspirations call to action, which is to plant 100 million trees in Africa over the next 2 years, and really tie those to reliable, verifiable carbon removal projects. It's exciting to do. We also have confidence we can do it because we've already been having that kind of commitment and that kind of impact in planting trees all over the world.
That's incredible that Clinton Global Initiative partnered with you. You became their sustainability partner. You've made this commitment, and I feel like I already know what you might say to this, but I'm going to hear it directly from you, which is this climate crisis solvable based on everything that you're doing, what you have been, what you hope to accomplish going forward? Do you think we're going to make it?
I do. I have real optimism because the truth is we know what to do. We know the steps we need to take. And there's no one silver bullet. There's no one answer. It's going to require action from government, from businesses, from individuals. It's going to require us to reduce our carbon footprint while also removing carbon from the atmosphere. We're going to have to do all of those things. The only question is, can we do it fast enough and can we do it big enough? And as you know, we don't have time. And so we need to make the largest, fastest shift in human behavior in history. And if we do that, then we really have the ability to turn back this crisis. But we need to do it, and we need to mobilize action at all levels from all people.
Okay, so I hear the urgency there, but the optimism as well. And together we really are the solution to the climate crisis. And we want to not just have this, the solutions just be in this room necessarily, right? We want to throw it out there and send climate love to others in our network and just get people excited, mobilize, like you're saying, change behavior. So who would you give climate love to? And this, you know, on the We Don't Have platform is something we love to do, is we love to give climate hearts to those that are doing really great work and show our appreciation and encourage them to continue doing their part to tackle the climate crisis. So from your vantage point as the CEO and founder of Aspiration, who would you like to share some climate love with?
So I would love to share climate love with the hundreds of thousands of people on the ground in the developing world who are actually on the front lines of fighting for climate removal. Aspiration's been really moved and to have a meaningful impact on a lot of those communities. And what's important is that as we're fighting the climate crisis, that those local communities are dealt in to the economic success that's going to come of that. That we fight the climate crisis in a way that doesn't exacerbate global inequality, but actually lifts the boats of the people who are on the front lines. And so we won't know their names, we won't know their faces, but they're out there every day planting trees, restoring soil, doing the work that this planet needs, and they deserve our love.
We hear you loud and clear, and we will be sure to send some positive energy and climate love their way. Thank you so much, Andre.
Thank you.
I am here at the Clinton Global Initiative. It is September 9th, 2022, and all of the climate commitment makers are here today to share with our audience what their commitments are. And I'm so excited to have from water.org, Vedika Bandarkar, who is going to tell us a little bit more about her history, and water.org. Please share it for our audience.
Hi, Shweta. So nice to be here. Thank you for having me here. So I work for this amazing organization called water.org. We're a not-for-profit, exclusively focused on enabling access to safe water and safely managed sanitation for those living at the base of the economic pyramid. So we're a 32-year-old organization. We work in 11 countries across Asia, Africa, and Latin America.
That's fantastic. And so what brought you to CGI? How did this relationship happen? What is the commitment you're making here today?
Sure. So before I get to the commitment, I want to speak for a couple of minutes about what we do. So we're really focused on what's broken here in terms of what stops people from getting access to safe water and sanitation. And one of our conclusions is what people do know what solutions they want, but often they lack the upfront capital, which is needed to solve and get the solution that they want. So they end up paying huge amounts, either in terms of real costs. So think of people who are paying 15 to 25% of their income to get access to safe water, or they pay huge amounts in terms of coping costs. So that's the financial problem that we exist to solve. So what we do is we partner with financial institutions all across the world, and we enable them, we coax them to give small loans to people that need either a tap at
Fantastic.
home or a toilet. And in this way, we've reached close to 50 million people now, and our partners have cumulatively lent close to $4 billion, making almost 11 million loans. So this is a bottom-up sort of approach. But why are we here? So we said, while this is great, we really need to approach this also from the top down. What do I mean by that? So if we look at infrastructure, right, and if we look at the water utilities or the wastewater treatment plants, they're not really connecting to the people living in informal settlements. So people living in informal settlements are not either getting served or are underserved. And why is that? The reason is a lot of these infrastructure providers are not bankable themselves. So the commitment we're going to make is we'll work with the infrastructure providers along with our sister organization called Water Equity, which is an asset manager. And in this way, we will reach 100 million people in the next few years,
Fantastic.
Building up a portfolio of $1 billion in infrastructure assets.
That's fantastic. That is a solid commitment. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you for committing to that. Based on this, it sounds like, obviously your organization is really aggressively working towards solving this particular aspect of the ripple effects, the impacts of the planet warming, right? Increasing lack of access to water and water scarcity issues, right? So despite all of that, do you still think we will be able to overcome this climate crisis? Are these solutions going to be enough to really see through a future that is more equitable, more breathable, where we actually come out of it better on the other side? How do you feel?
So I am more the glass half full rather than half empty, and I am an optimist, and I will say to you, yes, we can. In fact, it is our mission as an organization that we will help enable every person in this world to get access to safe water and sanitation in our lifetimes. So there isn't that much time left. And the reason I'm optimistic is because there's so many players now coming together. It's not a problem that can be solved by any one particular actor, and it needs all the stakeholders to work together. So whether it's the governments, whether it's corporates, whether it's philanthropic foundations, asset managers, financial institutions, and not-for-profits like us. The good news is over the last several years, I've seen people coming together and really acting on it with urgency. So yes, I do think it can be
love that.
solved.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the energy we need, right? We need to be able to have that hopeful outlook, to be able to mobilize people to action. And you're saying you've seen all of these players, and you are from such a unique vantage point where you really are seeing good people really making an effort. So who of these good people or persons, organizations, companies even, would you like to shout out? So that's something we do as part of the We Don't Have Time platform. What we do is we give climate love to organizations, individuals, companies that are doing a good job, that we can get behind and support in terms of accelerating their climate solutions. So besides water.org, who would you like to share some climate love with?
Okay. So can I cheat a bit and give you two?
Yes, you absolutely can.
First of all, I want to give climate love to the millions and millions of people who we serve. People are facing this climate crisis every day. They're living through it, and they're finding their own solutions. And the second is I want to send climate love to this great organization we work with called Isla Urbana. They work in Mexico. And they work on building rainwater harvesting systems at an affordable cost for households. And we are partnering with them in Mexico City, and it's just amazing what they're doing.
That's awesome. We will find them. We will make sure that they heard the climate love from you, and we'll send them climate love through our community as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time and all that you were doing.
Thank you, Sweta. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Now for an hour's climate music medley. We Don't Have Time believes that the arts and music have a crucial role to play in triggering an emotional and a human response to the climate crisis, and by doing this, empowering climate action. Art linked to politics can also shift the perspectives among the public, but also politicians, scientists, and leaders. Most of the songs you will hear over the next hour or so, from Sweden's Sarah Klang to the Climate Zombies and Germany's Bernadette Lahengst and Quincy Coleman from the USA, have been aired on We Don't Have Time shows. But we've also added two other acts to this list who are also excellent. Decades After Paris, which is the Canadian duo of Danton Jay and Heather Lynn, and the Irish singer-songwriter Enda Riley, for example. So enjoy. Click on today's program's website at wedon'thavetime.org, download the app, get involved, ask questions, post social media, but also learn from our website more about these wonderful performers. And maybe book one for an event or buy an album or online music from their websites. And stay with us for more terrific guests and discussions afterwards. Thanks a lot.
And now we have a little treat for you watching this. With a powerful voice, she has become something of a phenomenon on the Swedish music scene. Recently nominated for a Swedish Grammy for her both timeless and contemporary music, she now joins us on World Environment Day to share her commitment for the climate with you. This is Sarah Klang.
I got two loves, one's always hurting me and making me sad. I got two lives, one's calm, the other one is driving me mad. I got one heart and it's burning like California. Time is running faster than horses on a beach. And why do I always cry when beauty hits my eyes? I will go anywhere to find myself, 'cause I feel so lost all the time. Do you have anything for me? I will do everything for a cure, oh baby. I got two loves, the one who's here beside me like he said he would be. And I waited so long to be your girl, but yet I wanna feel free. He's got one heart and it's burning like California. Time is running faster than wild birds in the sky. Why do I always cry when beauty hits my eyes? I will go anywhere to find myself, 'cause I feel so lost all the time. Do you have anything for me? I will do everything for a cure, baby. I got one life and I'm scared to fuck the whole thing up. Always say the wrong words and hurt the people that I love. They got one heart and it's burning like California. Time is running faster than horses on a beach. And why do I always cry when beauty hits my eyes? I will go anywhere to find myself, 'cause I feel so lost all the time. Do you have anything for me? I will do everything for a cure, oh baby. Anywhere to find. I feel so lost all the time. Anywhere to find. You know, I feel so lost all the time. Listen, there's a distant sound console me. We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No It's Kingsville Creative. We don't have time. No time. We don't have We don't have time. No time. We don't have time. No
Before the next section in this broadcast, let's see what's happening when climate anxiety meets 80s style synth pop.
Yeah, well, I must say I enjoy a bit of music like everybody else, and so I think it's a warm welcome to the Climate Zombies, an 80s electronic music to soothe your climate anxiety. I think we have to ask the question, why do you call yourself the Climate Zombies?
Yeah, the story is that this is the first song I ever wrote, and I thought I liked the 80s, and we had the Cold War, and every song had a rather dark side of it. And I focused on what's the big problems today, and it's the climate crisis. So I thought that would be a nice thing to write about, because people don't think about it, but it's there and it's ongoing. Yeah. So what can you do? Just wrote a song. And when I uploaded, you had to write a name for the band. And I didn't know what to write. So I wrote Climate Zombies, because the song was called We Are Climate Zombies.
Sounds like a perfect mix there. So I think we're actually going to have a little listen to the song, if that's all right with you. Can we play the Climate Zombie song?
Together, walking to
can go alone, but everyone is following like zombies in a row, searching the right way. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. It's our own choice, and no one wants to change. We got to use our minds, it will save the world. You can see the storms, and you can feel the wind, and stronger it will be until you make a change. 'Cause we are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. Enligt SMHI kan det bli mycket kraftiga regn idag i främst Dalarna och Hälsingland. På vissa håll kan det komma ända uppemot 60 millimeter regn. 60 millimeter regn. You need to see the signs in everything we do. Let's talk about the things so we can change our minds. Maybe it's too late, we got to do the right. And don't give up the fight and crush the mental chains. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. And we are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. And we are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world.
Jag springer över torg och gator och bussar stannar, tid att vinna.
I'm here because I think it's important to meet physically in the real world, and not only on social media, because I think at least it gives me a lot of energy to keep on fighting for things that are right.
Tillbaka på sitcoms, evighetsrepriser, där väntar jag. Stanna mig, andas ut och låt det regna.
And of course there will be change after this. I would be like totally destroyed if there wasn't anything done after this, when all the kids in Sweden are like really screaming out as you hear.
Slow motion, lämnar mig i slow motion.
I think that a lot of people might patronize a child's voice and saying that children are naive and not seeing the truth.
Slow motion. Mörkret faller, klockan tickar, stirrar upp i taket, skuggor rör sig medan Stockholm vaknar. What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? When do we want it? Now! Du lämnar
everybody. Yes.
We're going to now turn to another music video, and I'd like to also introduce properly Bernadette Lahengst. She is a pop and electro-pop star and singer from Germany. And Bernadette, there you are, wonderful. Among many things, you were a singer and guitarist with the Hamburg band Die Braut Haut ins Auge. And you also work as a theater director. And your music focuses on social issues, and you have written and recorded several songs about the climate. So unfortunately you couldn't join us here live, but you are with us here, present in our broadcast, and we're very happy to see you. So Bernadette, a warm welcome, first of all.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Yeah, I wish I would have been there, but it wasn't possible.
No.
So, but I watched the show, your broadcast almost every day. So I really liked the show and all the discussions.
Excellent. So Bernadette, how come you have written songs about the climate?
Yeah, it all started 2014 when I was asked for the festival Save the World, here this is the name, in the theater in Bonn, when to write a climate song or to make a performance about the climate change. And they have put together teams of different artists from all over Germany with climate experts from the UN and from other NGOs or some scientists. And I was put together in a team with Nick Nuttall, who was then working as the spokesperson of the UNFCCC in the UN in Bonn, and who was and still is a very good pop singer. So I wrote the song Save the World with this melody, and I called myself the Climate Fairy for the video. I think you showed the video.
Yes, we did. It's a great video, great song.
Yeah, thank you. And so it was meant to be a sing-along song. The audience was asked to sing along the chorus for saving the world, and and on the screen behind us we showed the Earth that was dying or surviving depending on the engagement of the singing of the audience. And so then the following years, I was writing every year one climate song in Bonn for this festival, Save the World. Most of them with kids and teenagers, local kids and teenagers. Some of them were really experts in climate. They were educated to be climate ambassadors, and they themselves educated then their parents and families how to save electricity, to save CO2 and not to use the car anymore, and so on. So that was the beginning, and then it went on year by year, and I wrote, I think, until now it's 6 or 7 climate songs.
Wonderful. So Bernadette, how have these songs been received?
Yeah, for me, it's quite normal to combine pop songs with politics or with political issues. So when I released my album Save the World with this melody, that was the same title, and in 2015, yeah, some people liked it very much, but some people thought it was somehow uncool to write a song about the climate, because I think the whole dimension of the catastrophe of the climate crisis was not well known in the arts scene, and especially in the pop scene. So, but then it changed a couple of years later. Latest when after the Fridays for Future movement started. On demonstrating on the streets all over the world.
So Bernadette, in terms of the responsibility, or maybe I should choose the word role for artists to act on climate and to be involved and write music or create art, what is your role?
Yeah, somehow it's very important to spread the topic of climate crisis all over the world. So not just even leave it to the politicians or the scientists or the journalists, but that's why I think it's very important to spread the word in theater plays, in literature, of course, in music, in pop music, in books, and so on, in arts projects. So because it's the most important issue of our times, and of course it's linked to social justice and migration, but if we can't stop the global warming, we don't need all the other social fights anymore. So first of all, we have to deal with this problem. And I think it's very important to collaborate with, so arts and science, arts and politics must collaborate with each other, because they can learn from each other, and arts, is the emotional anchor of politics, and it can create new ideas in different ways. It can express utopian ideas. It can engage people. That's very important. So emotional arts can engage people. I think that's the most important thing for me.
Wonderfully framed, emotional anchor for politics. I think that was, I'll take that with me for sure. So Bernadette, tell us about the 2 songs that we are airing here tonight.
The one song I think you showed already, that was the Save the World with this melody. I think the second song that we are going to listen now is called I'm an Island, and I wrote this song 2017 also for this festival, Save the World. And I was very lucky and happy to perform this song together with 200 children and teenagers from the youth choir of the opera in Bonn on the opening ceremony of the COP23 in Bonn. And so that was a very emotional and strong moment for all these kids, for me, myself as well. And it was dedicated to all the vulnerable islands, because the COP23 should have happened in the Fiji, on the Fiji Islands, but they couldn't organize that, and that was the reason why it took place in Bonn then. So, but then, of course, in the chorus, I say the whole wide world is an island. So that's why it's very emotional. And we had 100 smaller kids that came on the stage in creative costumes, ocean costumes, animals from the oceans, fishes, and so on and so on. And we also made a music video with 200 local kids from Bonn that were demonstrating for saving the world, for a better planet, to stop climate change. And that was 2017, even 1 year before that Fridays for Future movement started, with Greta Thunberg demonstrating every Friday from then on. So I think it's, it was somehow looking into the future, what happened 1 year later with this big movement. So I'm looking forward to seeing this video again. It's called I'm an Island.
Well, thank you very much, Bernadette Lehengst, for your fantastic work, and also for letting us air your beautiful music videos and songs here today. Thanks for joining. Thank you very much.
This is a disaster for the planet.
Dozens of people and children were killed when a massive tornado struck an area.
Search and rescue crews worked through the night after a monstrous tornado.
This is where the earthquake actually took place.
Raining like this for several hours.
It was absolutely unlike anything I've ever experienced before.
You're running behind the time, speeding up online, using cars and trains, cruising by aeroplanes, catching the stars above. But when is the time for love? You're searching for paradise. It's here, look into my eyes. I'm an island, surrounded by the sea, my beloved enemy. So why are you silent? I'm an island, will you hold on to me? Your love is like a wave, rising high and never safe. I will be your home when you're shipwrecked in a storm. I know that you are more than the sum of your parts. So cool down your temperature. I need your warming heart. Fiji, Maldives, Seychelles, Tigua, Caribbean, Tuvalu, and Australia, Europe, Asia, Africa, America, the whole wide world is an island. I'm an island, will you hold on to me?
Thank you so much. Very exciting here. And well, as I stated in the beginning, I normally have my dear colleague Nick Nuttall next to me here, but he had to go back to Berlin. But now you will see him in his pop star version, because he is actually also a pop singer. And he's in this wonderful music video together with Bernadette Hengst, who is a big star in Germany.
Es gibt kein richtiges im falschen Klima, von Massachusetts bis nach Fukushima. Und wenn uns morgen die Sonne aufweckt, dann sind die Sorgen alle wieder weg.
There is no right in the wrong climate, from Massachusetts up to China. When we wake up in the morning sun, all of our troubles will soon be gone. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody.
Und wir bewegen uns so souverän durch das Zeitalter des Anthropozän. Zu lange pflegen wir unsere Distanz zur Welt immer wieder elegant.
We are pretending as if we are sovereign through the age of the Anthropocene. We cultivate our distance to this world with a morbid elegance. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody.
Nicht produzieren, sondern teilen, die Zeit verlieren und länger verweilen. Anstatt verkaufen, lieber verschenken. Wir haben Freunde anstatt nur Klienten.
Sharing your things instead of producing. Savor the moment, time's there for losing. Talk to your neighbors about something to lend. Instead of a client, you get a new friend. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this. Save the world with this melody. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody. Say goodbye to lethargy. Save the world with this melody. Save the world with this melody.
We are less than 12 years away from not being able to undo our mistakes.
I want you to panic.
Now is the time to speak clearly.
Now Now is the time to speak more clearly.
Our house is on fire.
Our house is on fire.
We still have everything in our own hands.
Still everything is in our hands. Run as fast as you can. Run, take action. That's the plan.
You say nothing in life is black or white, but that is a lie, a very dangerous lie.
That's a dangerous lie. The solution is as black and white as it gets. So don't forget, don't forget. I want you to panic, then I want you to act.
I want you to act as if the house was on fire, because it is.
On fire, 'cause it is. 'Cause it is.
We can save our earth. We can save the future for our great-great-grandchildren.
We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this now.
We are making a difference.
We can do this.
We can do this.
We can do this. We can do this now.
We can do something to make sure that the ecosystems, the lakes, the rivers, the soil, they are protected.
We can plant trees.
We can protect our protectors.
We can protect our bees.
We can be kinder to each other and ourselves.
We can do this now.
Possiamo farlo adesso. Appena applichi qui, sbatti शकता.
We can do this now.
We can reduce plastic use.
We can have more support for organic farming.
We can heal this planet.
Let's do this now.
We can commit to a sustainable future.
We can do this now.
Мы сможем сделать это.
We can do right by our children.
We can do this now. These are UNDP.
We can do this now.
Podemos hacerlo ahora.
We can do this now.
E nós podemos fazer isso agora.
We'll be Earth. We are unstoppable.
It's a new beginning.
हाँ हम परिवर्तन कर सकते हैं.
Podemos terminar la deforestación.
I believe we can do it all.
A dollar there. What would you pay for a world that's fair? A few cents more is all it takes. or to save the treasure that's at stake. We can carry our weight. By a dollar we'll carry our weight. We can carry our weight. By a dollar we'll carry our weight. Black day shoppers scream for more. Abundance has no ceiling for those lost to false entitlement. It's killing us, it's killing them. We are carried away. Seeking more, we're carried away. We are carried away. Seeking more, we're carried away. A loved one turns its upon the sill. It's full of emptiness, all filled with petrol, corn, and trite cheap thrill. Oh, so typical of common ill. Like any other grand parade, time passes, comes another day. Oh, it doesn't seem so far away. Hey, yeah. Life beyond this cabaret. We can carry our weight. With hope and love we'll carry our weight. We can carry our weight. With hope and love we'll carry our weight. Children laugh and flowers grow. True happiness we want to know. Take my hand and take my heart. Our lives can be a work of art. We can carry our weight. With hope and love we'll carry our weight. We can carry our weight. With hope and love we'll carry our weight. We can carry our weight. Against all odds we'll carry our weight. We can carry our weight. Against all odds we'll carry our weight. We can carry our weight. Against all odds we'll carry our weight. I cannot breathe today. My world is on fire. Since you took your love away, the sky is gray and full of desire. I need air Tell you, travel back to 1965 when the air was thin. Cold pillars from the deep haunt me and scream, it's all your fault. No clues could move.
All the things I know, but you've got trouble rising in your way. I couldn't find a time to tell you, so I traveled back to 85. Thought you'd know by now. Oh, but you didn't. Titans had too much to lose, and so they seated down, red tape my mouth like they did before. But now I'm keeping score. I'm sorry I came back.
I'm sorry I told you
all the things I know, but you've got trouble rising in your way.
But your carnival is crushed by the waves of your denial, and I'm crying in the clouds that grow heavy while you smile. Knowledge at your fingertips, fake news and Twitter quips of all the prophecies your time believes. It's painful that you don't trust. Sorry I came back. Sorry I told you all the things I know, but you've got trouble rising in your way. You've got trouble rising in your way, rising in your way, rising in your wake.
We all own the sky, blue in the day and black in the night. We all own the sky, blue in the day and black in the night. We all own the wind as it blows around the world again. We all own the wind as it blows around the world again. What have we done to her? Changing her behavior.
do for her? Can we even save her? So forgive me, Mother Earth. Forgive me, Mother Earth. Forgive me, Mother Earth. Forgive me, Mother Earth. Yeah, we all own the seas. Americans, Japanese, we all own the sea. Indians and Chinese, and we all own the wind as it blows around the world again. We all own the wind, the European, African. What have we done to her? Changing her behavior. What can we do for her? Can we even save her? So forgive me, Mother Earth. Forgive me, Mother Earth. Forgive me, Mother Earth. Forgive me, Mother Earth. Give me, Mother Earth.
It's time for some more music from the wonderful Sara Klang.
Maybe I'm just not meant for this. Maybe I'll die alone. Would you come back for a last kiss? Could you please come back home? The things I fear, they seem to come from where I don't know. And I feel like God has spell on me from generations. It goes on. And it goes on. It's so quiet now you're gone. Only rain by the windows and then wind. We used to wait still and listen to it. And I'll tell you stories from when I was a kid. The things I fear, they seem to come from where I don't know. And I feel like got a spell on me. From generations, it goes on. Oh, it goes on. And it goes on. Always goes on.
you, Sara, for that beautiful performance, and the band also, of course.
This one goes out to planet Earth. Each one teach one.
Listen, listen, there's a distant sound.
Yeah.
Coming closer soon, it's all around.
It's all around.
Hear me, time is running out.
Come on.
Come on, tell them what it's all about.
We're running out of time, running out of air. Gotta keep it clean, show me you care. Wherever you are, you gotta wake up. Come on. We got a job to do, so stand up. Salute life, not the general. Play fair, where's your morals? We can be united as the nations. For our planet, running out of patience. We ain't got no time. Come on. So we don't have no time now. So we don't have no time now. Yeah.
Time to act, we got a world to save. Right or wrong now, how will you behave?
Come on.
Do the right thing as they used to say. More than ever, that is true today.
Listen. You wanna be part of the solution? Switch it up for future generations. Level up, stop wasting. You wanna know if that's water that you're tasting? Stop playing with our future. My daughter told me if our planet dies, then how will you console me? Show me some responsibility. Yeah. Hey. That's right, y'all. We don't have time
to ignore the signs.
We can't ignore it no more. We don't have time. You gotta make it right now. Make it happen right now.
We kids don't usually do what you tell us to do. We do what you do. And since you adults don't give a damn about my future, I won't either.
Together we can do it.
We don't have time to wait.
Come on, let's go. We ain't got no time now
to ignore the signs no more.
Hey.
Hear me, it's a final call.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
To ignore the signs no more.
So we don't have no time now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear me, it's a final call.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. This one goes out to planet Earth.
Nikolaj Coster-Waldau is an accomplished Danish film and theatre actor, known to millions around the globe as Jaime Lannister in the highly successful HBO Game of Thrones series. I had the pleasure of Nikolaj driving me, can you imagine, in an electric car in San Francisco prior to a journey from the Global Climate Action Summit to New York for Climate Week 2018. And I can assure you that my 3 children who saw the video of Nikolaj driving me around in a little Chevy Bolt thought for the first time that their dad might actually be doing something useful. My colleague Shuta Chakrabarti recently caught up with Nikolaj, who is also a UN Development Programme Goodwill Ambassador, on his role in their Don't Choose Extinction campaign, aiming to encourage governments to manage down the absurdly high levels of fossil fuel subsidies around the globe. We Don't Have Time is supporting this campaign with a 10-part series called the Dino Talks that will end at COP27, the UN Climate Conference in Egypt in November. And if you want to see more of these episodes from this series about fossil fuel subsidies, please go to www.wedon'thavetime.org /event/Dino Talks and check out some of these amazing programs. So now let's see the interview with Nikolaj and Schutter. Tech team, please roll the video. Thank you.
There's a hunger out there to hear about these things, and that all that data can then be collected and passed on to policymakers. We have a dinosaur saying, listen, guys, extinction is not a good idea. We tried it.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today on this episode of Dino Talks. I am thrilled to say that We Don't Have Time has partnered with the United Nations Development Program for a series of conversations around the hashtag Don't Choose Extinction. And we have with us one of the voices of the now infamous Frankie the dinosaur, Nikolaj Coster-Waldau.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you.
So, what made you want to be the dinosaur voice for this campaign?
Oh, it's just been a dream of mine for years to be a dinosaur. Because my daughters keep telling me that's what I am. No, I think it's. I thought it was a great idea for a campaign. I think one of the things that I've been a goodwill ambassador for the UNDP for almost 6 years now, and the whole thing is about raising awareness, starting a conversation. But there's a lot of stuff out there. It's difficult to break through, and this was a way of. The idea was to reach, as many as possible in a way, in a different way, and it's been such an incredible success. We were able to partner up with some of the best people in the business, and it's a fun, easy, accessible story. But at the core of the story, at the core of the message, is a very a thing that I didn't know about, and I thought was handled very, very well. Thought-provoking.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we've been hearing about the reasoning behind this campaign and how insane it is that we continue to subsidize fossil fuels.
Yes.
So that's what you learned, and what was your reaction?
No, I was absolutely shocked. I mean, $450 billion a year last year. This year, because of the rising costs, it's going to be close to $1 trillion in subsidizing an industry that we really should be getting away from. We could use that money so much better. There's so many, so many better ways to spend that much money.
$1 trillion, drop in the bucket? No. Where could we reallocate it?
Well, it's about we need to transition away from fossil fuels, right? So we need to I mean, God, what can you do with $1 trillion? I mean, all over the world, how do we help developing countries transition to renewables? That money could go there. It's also just saying, instead of helping people, spend more, buy more oil, maybe we could say, well, let's just give you incentives to buy, solar, to do all the other renewables that we need to.
Right. And it's really important now, more than ever, to do this transition to clean energy. We're running out of time. Yes. Our platform is called We Don't Have Time. So you are somebody who has experienced some of these impacts in real time. You're seeing it firsthand. You have personal connection to these impacts of climate.
My wife is from Greenland, and I've been coming there, and I did a little film. It was interesting. Years ago, we partnered up with also UNDP and with Google Maps, because sometimes, images speak louder than words. And just to go in and see, usually we talk about climate change, and of course it's years and years and years. Now, because of the way it's going, you can actually tell by just 5 years' time. You look at the glaciers and you can see them receding.
Right.
And you could go, well, a glacier in Greenland, that's not going to make much of a difference. Well, the fact is, of course, that all that ice turns into water, and suddenly someone in the Maldives is going to have real issues, facing real problems with flooding. And what's interesting, of course, is that in Greenland, it's kind of the canary in the coal mine, because it happens so drastically up there. you have whole livelihoods being affected in the north of Greenland, where they no longer can, the indigenous, the Inuit can no longer live the way they have for thousands of years. So that has a massive local impact, but obviously also global.
Yeah, and you've spent time there, obviously, with your wife, your daughters, and you did this movie, Against the Ice, which just was released on Netflix. Congratulations!
Thank you so much.
So, what was it like being there filming this?
Oh, but that's obviously it's not a movie about climate change. It's based on a true story of an expedition, a turn of the century. But my ambition was to show, to film something in Greenland, to show, the world what it's actually like, this insane landscape, to have the experience of the ice cap. Like sometimes, if you've flown over it, maybe if you've gone from Europe to America, you might have looked down and seen all this white stuff, but actually to be on it, to have the experience as an audience, that was the ambition. And it's so vast, it's so enormous, but to think that it's melting,
right?
The consequences of that long term are just literally catastrophic for the planet. Obviously, the movie's not about that, but I think that there's something about seeing a place that is powerful.
And you're doing it through the medium of film.
Yeah.
And this UN campaign is also this incredible broadcast, this Hollywood production.
Yes, and it's amazing because I just heard the latest numbers was more than 1 billion views of this film, which shows the reach. And obviously that is the first step, just to inform people, like we have an issue with fossil fuel subsidies that I don't think anyone knew about. Most people didn't know about. And the numbers are so staggering. But then it's also a call of saying, but listen, we would like to invite you in. We have the Global Mind Pool, globalmindpool.com, where people can go and can learn more about the fossil fuel subsidies, and also to take action, to kind of be involved, to you can learn more, but you can also have your voices be heard, which is really important. And that all that data can then be collected and passed on to policymakers.
So evidence-based policymaking for the win.
Yes.
Thank goodness. The scientist in me is very happy about this.
Good.
And so we know that communication, these different mediums to communicate, right? Film and television, this reaches wide swaths of audiences. And you don't want to just communicate, you want these next action steps for people to be able to take, which Mindpool, we don't have time, really supports doing. So we can actually see people making their families and their communities that much more resilient against the impacts of climate change. So it's using these mediums to actually drive behavioral change. Yeah. And that's something that is very near and dear to you. You want to see people actually move on this information.
But also because I think that's what, you keep, one of the questions that come up all the time is always that thing, but what can I do?
Exactly.
How this affects me, but I'm just one person. Of course, the thing is, we're all just one person. But together we can actually make real change, and we've seen this because one of the dangers I think with this whole discussion is that I've been hearing about climate change since I was a kid. I mean, it's not a new thing. When I was in school, it was called the greenhouse effect, and that was the big thing back then. It's the same thing, and it's a very it's easy sometimes to be overwhelmed by the negative news because it is really scary and it's overwhelming. But what's important is to also say, but listen, we have solutions, we have ways, we have technology, we have a will now, also political will globally, to make this transition. And I think that for me personally, it's important to have that hope as a part of the discussion, because there is hope. Hope is a very fundamental human, it's part of our driver. We need that. Yeah. We have that. And that's what I think this thing does as well, is like we invite people in, you take action, you feel that you're involved, and then also tell the stories about there are actually a lot of good things happening. There's not enough, we need more, but things are moving in the
Right.
right direction.
Showcase the solutions.
Exactly.
There's amazing things happening around the world.
I know.
And to have spokespeople like you for the planet, right? Why is that important? And could there be more opportunity to really create collaborations with individuals that have really large platforms to reach wide audiences around the globe? Would you like to see more of that?
Well, obviously, I think that if you have a platform, if you have an audience, then that is definitely, you have an opportunity. I don't think that I wouldn't, I'm not judging anyone for not doing something. It's up to, it's your own choice. But I think that there is, what I've learned is that there's a hunger out there to hear about these things, to whoever you're following. I like when I follow someone and they post something, I go, oh, this is interesting. I'm going to go find out what this is. It's a very simple way of communicating, but it has a, obviously if you have a lot of followers, it has a big reach, you can have an impact, a positive impact. Right. So I would encourage as many to do that as possible, but at the end of the day, we are all individual people on their own journeys, and I'm not going to judge anyone.
Sure, but you have hope that we're getting there, and that there's people moving.
Yeah.
What do you hope to see be the outcome of this campaign?
The hope is that that the whole fossil fuel subsidy policy is changed, that the politicians can come together and say, listen, we can spend this money in a better way.
Right.
Because this is like something that was put in place back in the 70s when we have the first oil crisis, and then it just got stuck for so long. It was never phased out.
Right.
Now it's so much money, and which means it has the potential for incredible change. So let's just take this opportunity and spend it to something better.
Let's redirect, let's reallocate, and let's wake up some country delegation heads and get them to act through multilateral efforts like the UN. Yeah. We can actually see some of this change become reality. So,
and also that thing about including, for me, let's include, scientists, the people that really know about these things, so we can maximize what we get for the dollar. Let's just move the money to where it really makes a difference.
Yes.
Instead of what maybe looks the best.
Yes, that's exactly what we need. So, okay, how do creatives get more involved? So, as a creative yourself, how do we really leverage the incredible talent and the unique perspective that creatives can bring to overcoming the climate crisis?
Well, I think it's. Yeah, I'm going to answer your question, but I think it's important for me also to say that we all have a responsibility, whether you are creative or whether you are not, or whatever you do in life, we have a responsibility for each other. Because the truth is we're all in this together.
Humans first.
Humans first.
You would think that's obvious.
You would think so. But I think, where I'm from, it's about telling stories. And like that, Frankie the Dino, that campaign is proof of that. That is telling a story, fictionalized version of reality. But of course, with an important message. And I think that's from my, where I'm, that's telling stories, trying to figure a way of using that skill to get the message out. But I think for everyone, it's just, and we've seen that the last 5-10 years, and a huge, mobilization of people of all ages coming together and saying, listen, we need change, because finally it seems that unfortunately reality has caught up to the predictions.
Yep.
We're seeing the effects of climate change now. It's no longer just a theoretical, it's a reality.
Right.
So we need to do something.
So if it was hard to convince people in the past, we can just point the finger at the many simultaneous, intense impacts of climate change that are occurring all over the globe. And it's the time to really take advantage of the Don't Choose Extinction campaign and really share it with friends and family. So I'm sure you've shared it with your friends and family. What's the reaction been?
Oh, people love the campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, I was, when I saw it, I was blown away. Because this is the highest quality, it's Hollywood at its best, right? It looks like a big, blockbuster movie. And And then I just had fun because I recognized some of the people in like, oh, there she is again. Oh, there she is again. Obviously, nobody else would. But I'm really proud to be associated with that campaign because it kind of, it's the world that I work in that kind of does something where you go, wow, this has a real impact. This really does something, and it's fun. And I think that is always, having a sense of humor is so important. Mm-hmm. It's also part of a human DNA.
Right.
And to go back to the whole thing, it's sometimes the difficulty with talking about climate change, it becomes very depressing, and it is, because it is, and sometimes it's difficult to get around that. But what we did with this campaign was just saying, listen, this is a fun thing. We have a dinosaur saying, listen, guys, extinction is not a good idea. We tried it, doesn't work.
Right.
Let's do something else. And yeah.
So you've been affiliated with dragons. You're affiliated with this dinosaur.
Nice little, you did really well there. That was smooth.
And no, but the question is actually about the dinosaur.
Sure, I'm ready.
And is this something that, especially, it's humorous and it appeals to, it's intergenerational.
Yeah.
So now I imagine your daughters are like, wow, Dad's a dinosaur. That's cool. And then how is it thinking about using this kind of messaging to reach, especially intergenerational, but especially the next generation?
Well, I think that it has. It's again, if you look at, TikTok, Instagram, all these things, that it has a sense of humor is important because. We're so, especially the younger, but we all used to having stories told. It's not like we all know this is a story.
Right.
This is make believe. This is fun. So to acknowledge that in this way, I think is really good. My kids, they're young ladies now. They're 18 and 21, and they thought it was a great film, and they were like, "This is good. This works," and yeah.
Nice.
No, but I think that sometimes, like also for, when it becomes very almost militant in the messaging, which I understand, like the anger, like we need change, it can be, it gets almost like, hey, hang on a second, like, just because we're older doesn't mean that we're bad people. And I think if there's one thing in the world today we need to get away from is this whole, in all walks of life, for me anyway, is this whole them and us situation. That we kind of, people sit in their own corners and point fingers at the others because like, God, it was your fault this happened, or no, it's your fault because you're not. To go back to what I said before, we are in this mess together, and we need to work together to find solutions.
Right. And we like to say, together we're the solution, and there's a role for everyone to play. We can all contribute our unique experiences, our expertise, or just our humanity. We are all stakeholders
but also,
on this planet.
We have to accept that we are not moving in the same pace. And we can't expect, we, in our part of the world, can't expect that the, very poor countries will do the same as we. We can't expect that India will move at the same pace as we do, because it's just, we are at different levels of if you have a country like India with 300 million people without electricity, well, that's a different, challenge than we face. And that is, because that excuse is a constant one, which seems to be dying out now. But that whole thing about why should we do something if they're not doing something? Well, don't forget about them. Just focus on what you're doing, what we're doing. And then hopefully they will follow.
That's a good approach. That's a really good approach. And I love how much you are speaking on inclusivity and lifting everybody up. Contribute your particular solution and lift everybody up as much as you can along with you, and lead by example. So that's awesome. Nikolaj, this was awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you're doing with this campaign and what we know you will continue to do going forward. Is there anything you would really like to make sure reaches our global audience?
No, I'll just say go to globalmindpool.com. Sign up, please. And thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm really pleased now to introduce Ephraim Beiser, who is the Senior Manager for Public Policy and Economic Graph at the platform LinkedIn. Ephraim, for millions and millions of people around the world, LinkedIn is a very familiar place these days, a place for hunting for jobs, sharing their achievements, their ideas, posting articles, obviously connecting with people, like-minded people all around the world. But you're also doing other stuff, aren't you, that could be very useful for the whole issue of climate action, environmental action, in part from the knowledge that you're gaining, in a sense, and some of the insights that you're gaining. Give us a little glimpse into what you're doing.
Yeah, so when I think about what LinkedIn's doing, we have two areas where we're really thinking about climate action. The first is with our insights, and I'll talk about the insights from the economic graph in a moment. Yeah. And the second is with our platform. How do we help inspire and motivate climate action? So the economic graph, we can think about that as all of the data, the digital representation of the economy that comes from LinkedIn having 800 million members, tens of millions of companies, and millions of job postings, and then all of the interactions that happen on the platform. So we use that data to say what's happening in the economy. And one of the things that we see happening in the economy and we decided we should focus on is green skills. And we've done a lot of work on digital skills. We can see how lots of jobs are becoming increasingly digital as technology permeates everything we do. Mm-hmm. So we thought maybe we could see the same thing with green skills. There's been a lot of research on green jobs. Could we do something a little more granular? And so that's what we did. We released a green skills report earlier this year that really got into what we see on the platform. And there's a few key findings that I think are really relevant. The first is that supply and demand of green skills are increasingly diverging. We're going to see green skills demand outpace green skills supply. And that was before we see massive pieces of legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act get passed. That is going to create so much more demand for green skills as we transition to EVs and other, the infrastructure needs, the building retrofits. And so we have to make sure that we're training people and that's both within our training system and companies to actually get onto those skills. We also see is that the fastest growth in green skills is in non-green jobs. So we divided jobs into the green category. These are jobs that are obviously green, but also this greening category, jobs that are increasingly being done in a green way. And these jobs, that is multiples larger than that green jobs category. And I think this category is really interesting to me. I'll give you a couple examples of jobs in this category. So the first would be when companies think about greening their operations, they're often talking about their supply chain. What that means is we've put supply chain professionals on the front lines of helping these companies achieve their carbon reduction goals. And that translates into those workers having to learn relevant green skills. Think carbon accounting. Mm-hmm. Another example would be fleet managers. Vehicle fleets for companies are changing. We have lots of companies committing to 100% electric vehicle fleets. The people who manage, maintain, and think about the logistics for those fleets, that's a new set of skills they have to have. Think about even at LinkedIn, software engineers, thinking about how they write code that is more energy efficient. These are all green skills that are being applied to jobs that haven't traditionally been thought of as green jobs, but are increasingly important to achieving those carbon reduction goals. So those insights are really important. Those have implications for workers and companies and governments. The other part of it is the platform. How do we use LinkedIn to help, as you described, share knowledge between people, but also use LinkedIn Learning, for example, to help people learn relevant green skills? And we have a dozen courses coming out that are all green skills related. Or how do we help companies signal the commitments they've already made? So, Antonio Gutierrez, Secretary General of the UN, talks about how companies need to be green and how it encourages workers, especially young workers, to vote with their feet at companies that do things that they care about. So on LinkedIn today, a company can actually go on and say, I'm committed to these values. One of those values is environmental sustainability, because we know that companies that care about the planet, that's a win for their workers. That actually makes them more attractive to workers, especially younger workers who really have a high priority, put a high value on working at a company that shares and cares about the things that they do as well.
Yeah. Interesting. And so can you see the demographics in this? I mean, is it the younger, I don't know what younger means on LinkedIn. Is it 20 to 30 or 35 to 40, but is there any demographic modeling so that, for example, are even older people looking for green jobs, if I can put it that way?
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, I think we can think about it in a couple ways. One, for a lot of older workers who they're going to have to transition from jobs that are going to be affected by climate change or kind of the responses to climate change. And so how do we help those workers know what skills they have and which jobs are easier for them to get into because they have a skill similarity? And we built a tool called Career Explorer that does exactly that. It looks at jobs, if you go from job A to job B, which jobs are going to be easier for you to transition to because they have share a similar skills profile. So that's a really important insight that we think is helpful for workers who have to figure out what they're going to do next. Because they're maybe later on in their careers and they have to figure out then what skills do I have and what skills do I need? And then how do I go kind of learn those skills in a just-in-time way so I can go get that next job?
Do you, I mean, you're sort of broadly what we might call a social platform. We don't have time. We use LinkedIn, of course, and we use Twitter and other things. Occasionally you do see some people go, this is all rubbish or something like that. Do you ever get that kind of stuff coming on the platform where people say, you don't need green jobs, those are a waste of time? Or does that happen on LinkedIn? No.
Not really. I think there's an interest from a professional perspective on what people want to be doing, and people know that there's demand here. And this isn't just a moral imperative. This is a business imperative. Businesses are saying, I need to green my operations. We are seeing green skills permeate job postings, just as we're seeing kind of those new jobs that get created because of the transition to green show up on the platform. So there's a lot of engagement and excitement around green on LinkedIn. We know that green content actually increases engagement on the platform when we see people posting about sustainability topics.
Right. That's very interesting. And you mentioned you had is it 800 million, using LinkedIn, which is incredible because you started in the early 2000s, didn't you? 2003, I think you said to me, yeah. And so have you seen that interest grow in that period of time? This interest in green jobs, in green topics, sustainable topics, etc.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, especially in these last few years where a lot of people have just realized how important climate change is as a global issue, but also how it affects their jobs. Everyone's job has changed. The same way we talked about people having to learn technology to do their job, people have to learn relevant green skills.
Yeah.
I'm having to learn a lot about Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions. I'm having to build knowledge around this as a topic that wasn't something that my job required a few years ago. And so every one of us is thinking about our job a little differently today, specifically around how to make that job green or what the green knowledge or skills I have to have.
Yeah. I think a lot of people that don't know about these targets that a lot of companies have, so Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. I mean, Scope 1, Scope 2, I think is the products they make or the services they do and their operations, isn't it? Sort of greening those, decarbonizing those or whatever. Then Scope 3 is the supply chain, which can often crisscross the world, can't it? And what's sometimes interesting about this is that the supply chain looks as if it, into some people's minds, that it's a passive chain. But in fact, there are companies in that also have emission targets in the supply chain. So they can put pressure on the company at the top that's trying to decarbonize their operations and their supply chain by saying, hey, I'm in your supply chain, but I need to meet some targets. So you at the other end, you've got to get moving a bit faster as well.
That's right.
So it's a kind of interesting potentially a virtuous circle, which I think is quite fascinating. A lot of people as yet generally don't really understand that that's going on, but looking out, are there things that you're thinking about in terms of this area where you could go further? I mean, I think the green skills is really interesting because I think a lot of reports have shown that in many countries, richer countries, for example, they don't have enough green skills to meet the demand of so in Germany, for example, they offered discount heat pumps, for example, to households, but there weren't enough people to install them because they didn't know how to do it,
That's right.
So you're contributing towards building that green labor force. Did any of the research show where the big skill shortages were or anything like that? Was it silent on that at the moment?
I think it didn't get into the specifics of these are the fields, but we can imagine that there are certain areas where we expect to see a lot more demand. And we need to increase the supply of those skills.
Yeah.
One example would be EVs. We know we need to, if we're going to get more EVs on the road, we're going to need more people who have the skills to manufacture and engineer those cars. And we're going to need people who can install the infrastructure. That's a massive project that we need folks to do. But I think what's important about the people who are going to install EV infrastructure, not too dissimilar from the people who you need to install the heat pumps and who need basically HVAC expertise.
Yep.
This isn't a job that's totally net new in the sense of like the skill set that's required. This is a job that's take an existing job, say electrician or something similar, and give it a specific set of new skills to do that job a little differently. And so that I think is the important thing, which is, so it's not just we have shortages of, and we already have an electrician shortage. Now we have to think about how do we have solve this for green electricians.
I worked for 17 years in the United Nations in the environment and climate change in the area of comms. And of course I interfaced with a lot of many UN agencies out there, some that are actually in the training area, trying to train, people on these new skills that they will need. Are they coming on your platform as well, these organizations, to in a sense, offer training packages or things like that?
Yeah, we see all sorts of training providers saying, how do we get our insights or our information onto LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Some of that may be through partnerships with us directly. Some of it just may be they're creating content. They're putting content on LinkedIn. They're using kind of the key moments, think Earth Day, COP, and others where this is something people are paying attention to. And so they're saying this is what this means and how this translates into the skills we should be learning. Or they're trying to figure out how LinkedIn can be a pathway to get people to their platforms, because the people on LinkedIn are looking for jobs. They're looking for skills. They want to stay relevant in their current job. And what we know is that staying relevant in your current job, that means there's some green skills you have to learn.
Yeah. Of those 800 million, are they mainly in developed countries, or are you seeing increasing numbers of people from developing countries seeing the opportunity of finding, say, green jobs in Africa, Latin America?
Yeah, both. I mean, LinkedIn is growing all over the world. That 800, we're adding members every second.
Right.
And I think that growth, of course, is coming from developing markets that we haven't had as strong a presence in before, but we now are increasingly relevant in. And some of that's because of specific kind of strategic initiatives, and some of it's because we know that those regions are growing. Africa especially, the green economy, green jobs, green skills are going to be the backbone of how these economies grow. They cannot industrialize the same way we did, and there's a lot of kind of fraught conversations around that. And so, one of the things that we think a lot about is how do we support those economies? How do we have a green skills fund that supported a number of organizations working in Africa, trying to train on climate entrepreneurs or otherwise train people in green skills so that they can bring sustainable solutions to kind of at the beginning to their communities.
Right. So you have a green skills fund. That's very interesting indeed. And that, So what other aspects does that do? It's a fund, does it actually directly train people, or does it give them opportunities to university, or how does it work?
So the point of the fund was to say, we know that there are lots of people who need to learn green skills. And we need to figure out what's happening around the world. And so the Green Skills Fund was at least for a one-time opportunity for us to connect with organizations around the world doing a variety of things. So one is Elemental Accelerator. Elemental Accelerator runs a program that brings BIPOC students into internships at climate tech companies as a way to make the climate tech workforce more representative, especially of the communities most affected by climate change and who've been historically left out of the benefits of kind of economic
color and
exactly. Or we have a New Energy Nexus running training programs in Africa and the Philippines, including programs on solar installation and solar at the village level. So there's a lot of really cool, I think, things happening, and these are creating jobs especially for women who, are also unfortunately too often left out of some of these economic opportunities. And we know that if we are going to make investments in the green economy, we want everybody to be able to access that opportunity.
Yes. And we also know that if we had all the women on board gainfully employed, it would be a very big boost to the economy as well.
Absolutely right.
So many different reports, Lastly, on the platform itself, are you working towards sustainability of your operations, your Scope 1 and your Scope 2 emissions?
Yeah, so
as we call them?
We want to walk the talk, if you will, and we're very grateful that we're also part of Microsoft, so that I think together we are doing some really great work. So LinkedIn has been carbon neutral since 2016. Wow. We're going to be carbon negative by 2030, and that includes a 50% reduction in our Scope 3 emissions from travel and our supply chain. And then we're going to, by 2050, this is the same commitment that Microsoft has made, we're going to remove all of our historic carbon emissions.
Wow.
So we're, and that's great. I think we're very proud of that commitment. But I think what's also important here is, we have a sustainability director. Lots of large companies have sustainability directors. The question we often think about is, how do we help other companies, the companies that don't have the small businesses who can't have somebody 100% dedicated to sustainability?
Yeah.
How do we help them make that commitment, feel confident making that commitment, and know what it takes to get there? And I think that's so much of the knowledge sharing you kind of started off our conversation with on the platform. It's so much of the skills training, because now it's, if everyone's got to do a little bit to green their job, what's the thing that they do? And so we're thinking a lot about, taking, I think we're lucky, the world is lucky, there are a lot of companies who are doing what we're doing, and that we're not, a lot of companies are making those kind of commitments. The thing we have to do as it goes further is, how do we help the rest of the economy also do that
So
work?
there's one thing as well, just to mention, because I think we're going to have to close now, but there is something maybe you've heard of called the SME Hub, Small and Medium Enterprise Hub, which was set up by various people, including the Exponential Roadmap, which is a great partner of ours. And I think that's a good way for some to actually start the journey. And obviously what you're doing is a fantastic thing too. So
yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, Ephraim, thanks so much for being on the show. I've learned something about LinkedIn I didn't know, and congratulations and best of luck with that. I think it's a very worthwhile activity that you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Looking forward to it.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care. Right, I think we're ready to go on this next session. You all seem very long way away from me right now.
We do.
You're there, and I feel,
but
I think it probably works for the camera angles, so that's why we're doing it. Yeah, but so now we're going to turn our attention to agriculture and food. It's a critical topic, not least for climate action, but also the security and health of billions of people. And let me first introduce Lasse Bruun, which I probably completely garbled, Lassie, so you can clear up that one for me. He's an advocacy expert in climate, sustainable agriculture, and food systems. He's also the CEO of 50 by 40, a new collective impact organization working towards a fair, healthy, and compassionate food system. So, Lassie, it's great to see you here. We've known each other for some years now, and we'd like to hear about this new initiative. So from your perspective, if I get this right, one of the keys to unlocking climate action and also boosting rural livelihoods is to downsize the sheer number of farm animals or livestock. I think I've got that right. And so can you tell us a bit more about, well, what is 50 by 40? What's the rationale of its aims, including a livestock just transition, and the likely benefits that you think will arrive from these goals that you're setting? Over to you.
Of course, good to be here, Nick. Well, let me just start with 50 by 40. It's a collective impact organization that has around 70 organizations across 45 countries working together on the crucial issue of livestock within climate change, within faith, within health, within social justice, and what have you. So the issue I really want to talk about here today is about the industrialized livestock production. So the science is clear by now, which I'm sure particularly my science colleague here next to me is going to speak about later, that there's a huge problem. From a climate change perspective, at least 15% of climate change emissions globally come from the livestock sector. Resource use, land use, water. There's a problem with nutrition, like health issues with overconsumption of it. And there's a problem for the people who work in the industrialized livestock production, both the farmers and the workers at the processing plants, for instance. So adding to that, there's also a big problem with equitable food distribution. The latest IPCC report made it clear that there is a link between overconsumption of meat and dairy in the global north, like here in the US, and nutrition deficiency in the global south. There is this link, and we cannot deny that anymore. So it's also very much a social justice issue. So what do we need? We need to make a transition away from industrialized agriculture. It's not going to be like a vegan world, but it's a drastic cut, particularly in the global north. And we need to do that in a way where we work with the farmers under the just transition principles, which means that we have to find transition plans, compensation plans, and do long-term planning that really enables everybody to come out in a win-win situation. And I have some good news to share today that when you do that, you actually make a win-win-win-win situation. You're not when you cut down dramatically on meat consumption, you're not just mitigating climate change. You're not just improving public health. You're not just improving biodiversity losses and better condition for farmers. You're actually creating many more jobs and better jobs, more equitable jobs, and jobs that really are safer for the people working there. So in essence, you are boosting the GDP at the same time as you're making this transition. So what's not to like? But the issue is here, we need to get this plan started sooner rather than later, because unless we cut down on industrialized animal agriculture, we're not going to be able to meet the Paris Agreement or the SDGs.
Okay, just to clear up that one thing, I mean, just transition has been used a lot, hasn't it, in the whole issue of energy and moving from coal to, say, renewables. Just transition agriculture is from what job to what job?
Well, it changes. Let me give you a concrete example. The Inter-American Development Bank and the International Labour Organization did a study 2 years ago that demonstrated that they took the Latin America and the Caribbean as an example. And if there were to be a shift towards more plant-based production, eating the crops directly as opposed to feeding them to animals first, you would actually see a net job increase of 15 million jobs. There would be a loss of 4 million, increase of 19, net 15. So when you make this transition, you are enabling more jobs, but you're also making it more better conditions for rural communities. We've seen this death of the rural America, death of rural European countries, and particularly in Latin America with the big CAFOs and the big commodity markets coming in. And with a transition to more equitable production, which is based on agroecology, regenerative agriculture, you're actually seeing more jobs and you're seeing a revitalization of those communities. Schools are opening again, community centers, and people are starting to live in the countryside again.
Good. All right. That's cleared that one up, because I was a bit curious about what the just transition was, but now it's much clearer in my head, hopefully for the audience too. Let me now introduce Maria Latini, who is the Executive Director of FAIR Initiative. Maria has over a decade of experience in sustainability and finance, and in just over 5 years, the FAIR Investor Network has grown to over $65 trillion in combined assets. That's quite a big number. So, Maria, I noticed investors with $17 trillion recently called for a clearer roadmap to 2050 for agriculture. Can you tell me what that is about?
Yeah, I mean, it's very much aligned with what Lasse was saying, right? And you mentioned that we're an investor network, and you know, a lot of these trillion-dollar numbers are being thrown around, and I think that points to the fact, if I may start, to the fact that investors are really starting to center in and focus in on the risks and the opportunities in the food system, right? You mentioned that, we saw a lot of focus on the energy sector and transition. Actually, as Lasse mentioned, we're not going to get to 1.5 degrees unless we have a real focused effort on food. And aligned with that, we know that the International Energy Agency set out a roadmap for transition for the energy sector, right? Really so that the whole entire sector was aware of milestones and was pointing in the right direction in its journey to 1.5 degrees. Well, there was nothing of the sort for the agricultural sector. And so when you think about, how are we going to transition farmers? How are we going to move away from being overly focused on intensive meat production? And how are we going to do that within a 2050 timeframe with also the constraints of staying below 1.5 degrees? We think that the UNFAO, one of the leading bodies and experts in this, probably is best placed to set out a roadmap so that everybody is aligned on the direction that they need to go. Right, exactly.
The UNFAO being the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, or the Food and Agricultural Organization of the UN. I think they term it that way, yeah. Last but not least, let me introduce Brent Loken, who is Global Food Lead Scientist for WWF. Previously, Brent worked for EAT, the science-based global platform for food system transformation, where he's a lead author on the EAT Lancet report on food, planet, and health. And that's a wonderful initiative. We had Johan Rockström on the one of our last shows during Stockholm Plus 50, along with that wonderful lady from EAT.
Gunhild Stordalen.
There we go.
Yes.
And they were talking about the new phase of this, and it was very interesting to hear from it. Look, I know you've got kind of total global experience here, Brent, but when we exchanged emails, I couldn't help resist asking you not about the global picture, but about the kind of national picture in a sense. And so could you tell us a little bit about WWF's work to scale action at the national level and why this is important to focus on right here, right now?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. You know, those of us that have been working on food for many years, we're absolutely thrilled that people are finally talking about food systems, right? This is really this watershed moment. And there's been a ton of reports that have come out over the last several years, the IPCC, Eat Lancet being one of them, which have talked about these global targets, this global food system transformation that we keep talking about, which is great.
Yep.
However, food systems are local. And food systems play out on the ground and in countries very, very differently depending on the social, the political, the cultural realities on the ground. And what we need to do right now is to say, okay, how do we take these global targets, this global ambition, and downscale it to the individual countries? What does it look like in Colombia versus Venezuela versus the United States versus Indonesia versus India? And how it's going to play out in each one of those countries is very different. And I think we have a very good understanding of the global picture, but we don't have a very good understanding of how we're going to do this at the local level. So, Lasse, you talked about the fact that we have to do this now, which is absolutely true. We need money behind it, but how it's going to play out in 195 countries around the world is something that we still need to work on. And that, I like to think of it as this global jigsaw puzzle with each country being an individual jigsaw piece, a puzzle piece. And we have to start putting that puzzle together piece by piece, country by country. And WWF, being such a large global network, we're now starting to build that puzzle.
Right.
Trying to look at what it looks like in different countries and what does a food system transformation look like in Colombia versus Kenya, which are facing vastly different problems. And we hope by 2030 to have have a pretty good understanding of this so that we could really scale that action, which we so desperately need.
Absolutely, and that's a big job. I mean, because there are a lot of countries in the world, but there are probably some countries that have some commonality, yeah? So you could learn lessons in one place that you could transfer somewhere else.
So interesting is we're launching a report in 2 weeks, which looks just at that issue right there, is we're building a global food system, we're grouping food systems, right? So individual countries that have similar characteristics, what action would work for those individual countries or those groups of countries. Yeah. So we're not doing it for 195 different countries. We're doing it for 6 different food system types.
Right.
And we'll be launching that in 2 weeks.
That's interesting. I imagine there are some countries that are probably growing things that they shouldn't be growing, if I can put it that way, and growing something else because their actual land, their soils, their whatever, how deep the soil is, whatever it is actually not really right for that crop. And
a lot of countries are.
Yeah. Okay, that's also an interesting idea too. Yeah, agriculture and food, it's a vast topic, right? We could dedicate the entire show here today from 8:30 this morning till 7. Well, yeah, we're going to be doing that at COP27. I can tell we'll be doing a lot on food. But I wondered if we could just come back to this livestock angle again. Maria and Brent, I mean, do you think livestock does need a fresh approach, a fresh perspective? I suppose when I first knew that you were coming on the show with your new initiative, Lassie, that I thought, yeah, livestock is something that people kind of talk about, but then they stop talking about it. Other crops tend to get talked about more, or the water issue, or blah, blah, blah. But livestock, what is the new thinking that's coming through? I'm not sure if you're members of the new alliance that Lassie's with, but I think you're supporters of in principle, the ideas. Yeah.
I think we're all aligned in our thinking, right? I mean, from our perspective, we focus on livestock and alternatives to livestock, and FAIR's been around for now 5 years, as you mentioned, and in that time, we've seen that growth of investor network because there is a new perspective on livestock. Right? We're now looking at through the lens of what are the impacts from intensively producing livestock as a means of producing protein to feed the world. Does it have to be that way? And what are the unintended consequences? And the unintended consequences we know are not just climate-related deforestation, land use change, but also using most of the fresh water on the planet, using most of the antibiotics that we produce worldwide, compromising food security. compromising biosecurity when we think of what's happening with, disease risks just coming out of COVID. So I think we are starting to look at livestock in a very different way. And from a consumer perspective, I think we've all done research there. We're seeing that consumers are actually starting to change their perspective on where their meat comes from, and actually maybe equating that, that nice plastic wrap package in the grocery store with the animals that are sitting behind it, and how those animals are produced, how they're treated in the production, and actually realizing that the effects of how they're being produced are having serious environmental effects, serious social effects, and serious health effects.
Well, I would like to steer the conversation beyond just livestock and say that we need a complete, not just a fresh approach, but a radical approach to how we look at food systems and all types of food and how we consume all sorts of food. We just launched the Exponential Roadmap this morning. I heard you mention it before.
Yep, they're great partners of ours.
Yeah,
they've been with us from the beginning. Yeah.
And what this roadmap outlines, and one of the crystal clear messages is that we will not be able to achieve climate goals without a change in our food systems and without nature. And nature is at the core of this climate change revolution which we need, right? And the main driver of that loss in nature comes from food systems, whether it's for crops, whether it's for livestock, and whether it's for so many things. So therefore, we need to go from 12.5 gigatons where we are right now to 0 gigatons in the agricultural sector between now and 2030, and then net negative by 2040 and 2050. That's a massively quick
not a small job.
Transformation. It's exponentially huge, right?
Yeah.
And that's the name of the report. And that's going to involve a radical, fresh approach in all sectors. Livestock is going to be part of that. How we produce food, where we produce food, what we produce, it's all going to have to be looked at.
So we had a chap on earlier today in America who's got a company called Neutral, and they're actually working with dairy to produce kind of zero-emission dairy products. And we had a little chat afterwards, and his thought was something which perhaps we all know intuitively, which is it's not about quantity, it's about quality, yeah? Mm-hmm. And we need quality food for people. We just don't need tons of cheap, mass-produced stuff that's... but how do you tell that to the poor person in South Los Angeles who doesn't see... This seems to be the political challenge, how you get this message over. His argument was that if you took away the subsidies for all the plant-based foods that are being produced to feed livestock, that you would actually have more availability of good food because you wouldn't have all those massive subsidies that are actually... You'd have more money.
Or even if the subsidies are repurposed to
used
help
elsewhere.
Used elsewhere.
Exactly. That's part of the puzzle as well. And it's important to also mention that the vast majority of subsidies, whether it's on a national level, international level, like the MDBs, like World Bank, International Monetary Foundation, or even the regional ones, Inter-American Development Bank for Reconstruction Development, are paying and funding projects that are detrimental to human health and to nature. So the funding aspect into systems. So he's right in that aspect. But I also think the quantity aspect is important. And maybe I could just touch on why we call it 50 by 40. It's a 50% reduction of animal protein consumption by 2040, production and consumption. But it's a global average, which means that it's focusing a lot on the global north. We abide by the common but differentiated responsibility, like the polluter pays principle that has also been very successful within energy reductions. So it's essentially those who are eating the most or those who are creating the problems should be the ones who first take a step back. We're not talking about going to sub-Saharan Africa and asking smallholders or Maasai's and to cut down. Quite the contrary, there will probably be an increase from a nutrition perspective. We're talking about the big productions in the global north, the so-called CAFOs, the concentrated animal feeding operations, that are right here in the US, which accounts for more than 90% of meat production in the world anyway. So it's about us here in particularly the G20 countries eating less meat, and by doing so, we'll free up so much more land and so many more crops that can be reallocated either to rewilding for biodiversity issues or to growing food directly for human consumption. And we have to be very careful when we do this whole thing that we don't take a neo-colonial approach in which we are imposing food systems onto particularly least developed countries or developing countries, which often has been the case. Like, you have a problem with hunger, let's why don't you try this solution? And then a solution is pushed like industrialized chicken production is pushed into countries where people traditionally do not eat chicken and where smallholders then are put out of business. We needed to, exactly like Brent was saying, really focus on what is needed in the different countries. And those who created the problems in the first place, i.e. us, we have to bear the brunt of the problem.
Okay. And I think it's a little bit about quantity as well too, because overconsumption is also an issue that we have to think about. And
not just of livestock.
Not just of livestock,
right?
of everything, of sugar. So it is, and you can also consider overconsumption of food being an actual food waste issue.
Yeah.
Right. That's something that we have to tackle.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask the question, of course, as you know, which is why is it not 100 by 50? In other words, I mean, why do we still need livestock? I mean, could we not have a world where there are no farm animals? Do they have a role beyond just providing food for us? In other words, do they have a role in the ecosystem?
Yeah, they have a natural ecosystem.
They have a natural role.
Yeah. So we do need some livestock. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, we're seeing the market realize that there's real solutions to the problem within the agricultural system too.
Yeah.
And one is revisiting, what might have even been considered antiquated production systems of really turning back to the land and using nature to restore the health of nature. And that means not intensifying these systems anymore or moving away from intensification.
So then let me ask you that magic question, which always pops up, which is, I'm old enough and been long enough in the tooth to people from the Soil Association in Britain with organic agriculture, and then there was eco-agriculture came along, and then now everyone's talking regenerative agriculture, right? So is regenerative agriculture a wonderful term that brings disparate views and powerfully misaligned perspectives together into one holistic, happy family? Or, I'm just trying to because we know there's no kind of really easy definition on regenerative agriculture, but is it the approach that most sane-minded people, if I can put it that way, are sort of gathering around?
Well, do you want to go, Bren?
I could say,
Maybe the question was all wrong, right? But, I was trying to...
It's agroecology or climate smart. I mean, there's so many different ways that we can actually frame this, right?
Yeah.
And I think regenerative is a new way of talking about it. And the ambition and what people want to achieve with it is heading in the right direction, right? But we at WWF like to use nature-positive food production.
Right.
And underneath that broad umbrella, it could be regenerative, agroecological, it could be organic. Many different types of food production fall underneath that. So, when you look at regenerative, there isn't a single definition about it.
Yeah.
So, and that's a little bit of an issue because it can be captured by certain interests and framed in a way that we don't necessarily like. So, it's great that it's raising the issue, but I still think it's problematic in terms of the fact that there is not a single definition in terms of how it's being used.
It's
just, I would also say that, sorry, go ahead.
Maybe just a quick big thing to add is also like it's back to the quantity issues. There are many different schools of thought, and regen in itself, like regenerating the soil, is good as a theory, as a definition, but is again the quantity, and also comes down to what is the role for livestock, because some places livestock play a positive part, but the problem is that sometimes very intensive, massive livestock productions where you cut down forests like in Brazil and have like thousands and thousands of cattle grazing is equated to the natural movement of bisons in the prairie in the US. So we have to be careful we don't equate the industrialized systems with the traditional way of having regenerative agriculture, regenerative food systems, or just nature. So again, it all comes down to the quantity issue.
Okay.
Well, there's always going to be unintended consequences, and people are going to define, I think, terms in the way that suits them best. But I do see as a positive evolution, because it's corralling people, no pun intended, around an idea that is definitely more nature positive, or we would assume that's their way of thinking. So from my perspective, the movement on regenerative agriculture has allowed investors to really focus in on solutions that may be more nature positive and have a more positive discussion, I think, with global corporates who are being leaders in this space, right? Instead of always talking about the risks and what are you doing and how you're destroying, at least it shapes the discussion in a more positive way to say, what are you doing to improve the health of agriculture? And I think investors are looking in that direction as well, more for solutions and as well as mitigating the risks.
Okay. little bit of time left, not much, but again, it's a really interesting discussion I think we're having here. But the title of this show overall is Road to COP27. I don't know why we chose road. Maybe it's because you can't get all the way there by train. I'm not sure. Maybe it's possible.
You can bike. It's better for the environment.
Okay, the bike to,
like that,
to COP27. Okay, skateboard as well. We might include. Food's clearly looking like a big topic at COP27, the UN climate conference in Sharm El-Sheikh in Egypt in November. Briefly, what are you planning to do there? Do you think that this could be a good moment for some of these ideas that you've been talking about?
I think it's a watershed moment.
Yeah.
Food has never been talked about like this at this level to this extent ever. And I think there's 5 pavilions on food this year. Everybody's talking about food, right? So that is a very positive thing.
And they're talking about food in Africa, which is an important place to be talking about.
Absolutely, that's where most of the future population will be. And what we're going to be looking at specifically with WWF is how does it look like in different countries. So we'll be focused on those individual stories, those individual cases in terms of how this looks like in different places. And one of the things that I'm hoping that we can do this year at COP, and we've talked about this before, is how do we get out of these silos so that we're just talking to the same people. We broaden that tent, we talk to more people, and we make sure that food gets integrated into the actual negotiations and the final text. And if we can get to that place, we're in a very good spot for food systems.
And I would say, and including innovative finance.
Absolutely.
I mean, having the discussions be about how we're financing the food transition, which is essential. Or
well, with your trillions of dollars, I thought it was all sorted.
Need the governments to be aligned, right? That's what COP's all about.
Yeah, and I would agree that it is a watershed moment. We haven't seen this kind of a focus before. I remember 2009, I was in Copenhagen talking about livestock issues, and I was kind of a buffoon in the room, even mentioning, right? Things have come a long way since then. And I think to Brett's point particularly, that we need to ensure that whatever discussions are had is translated into actual policy on the ground in the countries. And I think it's important to mention that we have 2 consecutive COPs in the MENA region, a region that is like written by climate change induced erratic weather patterns, the most dry region in the world. So food is a natural thing to discuss there. So a lot of the things that's going to happen now in Egypt would also need to be kind of manifested or put into paper and action in the UAE in next year at COP28.
Good. Thank you so much for finding time. I know it's an incredibly busy week here, but all I can say is that millions of people have been watching this, and not all the usual suspects. Some are, but some aren't. So you have reached a different audience to perhaps the normal one.
Thanks for having
so I
us.
hope it was worthwhile for you. So thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
It's been great.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Right. So we are very delighted now to move to our next section of this show, where we're going to be discussing with various people and diving into a remarkable new report called Earth for All. It's billed as One Future, Two Scenarios, One Choice, System Change for an Equitable Future on a Finite Planet. And the argument behind Earth for All is that the economic system keeps crashing. It destabilizes societies and the planet. An international team of scientists, economists, and advocates have joined forces and developed scenarios that show what choices we need to make in the next decisive decade to ensure that a good life for all on a livable planet is possible. Earth for All says it's time now for governments to act on this vision and for everybody to join our chorus of voices and build together a movement of minds, hearts, and souls to champion it. I would recommend you highly to read the book by going to earthforall.life and discuss it, mobilize, organize, act, and join the Earth for All movement and concept. And as the Earth for All team says, We are all the co-authors of the next chapter of humanity. We Don't Have Time has had the pleasure to preview Earth for All twice on the We Don't Have Time Earth Day broadcast in April and during the Stockholm Plus 50 shows in June. And now the book is launched here during Climate Week NYC, and we're going to learn even more. Finally, Earth for All builds on the legacies of the 1972 Club of Rome's Limits to Growth and, more recently, the Planetary Boundary frameworks. And it has science at its heart. We're going to welcome our first guest from Earth for All, and it's Per Espen, who is a TED global speaker, a psychologist with a PhD in economics, and co-director of the Center for Sustainability and Energy at the Norwegian Business School in Oslo. He's also a serial entrepreneur, author, and has been a member of the parliament in his native Norway. Per, hello. Per Espen, you're going to outline some of the science and the findings through the lens of 4 very human characters. Before you make your remarks, we're going to ask you to introduce a short video which we're going to screen. So please introduce this video.
Delighted to be here with you, Nick, and it's a great day as we're launching the book at the UN Science Summit. And in this video, we've pulled together as much crystallized content as we were able to do within that short frame. So, have a look.
Okay, let's roll that video.
The world has never been so rich, but we're still susceptible to shocks and crises. Can we build more resilient societies? Not utopian, but functioning and fair. This is the story of Earth for All. We assembled a group of economic thinkers and scientists and developed a computer model to test their big ideas. We then asked, what's possible in 1 generation? If we carry on as normal, population and material footprints continue to grow, particularly due to overconsumption in rich countries. The gap between the richest and everyone else widens. Social tensions worsen. Climate change impacts become ever worse. But what if the world takes a giant leap now, with 5 extraordinary turnarounds? In this possible and plausible future, all people can live a good life within safer planetary boundaries. We avoid the worst climate impacts. Poverty ends earlier. Population peaks lower. Well-being rises. Social tensions fall. Nature starts to heal. Incredibly, the investment needed is only 2 to 4% of global income. But we do need massive investments now, driven by governments on a clear mission to enact the turnarounds. Another big idea is a citizens' fund for each country, where companies pay to use our commons, the wealthiest contribute fairly, and the funds are distributed to all citizens equally. But rebooting economies won't happen on its own. We need a global movement, kicked off with worldwide citizens' assemblies. This is Earth for All. How the story ends is up to you. Join earthforall.live.
Per Espen, it's over to you for your keynote.
Thanks so much, Nick. And just coming down from the Science Summit at the UN down here to downtown Manhattan, and delighted to bring with this fresh book. It's been a long way. We spent more than 2 years in preparing this, so finally it's here. What you just saw in the video was some of the highlights of the new modeling work that we've been doing. But you might ask, what's the point of making yet another model? We have science models of the climate, we have models of the economy already. So what's lacking really? Why do we need a system dynamics model that complements the shortcomings of the current modeling we have? And this is 3 main shortcomings that we've tried to address. And the first of those is that most conventional economic models don't really show the environmental impact. It doesn't contain the material flows going through the economy, and it doesn't contain the planetary boundaries framework within which the climate crisis is occurring. Second, the whole social capital issue, or the trust that we have in each other and the trust we have in our institutions and the stableness of our societies is not represented in conventional models. And third, if you really push a certain area, let's say renewable energy, or you push for regenerative agriculture, a directed mission of putting the economy on a new track, that's not really possible in conventional economics modeling. But we have done that in the Earth for All model. Building on the last 4 decades, we have now run it first in a scenario we call too little, too late, where we continue with decision making as usual. The second scenario, giant leap, is where we pull 5 main levers to create a turnaround, or 5 turnarounds from the conventional movement of the economic system. So what if we continue with decision making as usual? And I'd like to take you along with 2 girls born in 2020 and how they move into the future as they get older. What's their life for a baby born in 2020? In 2040, what is it like in 2060? What is it like when they get old in 2080? So, if we turn on the first of these and go to Lagos in Nigeria. Meet Ayutola. She is a baby in 2020, and in her growing up from 0 to 10 years, all the 2020s, she experienced droughts, floods, food shortages, and blackouts. They're quite regular, even for the middle class. The city is congested, and everything is pretty expensive. By 2030, Ayutola leaves school. And at 14, in 2034, she gets married to the son of a family friend. In 2050, she's 30, and she has children, 4 or 5 of them, but only one, her boy, goes to school. Money's tight, kids are hungry, and there's mass emigration to escape the floods. It's very hard to get going because there is corruption, and there's little trust in each other, and there is occasional violence. So she struggles to take care of her kids. By 2080, Ayutola and her family are climate refugees. Extreme weather, heat, and tropical storms are common and damage the infrastructures and crops, driving up the price of food. So this is how life will play out if the global economic systems goes on with decision making as usual, and we do too little, we do it too late. But what if we do address poverty, inequality, empowering of women, change the food system and the energy system? Then we go to the giant leap scenario, and we have the same baby, 2020, Ayutola, but despite experiencing climate extremes in the same way as in the other scenario, by 2030, she's able to continue her education. And her family and her parents is moving to a flat downtown, and she attends school with all her siblings. By 2050, Ayutola is now able, through support for girls and women, to go to university, and she studies to be an accountant. She specializes in well-being indicators, because well-being economics is taking center stage. And thanks to the government relocation program and what we call the universal basic dividend, she gets a share in the national wealth, and she's able to move away from Lagos. At 2080, when she's 60, Ayutola could retire, but she's still passionate about her job, and she decides to keep working part-time on the advisory board of Nigeria's multi-trillion citizens fund. So, Ayutola, what will her life be like? Is it like the trajectory we saw in Too Little Too Late? Or is it more as if in this giant leap? This is Nigeria. What about the US? I'd like you to meet Carla. Carla is experiencing as a baby, born in 2020, drought and wildfires intensify. There is air pollution, which continues in California all the way to 2030. Water in 2030 is very expensive because we're in the too little too late scenario. It's expensive despite new desalination plants along the coast. So Carla, coming from a poor background of Puerto Rican parents, is taught to use water with care. She finishes university by 2050 and starts as an office manager in Seattle, moving up north, trying to escape the wildfires. But the wildfires keep following her, and her parents are now ill by 2050, but they can't afford healthcare. And Carla has a six-figure student loan and an expensive rent. So in a way, they're becoming climate refugees, and she's living paycheck to paycheck, not secure in her own home. By 2080, Carla knows, she's now 60, that she won't be able to retire for a long while, as there is simply no funds. And now she's obese due to also an unhealthy diet, and she dies of cancer, aged 65. All because the economic system keeps crashing, pushing the wrong solutions, decision-making as we know it. But, however, if we do these things, we can get to a giant leap. So go back to 2020, Carla is newborn. She goes to school. By 2030, there is still wildfire particles and air pollution. Water is still expensive despite new desalination plants along the coast because the world doesn't change that fast. And Carla is still taught to use water with care. But by 2050, Carla is now become an architect. She specializes in passive housing that keeps cool despite hot weather. Her partner is a corruption analyst, and she receives a universal basic dividend, just like Ayatollah in Nigeria, and she's done that for 10 years now already. She and her partner are planning for their first child. They buy a flat in a pedestrian-only city, and as the decades go by and we implement the 5 turnarounds in the giant leap, by 2080, Carla is 60, and now she is able to retire. And she still gets the universal basic dividend from the Citizens Fund on top of her pension. She's still able to get out and have a healthy, active lifestyle. So these were the stories of how two girls, the lifetime stories would be very different depending on the economic system around them. It's not up to Carla alone, it's not up to Ayatollah alone to change that economic system. Rather, their lives are being shaped by it. And we try to personify these scenarios because the model we talked about is very abstract, quantitative, and generates the long and big picture split down into 10 world regions. But it's very hard to translate those figures and those numbers and those big patterns that the computer model makes without actually feeling what it's like to be Carla in the Too Little Too Late, where she's feeling like a climate refugee, economic insecurity, and struggling with health issues, or whether there is, despite global warming, the resilience and the trust in society which makes her able to have a good life in California or in Seattle, despite all those environmental changes that are coming, even if we address a lot of those issues. Rich countries are better disposed to doing something about it. Poorer countries, however, struggle much more, and that's why we need to address poverty first of all. Thanks. Read more in our book, Earth for All.
So thanks very much to Per Espen for a great way of framing these kinds of choices facing the future through very human characters. Our next member of the Earth for All team is Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, a Belgium national and the current co-president of the Club of Rome. She also chairs the European Commission's expert group on economic and societal impact of research and innovation, sits on the European Commission's Sustainable Finance Platform. Sandrine, I can't possibly cover all your skills and all your experience. It's too vast. But I wanted to be topical, by the way, by saying you also have been director of the Prince of Wales's Climate Leaders,
Yes.
which presumably will shortly be changed to having been director of the King Charles III Climate Leaders. So we're just catching up with events in the UK. Sandrine, what is the key message in these stories of these 4 or 2 girls from across the world? What is it saying about what we need to do in terms of a transformation of our societies and our globe? Over to you.
So let me explain that a little bit, and thank you for the pitch with regard to the Prince of Wales Corporate Leaders Group. And why is that important as well when we think of the passing of the Queen and King Charles taking over the monarchy in the United Kingdom? Before I get into the story of the incredible lives of these 4 girls who become women, I think it's very important to remember that the original book that started to talk about changes in our world and to address growth as truly becoming a real issue with regard to the planetary boundaries was the seminal publication published in 1972, The Limits to Growth. The Limits to Growth, which was a report to the Club of Rome, clearly indicated exactly what we've been trying to re-show again today, which is when you look at our different systems and the interrelationships between population growth and the use of natural resources and the continuous strain on our planetary boundaries, that we are actually going to create the greatest existential risk that we have ever faced. And so this book, Earth for All, is to a certain degree a sequel to The Limits to Growth. Even though there have been many publications over the last 50 years, what this book tries to do is readdress that system dynamic modeling, the interrelationships between all of the key impacts and the ways in which our economy, our financial architecture, and our social systems interrelate, what those impacts are in terms of the planetary boundaries, what we need to do in terms of the 2 scenarios which have just been shown, the too little, too late scenario, which pretty much is what we're doing today, and then the giant leap scenario. And what we're trying to do in this book, and it's compact, and yet it's full of data sets, but that have been translated into storytelling so that more people can understand that there is a vision of the future. Because the vision that we try to show through these 4 girls who become women is that actually their lives and livelihoods will really change for the better if we do the giant leap. So what does that mean? That means translating the 5 turnarounds, understanding, as Per Espen indicated, that it is the social tipping points, poverty and inequality, that are actually going to impact us the most, the fastest. Taking into consideration empowerment and the role of women within that, and understanding that if we truly want to reduce population in certain parts of the world, we have to empower women, not only to become part of the economy, but to ensure that they have access to education, access to decision-making roles, and being a fundamental part of our economy. We've heard about food earlier. Regenerative agriculture is fundamental in the way in which we address the shift towards more sustainable practices and the way in which we can ensure that local production for local consumption does truly get integrated across the globe in a variety of different jurisdictions and rural communities. But it's also the link between poverty, inequality, empowerment, food, and then energy that means that that system dynamic model, the way in which those interrelationships are optimized to the fullest, will truly give us what we want, which is a well-being economy. We believe, those of us who have worked together, and there have been 100 contributors to this book, 6 key authors, but yet we've had economists and scientists working together over the last 2 years as we've gone through this difficult period of COVID to best understand how do we get through the compound effects of COVID, of climate change, and of conflict. How do we actually make sure that we have those short-term levers for long-term systems change that are going to bring us to a well-being economy? Because our well-being index demonstrates that as wealth goes up, well-being goes down. That if we don't start to have an impact and ensure that we tax the wealthiest, that we allow for basic income for the lowest income countries of at least $15,000 per year, that we will actually not solve the poverty issue. That we have to think about the elimination of debt. That we rethink through the trade infrastructure, the finance infrastructure, and the way in which economic indicators are shifting from just GDP growth into a balance between economic, environmental, and social indicators. And this is not just pie in the sky. We see that there are 5 countries who have already implemented well-being economies. We know that actually during COVID, it is those companies that put in place environmental, social, and governance rules, what we call the ESG, are the ones that were most resilient. And it is those funds that actually did the best during COVID. This vision of the future that we have created is a feasible vision. We're not pretending that it's not going to be painful as we shift now through what we call the real crises moments. These tipping points that were already shown through the scenarios that the Limits to Growth authors showed us in 1972. But we also know, all of us, that we cannot just talk to people about doomsday scenarios, that we need to bring citizens on the journey, that it has to be through citizen assemblies and good governance and working with governments across the globe through policy recommendations that are clear but have also been tried. The universal basic dividend and bringing forward a citizen fund, these are all ideas that actually can come to fruition if we have brave leaders who are willing to bring them forward. So what we need and what we want through Earth for All is, if this is going to be a survival guide for humanity, it needs to start to be implemented now. The incredible results so far of this book being published just 2 weeks ago in Germany is that we have actually had 500 articles across the globe, across all political spectrums. It is now bestseller list in Germany, and we're hoping in today's launch that it will become a bestseller in the United States and so many other countries. We will translate this book in as many languages that we need to in order to ensure that more people can be brought on this journey. So it is the story of these 4 girls. It is the story of these 5 turnarounds. And it is the story of all of us. Because if we truly want to demonstrate that we are wise and that we actually can shift to a brand new vision of this world, Earth for All, a survival guide for humanity, will guide us through that pathway.
Right. Well, Sandrine, that was very strong stuff, and thank you very much indeed for being here. And we'll have you and Per Espen back on the show shortly, after we first met 3 other members of the Earth for All team, which we're absolutely delighted to have here with us. Let me introduce Gaia Harrington. You're Gaia, aren't you? Yeah, I've seen the photograph. I haven't got the T-shirt, but I've seen the photograph. Gaia Harrington is a published author, a researcher on sustainability with a focus on how global environmental, social, behavioral, and economic trends interact. Nearly got everything right there. She holds a master's degree on econometrics from the Liberal University of Amsterdam and another master's in sustainability from Harvard University. So congratulations. Gaia, who is Dutch and American, has contributed to the Earth for All book as a member of the Club of Rome's Transformational Economics Committee. There's also, and if I mangle your last name, you give me a good kicking, all right? There's also Fidel Kaboub.
Yes.
Not bad.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who hails from Tunisia and the United States of America. Fidel is president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity and associate professor of economics at Denison University. He's also an expert on modern monetary theory, which actually, when it was put out, was actually put in brackets MMT,
Yes.
which sounds a bit risky, like a sexually transmitted disease. I was a bit nervous about that, so I nearly didn't say it. And the Green New Deal and job guarantee.
Yes.
His work focuses on public policies to enhance monetary and economic sovereignty in the Global South, build resilience, and promote equitable and sustainable prosperity. And last but not least, we've got Amanda Yanou, who is the economics and policy lead with the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, and whose work builds on over a decade of experience working with governments and international development institutions around the world. And prior to joining We All, okay, Amanda worked for the United Nations and the African Development Bank as an industrial policy and structural transformation expert. Okay, let's have a chat. Okay, financing. I'm quite interested in the financing side of this Earth for All report. Financing the ambition envisioned in the transition in Earth for All is a key, I think, to unlock the positive scenario, the giant leap. Yeah, the giant leap. How much do we need? And where is this going to come from? And should I be worried or excited if I'm in the rich 10%? Who would like to start with that?
I can start.
Okay.
I think you don't have to worry if you're in the 10%, the top 10% of wealth and income, if you care about being happy. Because we know that after a certain amount of money, much more stuff doesn't make you happier. I mean, I can probably attest to that and explain it better than I can. So it is true that probably that wealth will need to be shared more equally. So you probably won't be as rich. But as long as you care about also the well-being of other people, you will still be happier. Studies show this quite convincingly. Most people care about not just their own benefit, but also of those around them, their community, and larger society. So I would say this would be better for almost everyone on the planet, except for, theoretically speaking, maybe a couple of very rich psychopaths.
Okay,
but I don't think we want to structure a society around
Well, we have
those.
no rich psychopaths
No.
on the show today, so we're absolutely safe at the moment. Yeah, but there are some serious numbers here, but they sometimes look eye-watering, don't they? The trillions, but in fact, there are trillions being spent anyway on the old economy that's damaging our very futures. So it's actually not about finding fresh money; it's about redirecting money. Yeah. So, yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's really important because oftentimes whenever we talk about things like finance or money, it can feel like the economy is some sort of abstract wealth generating machine, and we forget that it's really just the way that we're producing and providing for one another. And fundamentally, we're lost if we forget that everything we produce comes first and foremost from the earth, and everything we provide is valuable insofar as it contributes to our well-being. And so as you very rightly said, Nick, right now, 100 corporations are contributing to 71% of global greenhouse emissions, but they also are the ones who receive about $11 million in subsidies per minute. And so it's not an issue of, not having enough resources or finances or time even. It's really about what kind of activities and behaviors do we want to be encouraging and rewarding as a society so that we can ensure our long-term sustainability and well-being.
Well, I'm going to give you one number and a little story that goes with it. If we divide the world into rich and poor countries and net out all global financial transactions, foreign direct investment, exports, imports, remittances, everything, we find that $2 trillion are moving from the poorest countries to the richest countries. That's money moving in the wrong direction. We're not going to put a dent in climate change or global poverty or anything at this space. And this number has been increasing over the last several decades. So we have the same conversation in 5 years, it will be maybe $3 trillion. So we need to redesign the global trade and finance architecture in order for that money to move in the right direction. A second number / a story. about a decade ago, the world decided we're going to put money in a global fund to deal with climate finance and climate change, $100 billion a year. Last time I checked, a few days ago, there was a little over $10 billion in it, total. So I take $2 trillion from you, and I promise to give you 100, but I only give you 10.
Right.
We're not going to fix this
Doesn't
problem
sound like a very
at this
fair
rate.
bargain,
So we
does
need to
it?
sit down
Yeah.
and redesign the global trade and finance architecture as a global community very quickly in the next few days, if we can, and the next few months, if we can, if we're going to make it and meet the climate challenge, hit the 1.5 degree target, which I believe is the upper limit. At the current moment, we're on pace to produce and burn twice as much fossil fuels by 2030 and 4 times as much as we're allowed to extract and burn by 2040. So we're not being serious as a global community about what needs to be done. Phasing out fossil fuels immediately and setting up a global financial system in which we have climate reparations for countries in the global south that have not caused the problem, and yet they're on the front lines of climate change. So we have to be very serious about repairing the damage with technology, with transfer of financial resources, and with new design of infrastructure, both in the global north and the global south.
So, I mean, we're big fans on We Don't Have Time of this reform of fossil fuel subsidies, and we're supporting the UNDP campaign with Frankie the dinosaur and everything on that through a 10-part miniseries. And it's actually quite fascinating where these fossil fuel subsidies end up, right? They end up in not leveling the playing field, but actually distorting the playing field in terms of, say, plastics and recycled plastics versus virgin plastics, because the virgin plastics has got fossil fuel subsidies and it makes it cheaper, right? It's crazy.
And it amounts to about 7% of global GDP.
Yeah.
So there's your redirection right there to fund. the
Talk
transition.
about, sorry, do you call it UB? Some people, I mean, I was always told it was basic income granted, but that's big, isn't it? BIG, basic income granted is big, isn't it?
Universal basic income, some people call it.
But you call it universal
Basic income.
universal basic income. So in other words, it's for everybody. Or is it just for the developing world?
It depends on who you ask. There's lots of UBI proposals out there.
Okay.
I'm more in favor of, number one, phasing out fossil fuels immediately to start as a new path forward. Why? Because as we speak, the biggest fossil fuel companies in the world are on track to spend $1 trillion a year for the next 10 years, adding new infrastructure. So that cannot.
So could that money then be used for the universal basic income, for example? Is that a...
Not necessarily. I'm for universal public services first, which will create the infrastructure that we need to produce energy in the global south and in the global north from renewable sources. To change our consumption patterns, especially in the global north, to reduce consumption, to reduce emissions, not just keep growing at the current pace and greenwash the global transition. Because as we decarbonize transportation with electric vehicles here in the global north, what are we doing with the cars that we take off the streets? We're shipping them to African countries to use for the next 10 years. That's not a plan. Yet we need public transportation that's clean and accessible in the biggest metro areas in the global south. So are we having a conversation about decarbonizing transportation? These are the kinds of things, and these will create millions of jobs. So those who can't have access to jobs, they deserve universal public services, and they deserve access to decent income in case they can't work or are not able to work.
Let's park that there for a second, because we're going to run out of time, because it's a massive report with lots of really fascinating things. The book outlines 5 extraordinary turnarounds, including a new indicator of wealth beyond GDP. Why do we need such a thing? Either our ladies first can handle that.
Sure. So this idea of developing alternative indicators to GDP is actually quite significant, because ultimately we've been utilizing GDP as our mechanisms to evaluate our progress and development as societies, as nations. And all GDP tells you is pretty much how much is being sold within your society, but it doesn't tell you about the health or the happiness or the sustainability of that society. And this is something that was recognized even from the creation of GDP, that it shouldn't be used as a metric of societal progress. But as we're in this moment of, I think, pretty extreme existential crisis as a civilization and as societies, of recognizing extreme inequalities, of the climate crisis, of COVID, people start questioning really what does a good life mean, and what should we really be monitoring in terms of our social and environmental well-being, because that can become a new North Star by which to orient and to work towards and to design our economies in terms of its capacity to deliver.
I mean, you can chop all your trees down, can't you, and turn them into logs, and suddenly your GDP looks rather good.
Exactly.
The fact you've trashed your complete environment and you're going to have no water in a short space of time doesn't seem to come into the equation.
There's that, and I call GDP a measure of how busy you are. It's a busyness indicator of all the stuff you're doing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't tell you. It tells you much more about quantity than quality. It doesn't tell you if you're actually becoming happy from the stuff that you're doing. There's was a recent Gallup survey that shows that since they started asking people how happy they are, global unhappiness is actually at a record high right now. And that's because there's a lot of instability. Afghanistan is highest in unhappiness for obvious reasons, but large part of the wealthy states, people are also very unhappy because they lack these social connections that we need. They don't have a sense of fulfillment at work. They don't have a sense of community. And after our basic needs are met, that you can do with stuff, which could be sort of approximated with GDP. But after that, it becomes a whole lot fuzzier, and most of the stuff that we crave is actually for free, which is a great thing. And for some reason, we kind of miss that in traditional economics.
Yeah. Can we talk about the citizen? Because you talked about a citizens fund. I think it was either Sandrine or Per Espen who were talking about a citizens fund. But does the citizen have a role in this transformation? What is the role of the citizen? And maybe let's also ask, what is the role of the state? Do these have two critical roles? Forget the companies for a second, forget the, the city leaders, but what about well, no, don't forget the city leaders, but the state and the citizen, but the citizen first. Who would like to talk about the citizen?
I can start at least, because I do think that especially in Earth for All, the emphasis on the citizen is really significant, because we're in a moment where there not only a renaissance in new economic thinking, but we're also seeing a huge renaissance in democracy and demands for more participatory and deliberative forms of decision making. And I think that those two are very much intertwined, because people don't feel like they have a voice over their livelihoods and their collective destiny. And they've lost trust in government institutions to actually represent their interests. And this is because we've allowed for so much power to become consolidated into the hands of so few individuals and corporations that they are the ones who are ultimately dictating a lot of the rules by which we are living by. And so to look towards these new instruments like citizens' assemblies, which I think is outlined really importantly within the Earth for All book, as new mechanisms by which we can create governance systems that are by people. So in the UK, for example, they had a citizens' assembly around climate change, specifically ahead of COP, and the proposals that came out of that were so much more radical than any other government strategy we've seen so far. And so when you allow people to have a voice over the things that matter, I think that's when you'll start to see really transformative change.
Can this happen without strong government? This transformation that the Earth for All talks about?
I think not. I think we need strong governments to do this.
How are we going to get strong governments? They all seem a bit
with
weak
participation. I mean, taking back the democratic process, a government of the people, by the people, for the people, with citizens' assembly, engaging with the public and making sure that we don't have a government of Wall Street by the super PAC for the oil companies.
Yeah.
That's the problem that we have today. We're very clear in terms of how we can meet the climate challenge. The science is clear, the economics is very clear. We're not going to do it without phasing out fossil fuels immediately. So as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not a legal expert here, so I'm going to venture into the legal space, it is tantamount to criminal activity when we have government officials and executives from fossil fuel companies adding additional fossil fuel infrastructure at the tune of $1 trillion a year for the next 10 years when we know we can't be adding additional things. So one of two things. They're either signing our collective suicide pact or they're duping investors and selling them stranded assets.
Yep.
Because we can't move forward with these investments in the future.
Got you. Look, let's bring back Sandrine and Per Espen here. I mean, I'm sorry, so rich is Earth for All, right, as a report. I mean, this is a TV show, so, I mean, maybe we should have spent the whole show on this, but we can't. But look, just tell me a little bit, right, because I know a bit about this, because we've had you on the show, not all of you, but in 2 other episodes that we've had previously. So a lot of the public have heard about it, and we're hearing new things today as well. But what's the feedback been on this Earth for All report? Has it been positives or negatives, applause or brickbats? If you know what brickbats are,
Yeah.
they're rather painful.
So Nick, as I was saying, I'm quite pleasantly surprised. And my feeling at the moment is probably that either people haven't yet read the book, and therefore the big criticism around this is going to be either some kind of communist plot or some kind of Marxist plot, haven't yet come out of the woodwork. But let me at least say this. What I think it's done is it's hit a real soft spot. And it's done it across, as I said, 50 countries that have published articles. None of them, I think we got 1 negative read on this book. Now, what I'm reading from that is that this is cross-political. This now is resonating because we are in the midst of the greatest crises we've ever seen. And it really is a shift in people's awareness. In fact, 74% of GDP citizens, not GDP citizens, of G20 citizens have indicated very clearly that a well-being economy is something that they would like to aspire to. So what I feel we've done is we've brought out a report at a time when we need it most. And I actually think that we're going to continue to be able to have those dialogues with citizens and with governments because there is a real openness to find solutions to the mess that we're in now.
Per Espen?
Terrific. Sandrine is working with the policy space all day. I'm working also more on the science side. And since you're asking about criticism, there has been criticism that we haven't done peer-reviewed studies on all aspects of the model yet. And we're publishing the book before we're publishing the peer-reviewed, which is maybe not the proper scientific way of doing things. But you have a show here, it's called We Don't Have Time. We just got to get it up, and we look forward to getting the scientific criticism and the economics pushback. So it is an invite, really. It's not that we're not publishing peer-reviewed papers, they're coming, but they're right, they're not here yet. So we don't have evidence that this is the right way to analyze the situation.
Don't worry, I once wrote a press release for the UN Environment Programme about something at that time that was called the Asian Brown Cloud, which was affecting the monsoon and trashing things. And we got a lot of blowback on that. And then the Chinese published some peer-reviewed papers that this actually was a very damaging thing. And my boss at the time, the former German Environment Minister Klaus Toffer, said, so finally, the science has caught up with your press release. And so I was very pleased with that. Look, we're really running out of time, but I want to ask one question to everybody. It has to be a really short answer. There seems to be a lot of talk about finance right now. Many people must have read The Economist a few months ago. Banks, finance houses pledging trillions of dollars into the new green climate economy. But then suddenly it's like, is it really real? I'm not saying that all investment houses are playing it both ways, but are we at a bit of a crossroads with climate finance? It needs a bit of a kick up the backside. And talking about strong state, do we need tighter regulation on the claims that investors are making of what they are doing? So, right, I'm going to go from here, I'm going to whip round.
So quick, I think Fadel Kaboub was spot on when he talked about how the 2 trillion go from the poor countries to the rich countries. And the reason for that is that the poor countries have way too high interest rate on their loans. So the finance is flowing to those people who don't really need it. So we get, rich solar panels in closed neighborhoods rather than giving that power, those cheap power panels, to those who really need it. So there is finance, but it's going the wrong way. And those people who are economically insecure are punished for it.
Right. I've just been told we don't have to be too short on this question, that we've got a little bit more time, so we can actually just explore it a bit more then. Okay, sorry, I might even come back to you, Per Espen. But why didn't you just come in on this one?
Well, I'll come in from a different angle.
Okay.
We're a few blocks from Wall Street, and most people are familiar with the stock market bubble. Here we're dealing with a carbon bubble, multi-trillion-dollar carbon bubble. My university endowment, your pension fund, all the corporations, their balance sheets are packed with climate risk. That is, real estate properties that will be flooded, impact on agriculture, climate refugees, you name it, fossil fuel infrastructure that will become obsolete. All of this is the carbon bubble. So who's panicking very quietly about the carbon bubble? Wall Street for the last few years. And that's why they've been applying pressure on the Fed, on the ECB, on other financial regulators across the world to set up a benchmark for all of them to decarbonize their balance sheets in an orderly manner, because they're not going to do it by themselves. Because if I do it and my neighbor doesn't do it, then I'm at a disadvantage. And this is what's happening. The Fed has 2 climate change committees as we speak. The ECB just hired their first climate change director from the network of greening the financial system, NGFS. So the SEC is setting up new regulations. So it's happening. It's a little bit late, but it's happening. And it's going to accelerate. But Wall Street and insurance companies and real estate companies are going to do the bare minimum necessary to protect their assets and to protect their market share. They're not going to do what you and I would like to do with the global financial architecture. So this is where it's our responsibility to applaud the efforts that are being made in the financial system, but to keep pushing. Because they're not the tree huggers. They're the Wall Street, huggers. Gatekeepers.
Yeah.
So
Can I build on that, Nick?
Yeah,
Yes, but we're not going to forget these two.
No.
No, okay, right.
No, it's only because I get so upset. And you're absolutely right. As you know, I sat on the taxonomy working group for the European Commission for 2.5 years. And the way in which we try to create that framework, that benchmarking framework, to really give an indication to investors of what was green, the science that went behind it, but also the investment community that were part of it, alongside the EIB, the ECB, all of the multilateral development banks that are thinking through this. And what happened? It was the politics that killed it from actually really kicking out subsidies and kicking out, in particular, the gas from that particular system. So part of the frustration is that we have to shift the financial architecture and we have to give the right signals to the market. But we also have to shift the over-financialization of the economy. The fact is, the signals from the economy to the finance sector and the finance sector back are not the right signals. You can fire 10,000 people and still your shares go up. There is a problem when the economy is totally, the real economy that is actually servicing people is totally disconnected from the finance. So what do we need to do? We are going to have to somehow figure out how we can start to place a value on the things that matter most, even within the financial system. We're launching this week a task force on nature and finance, which I'm part of, placing a value on nature, placing a value on social capital. We tried to do it through ESG, but again, ESG now is also being criticized for being a greenwashing tool. So we have to be much stricter in terms of what are the criteria. And yes, we need to understand that we have to start divesting. We have to give the signal to the market that investment in fossil is actually a risk. And it does not create resilience in the financial markets. It actually could create its collapse. And until investors truly stop having a profit, short-term profit on the back of oil and gas, we are not going to shift this.
Over here, how do you feel about the way the financial architecture is? I mean, things were looking good, right? So in the run-up to Paris and at Paris, you would regularly hear, investors with assets under management of 32.5 trillion. You'd hear this from Ceres, the investor grouping thing in New York, for example. And we'd all be cheering to the rafters, because we thought, wow, this is really happening now. And then you unpack reports that are coming out. So the Economist article, of course, the cover story was really interesting. Then you've got Influence Map in London. We had a lady on called Adrienne Buller from something called Commonwealth Institute in the UK. And they say, but it's not really it's not really happening because of these and these reasons. And again, I suppose it gets back to strong government, that there have to be some regulation of claims, for example. I mean, if I buy a tin of paint, it's got to have a tin of paint in it and not a mouse, right? Sorry.
Well, so I used to be a financial regulator.
Okay.
I worked at the Dutch Central Bank for years, making policy. Finance is very heavily regulated. You have this with any other financial product, especially when it's new. There's just a lot of people who are trying to take advantage of it. That's why we have so much regulation. So yes, it's not perfect yet. That doesn't mean that green finance can't happen. It just means we need to do it better. So yes, we need more regulation. They are working on it. And my hope is that that will improve this market a lot.
I do think that, to Sandrine's point, though, there's something fundamentally flawed in the financialization of our economy and the way that we've allowed for it to take on such a huge role in terms of our notions of value, our growth trajectories. Because I think at this point, it's something like the financial sector is worth 8 times the real economy. And the difference between the imagined value and the real economy is as much pain as we're in for once people recognize that there's that differentiation. And so I think we are in for a financial crisis soon. And the issue is about when this comes, is it once again going to be a situation where we feel that and buy into this trickle-down economics belief that it is about the generation of this wealth that ultimately is the investment that feeds the regeneration or the provision of services and all of this, when the reality is we are the economy, right? We are the ones who produce and provide things to one another. And the earth is what provides most of the things that we need in our lives. And so how can we go about valuing that in a way that doesn't expect huge amounts of profit to come out from those interactions?
Got you. But Espen, you wanted to come in on this?
Yeah, one of the novelties that we're working with in this project, the Earth for All and the Earth for All model, is actually to have an explicit modeling of the financial economy relative to the real economy. Conventional economics don't do that because any economic activity is kind of value creation per definition. But we analyze how, with increasing financialization of the economy, this transfers more over to the owners relative to the workers. And that balance between the owners and the workers is increasing the inequality if the owners financialize their investments, and that keeps drawing more and more of the money flows to itself. And that's not just an economic issue, because in our model we connect that with the social issue. So what happens when inequality goes up? Well, then social trust starts to go down. And what happens when social trust go down? Well, suddenly government become incapable of doing and enacting what it needs to be doing. So these dimensions of economic thinking now need to be much clearer and expressed much more pragmatically or practically to politicians, so we can address the social dynamics of the financialization. That's one of the contributions we hope this book and this project will give.
These 4 countries, sorry, because we've got a bit more time than I thought. We've got 5 more minutes left, so that's super. Yeah, no, actually it was my mistake, because the clock there I thought had run out, but it was going, now you've got another 15 minutes, so I didn't really notice that. The 4 countries you mentioned 4 countries.
There are actually 5.
5.
5 countries, and Costa Rica is close, and several others joining. The well-being economy countries.
Okay. So what is happening there? And are any other countries looking at this? And but I also want to say something about the Netherlands, right? They've got the highest rate of circularity of any country in the world, haven't you? Which is something else, but that's a diversion. But that could be a bit of happiness as well.
Yes.
But what are they doing that others could mirror? I mean, is it really so strong, do you think?
I'm going to let Amanda answer, because Amanda and I'm an ambassador for the Wellbeing Alliance.
Okay.
But I do want to say one thing before Amanda starts, because the Wellbeing Alliance is doing unbelievable work in supporting these governments. But one thing we really wanted to do, and I think Amanda will probably agree, and in fact all of us as part of this community, of understanding that there are different theories of change. So you can talk to Kate Rayworth, who has started Donut Economics. You can talk to Tim Jackson, economist, Prosperity Without Growth, et cetera, et cetera. All of these different economists that we've worked with have all said there are different models out there. We've got the well-being economic model, we've got the donut model. Why in the Netherlands is the Netherlands one of the economies that has gone so well towards circular? It's also the help of the donut economy that's actually in Amsterdam. We're not saying there's one best model, but what we're saying is if you get the balance right between social indicators, environmental indicators, and economic indicators, then you start to shift from just GDP growth as the only indicator, which we know is not actually functioning in today's society. And so that's what's so important. So Amanda will be able to tell us even more about
just
what
illuminate
these
us on
indicators
that,
are.
yeah.
Sure, absolutely. So actually, very excitingly, now there's 6 governments. So
Oh, the 6.
yeah,
This is growing
Canada.
as we speak.
Yeah, Canada.
When we don't have time in
recently
broadcasting,
joined.
it goes up from 4 to 6.
There you go.
There we go. So
It's the
well
we
done, we
don't
don't have time.
indicator.
Absolutely.
By evening it will be 10, you know? Go on,
Yeah,
By the end of this
absolutely. Yeah, and
conversation,
Bhutan is starting to, is joining as well. But ultimately, the well-being economy movement, to Sandrine's point, is very important. It does come under a lot of different banners. But one of the ways in which it's manifesting is with these governments. For example, I like the Wales example. The government of Wales developed a new framework of national progress, which is centered on 7 well-being goals. So, a more equal Wales, a culturally vibrant Wales, a globally responsible Wales, etc. And as part of this, recognizing that once you move to higher level cross-societal objectives, you have to break down silos. And so they developed a commissioner whose entire job is to represent the voice of generations who have not yet been born. And by which to also ensure that there is actual coordination across the different ministries so that every ministry has to consider all 7 goals, even if they're coming from an education perspective, they're coming from an infrastructure perspective, etc. And I think what's so important, especially to the conversation we've been having, is that it's not just about those new goals, metrics of success. It's also, they recognize these 5 ways of working, or 5 fundamental ways that governance had to be reformed in order to achieve that. And one I've already mentioned, which was about the integration. So breaking down these traditional silos and areas and ensuring greater coordination, but taking a longer term perspective, being preventative, so moving upstream so the government is not trapped in this cycle of just constantly trying to grow the economy so they can fix some of the damages done to people and planet in the process.
Grow the economy to
but
see it
actually,
collapse again.
Exactly. But how do we prevent these issues from happening in the first place? And really critically, it was also about participation. So how do you ensure that you have this high-level strategic new Northern Star, but you actually decentralize decision-making and re-empower local actors so that anything that you're doing makes sense for that specific context and that community.
Good. 40 seconds to go. Is Earth for All going to feature at COP27? Has it been put in the hands of the Egyptian presidency in waiting? Have you talked to them? Do they want to do something with it?
Yeah, so actually the minister was supposed to be here today and unfortunately wasn't able to join us. But yes, we've been in touch with the Egyptian government. We also want to translate the book into Arabic. We feel it's very important.
Yeah.
We will be at COP27 and we will be fostering this message through a variety of different actors that will work with us. This is about a collaboration with all of those that are trying to truly make Earth for all.
Yes.
Which means you don't just do this as one organization, you actually truly do collaborate. So yes, we will be there. We would love to have as many with us to partner and to collaborate so that this becomes a reality.
Good. Well, we'll be there too, broadcasting for 2 weeks on a very glamorous stage. This is quite glamorous. The other one will be even bigger. So we'd love to see you all. I really appreciate you all for being here. I'm very in awe of what you've achieved, all of you, during what is a relatively short piece of time to put this thing together. And it's been a really slick operation as well, by the way. Got a lot of people working behind the scenes, have done a great job. I think it's truly commendable. And I have read the book. And my girlfriend picked up the German copy the other day because, of course, I was in Berlin when you launched it there. And she
Yes.
says it's absolutely brilliant. I must get some more friends
Oh,
to read
nice.
this. So it's
It's
something.
been out of print 4 times in the last 3 weeks.
What,
Nick,
since you've been
in
on We Don't Have
Germany.
Time,
But
it's probably
that
even more
says-
out of print
Exactly. Now it's totally out of
But
print.
that says nothing compared to the wife test.
Wife or Wi-Fi? No. Okay, good. Well, Earth for All, thank you very much indeed. Best luck. Have fun here in New York.
Thank
And we'll see you again soon, I'm absolutely sure.
Wonderful.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
thank you
Nick.
very much indeed.
Where should we stand? Over here?
Great. So, after Earth for All, we come to Exponential Roadmap. And there are some connections, I have to say, but we won't go into those right now. Over the next hour, we're going to talk about exponential action with our long-standing and brilliant partners, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and some of their front-runner corporate guests, specifically under the banner of Scaling Climate Solutions Exponentially in Value Chains. And if you don't know about value chains, don't go away. They're not that scary. They're really rather interesting. Let me first call to the stage Johan Falk. He's already here, so I don't need to call him, which is good. A Swedish national, CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and co-lead author of the 1.5 degree centigrade business playbook. And also Owen Gaffney, an Irish national, and also co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, who splits his time, rather pleasantly, between the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Stockholm Resilience Centre. Gentlemen, hello. Please give the audience a brief heads up on what the Exponential Roadmap Initiative is, and then, let's get moving.
Thanks, Nick. It's great to be here. The Exponential Roadmap Initiative, that's who we are, basically. We have a common mission to take action in line with the 1.5 ambition, with a mission to halve emissions before 2030 through exponential climate action and solutions. And we gather an ecosystem of let's see if we can back.
Has that gone faster than you expected?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
Can we
all
back
right.
off the slide?
Can you go back with the little button, or is it being a bit naughty?
It's a little bit naughty here, I think.
It's a little bit naughty there right now. Okay.
Is it red, maybe? Okay.
Ah, lovely.
That's a technical mistake. Okay, thanks. Okay, so problem with the technology today, right?
Maybe.
Okay, we bring together an ecosystem of companies and different type of organizations, and today representing something like $900 billion in revenue. So it's a pretty strong ecosystem, and it's also one of the most innovative, disruptive, and transformative companies on the planet. Today, we also announced something called the 1.5 Business Playbook, the new release of the Business Playbook. We actually launched it about 2 years ago already. That's basically where we built up the base of companies supporting this playbook. And we're doing that together with Race to Zero. And it provides a sort of guideline for companies how to align with the 1.5 ambition across this 4 climate pillar framework. So it's all about cutting your own emissions, taking care of your backyard, to reduce your value chain emissions. But it's also about integrating climate in your strategy and shift to provide climate solutions, as well as accelerating climate action in society, to contributing to the global net zero. So everyone can download the playbook and start to use it. It's a free asset.
Okay. Good. Well, I think that gives us an idea of what the Exponential Roadmap Initiative is, and I think the concept is clearly what the world needs. But perhaps you can tell me how it's going. I mean, Are things happening, right?
Well, good question. I mean, so just for context, last week we held a tipping points a conference in Exeter in the UK over several days to look at tipping points in the Earth system, tipping points in the climate system, and social tipping points. How close are we getting to that social tipping point that we can start moving more rapidly towards a sustainable future? And the news, from the front line of climate science is that, we are already at 1.3 degrees. We're approaching 1.5 degrees, and we'll get there within the 2030s. We're absolutely certain of that now, because we're increasing temperature 0.2 degrees every decade. And the key news, we published a paper looking at the tipping point risks in the Earth system. What happens if the West Antarctic ice sheet goes past the tipping point, the Greenland ice sheet, the Atlantic overturning circulation, the Amazon rainforests, the Arctic ice. And we found that at 1.5 degrees, we're likely to cross 5 tipping points in the Earth system, driving irreversible change lasting hundreds of thousands and thousands of years. And just Greenland and Antarctica alone are enough to raise sea levels around 10 meters. So going past these tipping points will be catastrophic for humanity. It'll be something we'll have to adapt to constantly over many, many centuries. So it even puts the Paris, originally the Paris Agreement was talking about, avoiding dangerous climate change and saying, get to stay well below 2 degrees and aim for 1.5. And this paper really highlights the emergency situation, the urgency to get there, and the most likely scenario pathways to get there. Obviously, we need to crash emissions globally as fast as possible. But how's that going to affect economies and stability within societies? We're saying that we need to halve emissions every decade. So in the next 8 years, the next 100 months, we need to halve greenhouse gas emissions. And that's an exponential trajectory that we need to get on. So on the positive side, we also discussed social tipping points. How can we push the system, the economic and political systems, towards social tipping points where change is irreversible? We more rapidly move towards a sustainable future. And at the moment, it's just not going fast enough. In some areas, it's going relatively fast, but we need to really up gears, move much faster now.
Right. I suppose, apart from the fact that that's a bit terrifying, actually, to think that we are getting so close to the edge. Yeah. And with fear should come either flight or action, right? And I think we'd all prefer a bit of action to running away from this. But can you put a finger a little bit on what you think is missing? Is it finance? We had a big talk about finance this morning. Is it really tipping into the green space? Is it political determination? Are we missing technologies? I think I know the answer to that, but help the audience. Maybe touch on the 1.5 degree playbook, which is also part of your work. How does that fit in? So what is it do we need to do to rev this up into a better space?
Well, maybe if I take the first part of that, but we're talking with Earth for All. Actually, we were talking to some policymakers in Indonesia, hosting the G20 this year, and their obsession is how do they scale wind power and solar throughout Indonesia. And they're finding they cannot borrow money at reasonable rates to scale up. And this makes absolutely no sense. It's very, very expensive for them to borrow the money. Yeah. Yet, if they build out an energy infrastructure, they could build their economies on renewable energy, massive offshore developments. They're blessed with, the perfect conditions for offshore wind and for solar. And nothing. So, in theory, nothing is stopping them. And it should be very, very profitable for people to invest in Indonesia. Huge population, huge need for electricity that will keep growing. Yet they're pulling their hair out, going, the international finance community will not lend us money. They don't trust us. They won't lend us at reasonable rates. And
that America or Europe could borrow much cheaper. So we need to find new mechanisms for these countries to borrow at much lower
this is
interest
where
rates.
the World Bank's supposed to come in, isn't it? And the UN system to de-risk these kinds of investments, in a sense. There are different communities in the world that have a role to play to get these things to happen, and they have to be given that role, don't they? Sorry, I'm just jumping in myself.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
I'm not giving you the perfect answer, but I mean, it just strikes me that there are systems in place to de-risk things, maybe bring down the costs a little bit so the investors feel more reassured and then don't charge such high interest rates, for the...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but it's whichever way you look at it,
It's crazy, yeah.
It's if you are a rich person, it's easy to borrow money. If you're a poor person, it's difficult, and it works exactly the same for countries, which just makes no sense given the speed and scale we need to act on this and the huge business opportunity it represents.
Let me come quickly on the 1.5 playbook, because we're going to have to go to the next section in a second. But where does this come in, Johan?
Well, a key strategy is we need to mobilize the complete business community and scale. And that is a reason why we sort of created the business playbook and to actually gather the pioneers in the front line. We need to work on reinventing value chains. And it's all about both cutting own emissions, but also working through your complete value chain to reinvent the value chain. And I think if we get sufficient, a critical mass of companies in the front line, which can inspire the rest, and make it a race to the top, which is really essential, not just a race to zero. It's all about creating a competitive advantage. That is the big opportunity, because we need to scale the solutions exponentially. We know how to cut emissions, but if we don't have a substitute, as we see in energy today, we'll get economical crisis. So we need to have this laser focus now on scaling up the solutions.
Hold that thought there, those thoughts there, because now we're going to meet, aren't we, some of those companies that are racing to the top. We have, in fact, 3 terrific guests from the Exponential Roadmap team. One from the auto sector, another from the tech sector, and the third from the world of outdoor clothing, which has been very much in the news recently, but a different one, but a good one too. So I think I'm going to ask you gentlemen to leave the stage, correct? And then to come back shortly. Thank you. So it's my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Sarah Chandler, Senior Director. It's always nice when I get the name right, because I look at you and you look at me, and it's like, he got it right.
We're good.
Senior Director, Environment and Supply Chain Innovation at Apple, for her keynote on how to achieve a carbon-free circular supply chain. And I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to step off the stage. I'm going to go under the camera so nobody sees me. Under the camera I go.
Well done.
Over to you.
All right, let's get into it. So at Apple, we are constantly innovating to protect people and the planet in all that we do. And for our supply chain, that means staying laser focused on achieving 2 bold goals. First, we are committed to being carbon neutral for our entire product supply chain and the lifetime use of our devices by 2030. Second, we're working to one day create our products with only recycled and renewable material, relying on an entirely circular supply chain. I'll start with the 2030 goal, which drives so many of the exciting innovations for environment at Apple. So we've powered our corporate operations with 100% renewable energy since 2018. That includes our data centers, our retail stores, and our offices in 44 countries. And we became carbon neutral for those operations in 2020. As we look ahead to 2030, we're now focused on how we minimize emissions from our total product footprint, with manufacturing accounting for about 70% of that, as you can see, and electricity being the major driver. This, of course, means working really closely with our manufacturing partners around the world to help them make the same transition to renewable energy that we have. The good news is we've been at this work for years, and we've made considerable progress. Today, more than 200 suppliers in 25 countries are committed to 100% renewable energy for their Apple production. That accounts for more than 70% of our manufacturing spend. Our supplier commitments total 16 gigawatts worldwide, and 10 gigawatts of that is already online in our supply chain today. We are, of course, continuing to work closely with our suppliers to help facilitate the purchase of renewables, advocate for the significant policy barriers that remain in place around the world, and to design and manufacture low-carbon products in the first place. That brings me to the second goal. Can we make but not take? We envision a future where we make our products using only recycled or renewable materials, eliminating the need to mine for new ones. And we're doing all of this without sacrificing durability or quality. So where to begin? Well, we've focused our efforts on 14 priority materials that you see here. These are based on environmental, social, and supply impacts. And these materials together account for more than 90% of the mass shipped to our customers. We are already making really significant progress on this. In fact, in 2021, nearly 20% of the material that Apple shipped to customers came from recycled sources. And we more than doubled our use of recycled tungsten, rare earth elements, and cobalt. We also introduced recycled gold that was certified for the first time in iPhone 13, and we're proud to say that recycled gold is featured in all of the products that we announced earlier this month, including the brand new Apple Watch Ultra. To achieve this progress, we had to engineer new supply chains, industry-leading work to really get to recycled materials and to get to levels of traceability. We've opened up new, easy pathways for customers to bring their devices back to Apple as well, so that we can recycle and reuse the materials. And we've innovated to recover more of those materials using technologies like our robots, Daisy and Dave. And let me just give one example here. I love to show this because it gives you the sense of the impact. Just 1 metric ton of iPhone components taken apart by Dave and Daisy robots can recover the same amount of gold and copper typically extracted from 2,000 tons of mined rock. So 1 to 2,000. Of course, we continue to have many R&D partnerships with recyclers worldwide, and we're always working to improve material recovery across the board. This is the kind of targeted focus that we need in order to meet our audacious goal and make it a reality. We are very excited to work with others to get there, and there's so much more to talk about. We'll get to some of it later on, but for now, from our focus on supporting the communities that are most impacted by climate change, to our conservation efforts around the world, really the common thread for all of us that we've shared today and all of the work that we're doing is collaboration. Together, teams across Apple, in our supply chain, with organizations, businesses, and people like you, we believe that together, we can create a cleaner, healthier future for all of our communities.
Very much. Good, that was brilliant by Sarah, very enjoyable indeed. And now we're going to go to our next keynote by another company that's racing to the top with our friends, the Exponential Roadmap. Welcome Fredrika Claren, who's Head of Sustainability at the sustainable Swedish car maker Polestar. And she has also held sustainability positions over the past decade at IKEA and Swedish fashion retailer Kappahl, which I'm sure I pronounced completely wrong, but
no, you were actually
thank you,
right.
Fredrika. That's my whole role in life, is to get the names of Swedish companies and guess completely wrong. Fredrika, please give us your 5-minute keynote on Polestar's work to create a zero-emission car, the Polestar Zero, including via radical innovation that is building a new zero value chain. Over to you.
Thank you. So at Polestar, we so clearly see that we are offering up a climate solution already today. electric vehicles offer a route to circular and
Swedish
sustainable
names wrong
mobility
and Swedish
in a way that the
companies
fossil
wrong.
fuel car never could. But still, we see that it's an underutilized solution. Today, we only have 1.5% of the global car stock that is electrified. And this is not where we need to be in 2022 to meet up the rampant climate crisis that we are facing as a world. So at Polestar, we want to promote an acceleration of the transition into electric mobility, while at the same time talking about the fact that we have to now redefine how we produce and use cars so that EVs, electric vehicles, indeed can become sustainable. And we use life cycle assessment to calculate the carbon footprint of our cars. It's kind of the beating heart of our sustainability work. And here you clearly see, if we compare the Polestar 2, regardless of if it's charged with global electricity mix, the EU electricity mix, or wind power, it has a lower carbon footprint than that of a fossil fuel car. So we can stop the debate really regarding whether or not it's a better option. It really is indeed. But we also now need to secure that we invest in getting the battery-related emissions down, getting the production of cars more towards climate neutrality. So we have set three ambitious goals for ourselves as a young company. We want to become completely climate neutral by 2040 throughout our value chain. But we also want to talk about the fact that it really matters what we do this decade rather than after this decade as a company. So we have set an ambitious goal for ourselves to halve our emissions per sold car between 20 and 2030. And with this, we really want to prove that we can grow as a young company. We can grow in profit and volume, but decouple that growth from climate impact. And we have also tried to create a sense of urgency around the fact that we need to innovate now and really secure that we can produce climate neutral cars and find the solutions for that within this decade. So we have set out to create a climate neutral car by 2030, and we call this the Polestar Zero project. We're going to look at all of the cradle-to-gate emissions stemming from the production of a car, and we're not going to accept offsetting since we see that we have to go for elimination to make a true difference. And this is an R&D project at Polestar. It's all about research and innovation right now. We have 3 phases that we are looking forward to. Research and innovation. Mid-decade, we're going to get into architecture. Then that's really when we need to know what kind of solutions we can use in this car. And the last 3 years will be all about product development. And this will be a car that can be driven. It's not a concept car. The whole point is that it's going to have a steering wheel, it's going to have wheels, batteries, to really secure that we now can redefine how we produce cars. We cannot do this by ourselves. We have searched for partners to help us with this project. We have put out call to actions for anyone to apply who might have an idea on how to create climate neutral cars. We have 30,000 plus components in a car, and the scope is really all of those components. We have to figure out how to make upholstery material in a climate neutral way, batteries, rubber in the wheels, minerals throughout the car, the big chunks of aluminium and steel. And we have an amazing lineup already now of partners who are embarking on this journey with us, conducting research now on how to secure that the materials they produce can be produced in a climate neutral way. For example, Swedish steelmaker SSAB, we have a Norwegian aluminium producer, Norsk Hydro, we have Autoliv, Pensana, for example, working with rare earth elements and so on. And the fact is that so many other companies and industries are buying materials from these companies. So it will have such a big impact, not only to us at Polestar or to the automotive industry, but to other industries if we find the solutions on how to make, for example, steel in a completely fossil-free way. advocacy is something that we are also very dedicated to. We went out to COP26 last year, looking to really take notes on the commitments that the automotive industry are doing now, are taking now. We want to see that we are sticking to the same path and that we are joining in around these forces. Unfortunately, a minority of automotive companies took the commitment to transition to only electric cars by 2035 on major markets. So we are going at it again. We are going to come back to COP27 to really talk about this again and try to secure that other automotive companies are joining us on this quest to make a difference within this decade. Transparency is key for us in this. As a consumer today, you will find a product sustainability declaration on our website, showcasing the carbon footprint of the car, where it's stemming from, and everything. And incremental actions are also so important. This slide looks a bit weird, but what we're trying to say is that, yes, let's talk about 2030, but also how can we decrease the carbon footprint of the products that we have in production now. And gladly, just by resourcing aluminium, for example, we were able to, for the model year update of Polestar 2 this spring, reduce the carbon footprint of that car with 1.3 tons. So it's not only about radical innovation, what's coming in 2030, it's also about what can we do here and now. There's a lot of action to be taken there. That's everything from me. Thank you so much.
So that was Frederica from Polestar. That was a great keynote as well. And now we come to our last but not least keynote from these companies that are racing to the top under the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. It's Eva Karlsson. She's the CEO of Houdini Sportswear, a Swedish outdoor brand and a trailblazer in corporate responsibility. Since 2001, Eva and her team have been redesigning business to become a force for good, stressing innovation, sharing knowledge, and inspiring to reconnect with nature. So Eva, you have the floor to illuminate how you are taking a holistic approach on a completely new value chain together with suppliers and customers, including collaboration around culture and lifestyle. Over to you.
Thank you. And we don't have time, and I have so much to share. So I'll get right at it and speed through. We've been designing for circularity since 2001, so quite some time. And when we say circular, I think it's really important to stress now that circular is becoming a buzzword. Circular for us is mimicking nature and trying to create an ecosystem where we have a natural flow of natural resources, a flow of products, extending lifetimes and so forth, and then also a flow of knowledge and insight, shared and distributed, not only with peers, but throughout sectors and not only in business. And what we're aiming at is this, to have this wonderful life outdoors with friends and nature and experiences and adventure, but to do so without having a negative impact on the planet. And when we've been working on this, it's been really important for us to have a science-based perspective and a systemic understanding of the planet that we have to understand in order to mitigate our negative impact and scale our positive impact. And I stress this because it's sometimes a clear focus on the climate impact only, and you might miss out the fact that you're just moving the damage from one area to the next. For instance, land use, forests, oceans, and so forth, that are so important for climate in the longer perspective. But so an understanding of the interconnectedness of the planet's ecosystem or biosphere is important. And at the other end of the spectrum is actually partnering up with nature. nature is this amazing system, and we're part of it. And somehow we lost the connection in society and how we build businesses. And we need to get back to that and partner up, co-create, mimic, and so forth. So we're heading towards an ecosystem that is entirely circular. Right now we have almost all our products circular by design, but moving beyond that is an ecosystem that is zero waste, powered by renewables, and regenerative in many areas, not all by 2030, but moving further ahead from there. We are part of an industry that is a $3 trillion take-make waste industry, totally linear and wasteful. And let's see now. That means we have to reimagine everything. And that's what we've been doing for 2 decades. And I just want to share briefly on this innovative process that we've been going through to design our products circular. Looking into systems, the wide perspective, the planetary perspective, and then moving further into details like technology, fibers, and so forth. Even closer, how do we design our products? Does it deserve existence, the product that we have an idea for? Will it age with beauty and so forth? So simple tools for the daily operations. And then open source, sharing knowledge with our peers, competitors or colleagues in the business, as we used to call them. But open source is sharing knowledge and insight. But then there's another interesting part of the equation, and that is the social aspects, the cultural aspects. What about relations? Relations with the ecosystem, relations product and user, relations brand and user, customer. And we can build a lot on that and change things, because now we've been in a transactional way of working in business, and we have moved to a relational way of working in business. So culture, how can we mitigate the overconsumption culture that we have? How can we change lifestyle and inspire a regenerative way of life? And how can we enable it as a company? Ownership. What does ownership mean in a circular world? Exploring that through new business models like rental, reuse, like secondhand or vintage, and subscription services. And then extending product lifetime together with our customers and users. One example, a product from Houdini might be used more than 1,000 times over 10 years, several times a week for many different activities, while the average in the Western world is 7 to 10 times. So that means a product can be designed to be used 100 times more if we just decide upon it. So, in a sense, we're cultivating caretakers and co-creators. Together with our customers and users, we can shift culture and lifestyle into something regenerative. We did a challenge this week when going to New York, and I think the next upcoming weeks we have a fashion week in Paris, Milan, and so forth. And we had a challenge to reduce your wardrobe, live large with less, bring only what you need, and not heap loads of stuff that doesn't make you happier. So. Last but not least, to summarize how we look upon impact and how we mitigate impact and scale positive impact is looking at not only product design and production, but volumes produced and lifestyle enabled and inspired. That is how we understand impact of a company. And with that, I want to say forward to nature. That is our way of moving towards a sustainable life. Thank you.
Please take a shot. So, Eva, thank you very much indeed for your presentation. We're now going to go to a panel with our wonderful guests and with Johan Falk from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and more. Maybe perhaps I can chat a little bit about this fascinating topic of decarbonizing supply chains and achieving circularity. And I'm going to kick off with one because I found it a bit interesting at Stockholm Plus 50 that I actually learned something at our broadcast that time, which was actually in this case through the lens of Scania and their trucks company, yeah? Which was that they're trying to decarbonize their scope 1, their scope 2, their operations and their products, but also the supply chain. But the people in the supply chain also want Scania at the other end to be working even harder because they've got targets as well, the people in the supply chain. And I suddenly realized that actually this was quite a virtuous, interesting dynamic, that it's not sort of the supply chain is passive necessarily, it may be in some cases, but actually the supply chain is dynamic because it's knocking things back up again. So are you finding this yourselves, that there is something more, it's not passive, the scope 3 emission supply chain, but it also can be dynamic and helpful in what you want to do with your decarbonization, your targets under the Exponential Roadmap Initiative? Who'd like to start with that?
Happy to start.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll give it a go. So I think, yes, we are finding that as we, for example, encourage suppliers to move to renewable energy, there's a lot of education that needs to be provided. There's a lot of information, even in local languages, that needs to be provided. And once that happens, many of our suppliers, 213 of them so far, are able to and even happy to transition to renewable energy. And the part that becomes really exciting and dynamic is they often have such a good experience that they don't just do it for their Apple load, but they do it for all of their customers. And that's, of course, what we want, right? Because now we're getting to real scale. If all of our suppliers transition, and not only for their Apple load, but for all of their customers, now we're really getting somewhere with a transition to lower carbon manufacturing.
Right, right.
It's really beautiful. When it comes to climate action, we are so interconnected, all of us. I mean, we are a part of someone's scope 3 as well at Polestar. We support, for example, fleet companies in decarbonizing their customers' lifestyles in a very powerful way. I mean, looking at my personal climate action plan, which I have in my family, Apple is certainly one of my suppliers that needs it. So we're also interconnected in this. And that's kind of a new way of looking at business and boundaries and supply chains and value chains. We have to, be more open to move away from silo thinking.
Yeah.
Silos and hierarchies.
Yes.
I think that the co-creative process, rather than being a supplier and a customer, I think that is something that we have found it's valuable to move away from, but to co-create and look at benefits and values that can be scaled at both ends. And for sure, being a trailblazer or doing something that is entirely new might be really tough to implement at the supplier side, but then there's heap loads of value considering the whole market is moving in the same direction.
Right.
So the thought leadership that they can bring sometimes and we can bring sometimes, and building on that for each other is the way that we create value.
Do you ever find any suppliers turn to you and go, "Oh, for heaven's sake, I mean, really? Do you really? Oh, no, we're not going to do that. Forget it. We're going to go somewhere." No, I mean, can it be that sometimes that it is tough with the supply chain, or is it really getting to know each other in a more deeper and interesting way? I mean, I'm just trying to picture this, right? If I was having to do it, I don't have to do it at all. I don't really have a supply chain, but although maybe I have one now because you talked about personal emissions. But do people buy in eventually, or is there a lot of resistance in the beginning, or what is it like trying to get them all on board? No?
Long-term and trusting relationships, I think, is really important.
Yeah.
But then, looking at how we worked with this for 20 years, it's radically different today than it was maybe only 5 years ago.
Right.
Everybody understands the opportunities, but back in the days, there was only work and maybe not as much benefits at the end of the process.
Interesting. So yeah, maybe that's interesting too. Maybe the world is changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that One thing that we have to take responsibility for now is not confusing suppliers. I mean, they have only spoken to buyers who want to focus on price and quality and lead times. And we're adding sustainability to that, so it's very easy to confuse them if we don't have an aligned message. And to your point, Sarah, it is about training them. I do feel like they are also so aware about what's going on in the world. And we have suppliers in China who have been privy to heat waves and forest fires. This is important to everyone. But it's really up to us to be responsible in this situation and really create long-term partnerships, guide them along the way. Look, when we are outspoken about Postal Zero, for example, and what we want to achieve, we only get positive reactions from suppliers. They want to join in.
Yeah, I think there's a lot in the relationship about learning where the barriers are and where the challenges are. So I think most companies, at least today, want to make forward progress. They want to work towards stopping climate change. They are very much motivated to do the right thing for their local communities. And sometimes there are real barriers still there. Maybe there is a lack of policy that enables renewable energy in their geography. Maybe there are challenges to increasing recycled content because of shipment regulations that are causing unintended consequences where material can't move. In many cases, we're sharing education, but we're also learning from our suppliers, and then we can work together to figure out how we want to change the system, because ultimately we do need a completely different supply chain if we're going to really move to a circular model.
Johan, maybe you've got some questions here.
Actually, I had a question because right now as leaders, you have to go very much in the front line, and you have to sort of work with your suppliers and your customers to align with 1.5 ambition or so. So my question is, do you foresee that you can come to a point where you basically have all your sort of suppliers and all your customers lined up along the same target, along a value chain, which is aligned with 1.5, which means that you can run even faster, and maybe they will push you versus the opposite? Because if you can achieve that tipping point, I think it will be incredible.
Critical mass.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When will that happen? That's what I mean.
That's what we need to strive for.
We need to send the signal. That's the most
Absolutely,
important thing, is that even though we see that there are still barriers and hinders and consumer behaviors moving very slowly, it's so up to us to send the signals and keep at it, because we're going to reach the critical mass.
Absolutely, yes.
Sooner or later. And when we've done that, it's going to be great. Yeah.
And the cultural shift can go fast.
Yes,
if there's anything that can go exponentially fast, I believe it's the cultural shift in customers' expectations on our brands and products, which is hopeful. And at Houdini, we really see that customers are pushing. I mean, we're pushing ourselves, but there's also a huge demand, and there's a huge hunger for knowledge and insight, which is super hopeful, more so than in the supply chain for us so far.
Interesting question is I always try and think how these things interconnect with other parts of the climate change story, how it interrelates with stuff. I mean, you're with the exponential roadmap. It has a high standard of target setting, accountability, but then there are other areas of the world. There are other places where people can also kind of set targets for what they're trying to do, or make claims about what they're trying to do with their operations, with their products, and with their supply chains. Is there a tension at all that those that are doing the highest, like yourselves, sometimes look at the others and go, well, we're doing all this, but they claim they're doing the same thing, but they're not? Is there still a bit of that? Is that irritating, or is it going on? Does every standard setting out there for targets, like a tin of paint, say what it does on the label, or are there still variations between target setting and what people are actually really doing? Sorry, maybe an unclear
You're
question.
asking us about greenwashing.
Yeah, I think
Well, I
think
think the word
that is your
greenwashing,
question.
yeah, that's the tin of paint, yeah, green, but with a kind of washed effect.
But
yeah.
this is important, right? I mean, I think it is really, really important to look holistically at these questions. You can't just look at carbon or just look at water. You need to look holistically at the resources that you use, the impact that they have, and really have a comprehensive strategy around those things. So I'll use recycled material as an example. We could simply input recycled material at a higher percentage than we are today. But if we can't recover it and make sure it goes back around that loop at an equal purity where you can use it again, where we're not commingling materials, then you're breaking that loop at some point. And so I think it's very important to look holistically, and also while you're doing that, to be looking at communities, to be looking at racial equity and justice, to be really embracing the intersection of all these things in your strategy. I think if you do that, then some of the reporting and standards are a bit easier.
Right.
I mean, looking at the EV, the electric vehicle market today, as a consumer, you have marketing ads claiming that you can buy a zero emissions car that is completely climate neutral, and yes, it can seem a bit unfair that we, you know, that we state the carbon footprint of our cars, but for me it sets us free in a way that I would have a really hard time working at those companies. We find that transparency really sets us free in so many ways, and that it's being met with only positive reactions. Even though we state that, well, if you buy a Polestar 2, it comes with a 26.2 ton CO2 carbon footprint. And if you look at another car maker, maybe they can promise you something else in their marketing, but it's really met with, you know, only positive reactions.
Because it's honest, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that somebody said the other day that I attended the Green Tech Festival, and somebody said, how do companies handle these claims? How should they handle them? And they said, there should be some humility. We are not carbon free yet, you know?
No.
But that's where we're going, and we'll tell you every 5 years exactly what we've achieved, or every 3 years, or whatever it is. But some humility, because you do see some claims, it's like, come to me and you know, it's a green paradise over in this place, whereas, you know, over there they're a bit naughty and blah, blah, blah. And it's like the consumer's a bit confused, I think, sometimes.
Even you presented us as a sustainable company, and that kind of makes me, no one is sustainable today.
Oh, I didn't write that bit. That was somebody else. Who was that other person that wrote that?
Sorry, I just have to point it out.
It's a good point, though.
Yeah, no one is sustainable. No one is climate neutral.
I forgot what I was going to say, but I'll come back to it.
Okay. So I think we would like to bring Owen back, actually. Owen, do you want to come and join us over here? Owen?
No.
Or where are we in? Somebody just tell me where in the schedule, because I've got 0 here. It says 0 minutes. Is this section ended? It has. We've completed this bit. We were totally on time. If you can remember what it was you wanted to say, it'd be absolutely brilliant.
I was saying that the cultural shift is going to drive or accelerate the transition that we have in front of us.
Yeah.
But one more thing that I think is really important and that we can embrace as companies is brutal honesty, because that is also going to accelerate change. Because if we sit in the boardrooms and paint a green picture of our work, even though it's, I mean, steps in the right direction, but not leaps, and it's not pivots. If we become more honest, brutally honest to ourselves, we can take those leaps and we can do those pivots.
So I think it's a measure of the fact that the world is changing, that so many people now are asking, is this claim right? Is this claim, you know, wrong? Because as a bit like what you were saying, 5 or 10 or 15 years ago, people are like, oh, okay. Somebody over there said, oh, I don't really care. But now people are really looking, right? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? Yeah? Okay. Good. Thank you very much indeed. That was really helpful. Thank you very much for your time. 3 absolutely wonderful companies, 3 wonderful women, and the wonderful Exponential Roadmap. Ladies, time to go. Okay, so co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative with Johan Falk, Owen Gaffney back with us again. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, can you two guys reflect a little bit on what you heard and what does it all mean? Yeah?
Yeah, maybe. So if I start, maybe. So, that was just a great session. I really, really enjoyed it. And I do think it's right to say, there's no company that's sustainable yet. But I do think, those three companies are three of the most important companies in the world because they are showing that it is possible to have a vision to increase your value and value the future of the planet. And, particularly, everybody talks about Tesla in the transport sector as being absolutely fantastic and moving towards a fully battery powered electric vehicles. But this vision of going 100% circular that's the future. That's the direction all companies need to take. And to look at companies that are growing rapidly with that vision, or companies like Apple, one of the most valuable companies in the world, it sends a huge signal that it's possible to do this. It's plausible and it makes business sense to do it. So I'm really, really excited about it. This what we're seeing there is the absolute future. But will it be fast enough? That's the thing. I also looked from the other side of things. We have 300 billion tons of carbon left to emit for 1.5. We're going to go through that budget within the next 7 or 8 years at current emissions. So everything, every tenth of a degree counts. Every company must go harder and faster.
Johan?
What is fantastic is that all these three companies have really, really bold targets, like 100% circularity, cutting out all emissions, not 50% even to 2030, but 100% basically, and switching to 100% renewable electricity in the supply chain. So that's really bold. But what is the key is that they're actually implementing it as we speak. So it's not just we're so far beyond setting targets. So the key point is really having clear action, because other companies will see that and see it's actually possible. Where I think what is really important is that we need to sort of find a way to share the best practices from the front runners, because we need that critical mass of companies basically starting to running in the same direction. Then it will become much, much easier, because it's a problem if a few are running and the others are thinking if they should start to run,
But I think
that is important.
But I think what's interesting is, I think for the average person out there who has some understanding of the climate change challenge, to understand that when Polestar or Apple or Houdini say we're trying to achieve this and we're on our journey to achieve X, Y, Z, they're also bringing along with them a hell of a lot of other companies that maybe some people have never heard of because they've got names that aren't household names in these supply chains. So actually, that once one company sets a science-based target or a target under the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, it's a multiplier down this ricochet down the chains, right? And that's where you could see some hope, in a sense, in achieving the goals we set under the Paris Agreement before it's too late.
Absolutely, and so and the supply chains of some of the big companies, there's just they're sharing the supply chains, for bits of the product. So it doesn't sometimes with a company within that supply chain, if Apple or Polestar are forcing it to change, it's going to make sense for it to provide similar services to other companies as well. So you get that virtuous circle, and you get that scaling faster, and that's where we need to go. And but we need many more supply, companies within the supply chains to be signing up. We need to reduce all friction to and make it as easy as possible for companies within supply chains to adopt really hard targets and get them moving on that.
The only thing I suppose that slightly worries me, just this little niggly thing at the back of my mind, is to a certain extent is, if you're in a country, so if you're in a rich country and you're in maybe a rapidly developing country, and some other countries in transition, maybe you can join in because you may have the infrastructure to be able to do it. But if you're Togo or Chad or some of the really, really, much poorer countries on the planet, is there a danger that any manufacturing base they ever dreamt of having could just fall behind completely? Because to actually take part in this does require some resources.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and the wealthy nations need to do more to de-risk this transformation in poorer countries, as we talked about earlier at the start of this session, and make it cheaper to borrow the money for the infrastructure in places like Togo or Ghana to invest. So they have so those companies in those places have easy access to renewable energies and carbon-free transport systems, etc. So and when it comes to the fashion industry, are able to provide use land sustainably, use land in a way that stores carbon.
Well, look. Again, thank you, as usual, for being on our show. Thank you for being our partner on this journey. We don't have time as well, and we're glad to share in your journey. And thank you so much for bringing these absolutely terrific front-running companies. And maybe the audience now has got a better idea that this is a multiplier when you start talking about supply chains in terms of getting more companies on board. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
A lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have the great pleasure in introducing Ulrika Modir, the UN Development Program's Assistant Administrator and Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy. Ulrika was previously Sweden's State Secretary for International Development Cooperation and Climate, and has worked in Latin America and Southern Africa. Ulrika, let me first say hats off to UNDP for its amazing campaign launch just before last year's UN Climate Conference in Glasgow that has spotlighted the absurdity of the massive global fossil fuel subsidies. Congratulations for this campaign.
Well, it was very timely, as we could tell, and also ahead, of course, of the energy crisis that we see right now, that, yes, gives us reasons to look at the situations that people and countries are facing, but yet more of a reason actually to look at how we can find short but also medium long-term solutions, and fossil fuel subsidies are definitely something that we should continue to discuss as part of this.
Continue to discuss, continue to prioritize, and this is something we've been very proud to partner with you on. We've done this 10-part series with UNDP called Dino Talks, and it was really to recognize this concept that was created by UNDP, Frankie the dinosaur, which will reach its culmination at COP27 in Egypt this November. So we're very excited to have partnered with you on all of this. And I want to start by getting into your brain a little bit, picking your brain, because this isn't something that we've seen previously. It's been very avant-garde what you've done, what UNDP has done. It takes a lot of guts for a UN agency to challenge something that so many member states in the UN are doing, right? So subsidizing fossil fuels when also these member states are committed to decarbonizing the economy. How do you think about this, and how do you reconcile this for these member state countries?
Well, I think right now what we see, of course, a lot of politicians across the world, north, south, east, west, increasing subsidies because they have to relate to the situation they have on the ground in relation to citizens, asking for help because of the prices that they have, when they are going to pay for whatever, the bus ticket or fuel their car. But as we know, this is not a medium-term or long-term solution at all. On the contrary, what we are proposing, and this is what we wanted to do with the campaign, is that you can actually start to draw back on your fossil fuel subsidies, and you will open up fiscal space. And yes, you can address, these asks from the citizens to enable them to have a situation that they can cope with through other reforms. We can look at social protection. We can look at the quality of health systems, of education, and really also show citizens that these are choices that we have to make here now, where we do understand that there are needs on the ground for people that are real, but we can design reforms differently. And decreasing the fossil fuel subsidies is very much needed, and it will open up fiscal space for investment in other areas that could actually then address the needs of people.
It's a very nuanced line to walk, right? Recognizing the needs on the ground, but also this transition that needs to take place for that independence and for that freedom. And it's something that you're leading and UNDP is doing a fantastic job on. How have the countries reacted to this campaign? Do these countries recognize that this is that nuanced fine line, that even though there needs to be energy to fuel the day-to-day, this transition still needs to be something that is very much in the forefront of these countries' minds? What have you seen in terms of member reactions?
So I think what we have seen and what we've heard is that all the big international institutions, whether we talk about the IMF, the World Bank, I mean the Secretary General of the UN, they're all calling for this. And yet, of course, they see that, you know, there are leaders on the ground in member states that are not able to find their way out of this vicious circle where they increase the subsidies instead of looking at how to redesign the reforms. But I do think that it's incredibly important for the UN and entities such as UNDP to be persistent, because we can guide and also look at those countries where they have successfully at least tried to do something to reverse this trend, where they have tried to design reforms differently. And we actually see, and you would think that this is very sensitive. I mean, I think, you know, fuel prices is one of the most sensitive political topics that you would have in any country across the world. But yet we do find that there's a lot of interest across different political economies to actually discuss how can we do this, because politicians are aware that this is not the right way to go about.
I mean, here in the United States, right, leading up to the midterm elections, all eyes are on gas prices. And as gas prices fall, it's a strong indicator as to which way the elections and the voters are going to go. So we are so sensitive to small increments of changes in number when it comes to filling up the gas in your car. And yet, what is it now, 580 billion a year in fossil fuel subsidies that are being spent, that number doesn't seem to register on different citizens of different countries. So how do we think about that?
Yeah, no, and this is exactly why we launched the campaign, because we think it's only fair that people should know the amounts of money that goes into subsidies when this money could actually be redirected, invested in other areas that will also be, you know, in the interest of these same citizens. So it's not only the US, it's every member state, I would say, across the world. And of course, right now, also because of the Russian invasion in Ukraine and the effects that this has had also on the discussion on energy and prices. But even more important then, that we put this forward and that we make citizens more aware. And I think that this will also be helpful to governments and decision makers, that, you know, they get citizens that can actually understand that this is a matter of choice. And also then, of course, we need to look at the effects, because if we don't deal with the climate crisis here and now, we all, of course, know, and decision makers know, that the costs down the road, not least for people with, you know, challenges in relation to their economies, will be so much more.
Right, it's always cheaper to proactively prepare and to mitigate against these increasing impacts of climate and us subsidizing our extinction, as the campaign and the video illustrates very clearly, then cleaning up after the fact, right? We want to be proactive, but again, that's difficult for people to comprehend. So let's say people do comprehend, and your campaign has gone such a long way in increasing that awareness, increasing that education, making that number, that 580 billion in subsidies, making that tangible and real for people. There's still certain things that are out of their hands, right? So this war in Ukraine, regardless of what people are hoping to support in terms of transitioning to clean energy and ending fossil fuel subsidies, the whims of petro-dictators, for example, can result in countries having to increase these subsidies. And this is especially poignant for consumers in Europe. So how do you think about this?
Well, I think that this, as always in a moment of crisis, is also an opportunity. And we need to grab that opportunity, and we need to support and guide also decision makers to do that. You know, make the UN that important platform, and UNDP a platform for discussions. Because of course, right now we also see a lot of discussions about energy security. You also see in many countries now heavy investments in renewable energy and new energy systems that can also make you more independent with regards to dependency on different sources of energy that you have had and that are not, you know, making you safe and sustainable for the future. So I think we will see much more of that. Of course, we see energy efficiency, and that's also really important as well, being put in place. We have to think how much energy we use. We have to electrify our societies if we are to move out of carbon, but then we also have to save energy. So both efficiency, but then also, and smart solutions and all of that. But also, I mean, that move that is happening in front of our eyes with regards to renewables, I think it will be very important, but also I think, yeah, it will be something that people will appreciate for many different reasons.
I like how you view that. There is an opportunity here. And when you have the world's attention, it's a moment that you can truly communicate and you can actually inspire and motivate behavioral change, widespread change. And so this can't be something that even a multilateral organization like the UN with its great reach and impact still can't necessarily do by itself. And the UNDP really does work with other agencies and other organizations within the UN system. Of course, there's partners. We are a proud partner here. We don't have time. So talk to us about how your work is collaborative, how having these different partnerships will support this transition to clean energy.
So partnerships is everything. I mean, as the world leaders back in 2015 decided on the Sustainable Development Goals, there was even a specific goal on partnerships because, of course, everyone knew that if we were to make this change happen with regards to economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability, we needed academia, we needed, of course, civil society and people to come along, but we also need the private sector, and we need to drive the investments the right way. So what UNDP has done lately, and this has been part of the way we have been working throughout decades, is really to partner with the private sector to find solutions. We are also very much looking at the private sector at the local level, SMEs as well, because we do believe that many of the most intelligent solutions to local problems that can then be scaled are also to be found in the countries that, you know, where we are on the ground. So we're working also with accelerator labs to be more agile in the way that we look for solutions with local entrepreneurs and companies among the SMEs. But then we're also looking upstream, because at the end of the day, we need the big investors to do the right investments. And here we also have initiatives, an initiative called the SDG Impact, where we do process standards also to see how we can get more sustainable development goal aligned investments through companies that are ready to make the change happen.
So it's companies all the way from small to medium enterprises, all the way to these multinationals. That's really critical to accelerate some of these efforts and solutions to tackling the climate crisis and to ending subsidies to fossil fuels. So it's true what you say, because small and medium enterprises are the majority of companies in the United States, for example, and generally, and something like 70 million Americans work in small and medium enterprises, and we want to bring people on board to be part of the solution as individuals in the capacity in which they work. So that's a very smart approach. And it's not just companies. You're also working with of course you're working with countries, but the less affluent countries. Tell us how UNDP is really supporting less affluent countries in developing out these climate action plans.
So UNDP has a unique promise to the world, and that is that we stand ready to support countries as they develop their national determined contributions. These are the climate action plans that you submit to the Paris Agreement, and that makes the negotiations move on and actually be turned into concrete action on the ground. UNDP has supported 120 member states to develop these national determined commitment for climate plans. But what we want to do now is also then to turn them into real plans. I think in some countries throughout the years you've seen that quite weak ministries of environment perhaps have been trying to find their way into the Ministry of Finance or planning to make sure that these can be integrated into the budget process and the plan. UNDP can be there to support, because we can also showcase that many of these measures and ideas that are placed with the climate plan can be really conducive also for the economic development. That is the sustainable economic development that we would want to see, and also taking into consideration then social justice, climate justice. So we believe that the NDCs have to be put at the center of budget planning, of development plans of countries. We believe that we need to bring in a wide range of stakeholders, and we also believe that they can actually become like investment maps. Because in these plans, countries have identified, where are the key areas with regards to both reduction but also adaptation that is increasingly important. And we believe that, there are also investment opportunities here. This is not only about public funding, this is really how we can drive investments into projects that are also of interest for investors.
Yeah, and that's very exciting. And this is the kind of conversations that I hope we will hear more of leading up to COP27 and coming out of COP27. So final question, please stay on. We're going to invite a few others to join this discussion, so don't leave after this last question. But I just want to hear from you. What are you hoping for COP27 that's taking place in Egypt in the beginning of November? Do you think we're going to move this agenda forward?
I am concerned. UNDP launched our human development report, where we saw for the first time since we launched the report back in 1990 that 9 out of 10 countries are moving in reverse in relation to what we call human development. So we are in a difficult time with multiple crises mounting on top of each other. But having said that, we have never had better knowledge of the situation and what we actually have to do. There is a wide range of actors who want to do things. So I think now speaking about partnership is really the time to come together and show through concrete action that this can happen. And I think that energy has to be built up towards COP. And this will not be the last COP, it's the 27th. So I think if we survive this one, we will definitely see also a lot of engaged partners that will make sure that we move the agenda forward on the ground. So it also makes sense to people and that the decision makers have the support that they need also.
Fantastic, very well said. Thank you for setting us up. And let's get into this conversation with a few additional guests on our panel. So please stay with us. I would now like to introduce 2 amazing guests to join us on stage. So first, let me introduce Prakash Arunakundram. I hope I said that right. I have no excuse. I'm a fellow South Asian.
Yes, no, that was perfect.
Okay?
Yes, that was perfect. It's just the way it says.
He's the head of global operations and sustainability at the tech company Logitech, which has some really high climate action targets. Really excited to get into that. Prakash is also responsible for driving the strategy and execution of Logitech's sustainability initiatives and advancing Logitech's sustainability commitments across its worldwide operations and products. Let me also introduce Chris Kemper, the chairman, founder, and chief executive officer of Palmetto Clean Energy, which originally began life in the UK and now operates in the US. Chris also has experience bringing clean energy solutions to developing countries. Chris has a passion for the democratization of clean energy systems alongside his passion for the environment, which has led him to authoring and collaborating on children's books, business books, and films. There's some fun facts in there, Chris, that maybe we'll have a chance to get to, the different films that you're behind, which might surprise audiences, or might not at all, in fact. But I'll start with you, Prakash. So let me ask you about President Biden's recent Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I know you really admire this Inflation Reduction Act that passed. How have you been involved, and what are you looking forward to now that it's passed?
Yeah, thanks, Sveta. I think, so firstly, I'd say as a company that does technology products for hybrid work and gaming, we've been focused on reducing our emissions. We've been focused on how do we make sure the products we design are designed sustainably? How do we make sure that, when you go out and buy them, that they have the most sustainable ingredients in them? But the fact is, one of the biggest things in technology is that you actually use a lot of energy when you actually consume them during your daily use. And the best way to impact that is to actually have a grid that's clean, and which is one of the reasons we really supported this bill in a big way. About 27% of our emissions globally is from consumer use space, which is typically when you're plugged in using your mice, keyboards, headsets, or other devices. And in order to really impact that, we're doing a number of things to make our sensors more efficient, making sure that we have a better experience. But really being able to drive that requires turning the grid cleaner, which is one of the reasons we really supported this. About 18 months ago, we, for the first time as a company, stood out and said, we need this. We need companies to act boldly, but we also need governments to actually pave the way by creating the right kind of policies that would put this in place. So really excited to celebrate this President Biden's infrastructure investment. This is just the beginning. I think there's a lot more ahead in terms of how you execute. The road ahead is not easy, but I think this is a great step. It's something I think a lot of climate advocates have been talking about for decades. It's great to see that actually in action. And I think for Logitech, US is the biggest market, and obviously this is a big deal for us. So really happy to see this pass.
So I'm going to ask Ulrika to think about what are her feelings on this ACT hour as well, and anything she wants to pick up on what you said regarding this, monumentous legislation that's come through. While she mulls that over, Prakash, tell us about this Carbon Clarity Initiative. So what is it? Why do you think it's important? And we've had a theme today talking about leaders in various sectors and how they can inspire other companies in their sector to follow suit. So how does this initiative help other companies?
Yeah, I think carbon clarity is quite simply, we think carbon is the next calorie. Right? When you go out and buy a bag of chips, which I do a lot of times, potato chips is my favorite, and jalapeno favored. If you actually look in the back, it says 200 calories. You immediately get what that means. You may or may not be able to afford it, depending on what your calorie consumption is. And we kind of came to this in the same place. We wanted to inform our consumers how much our devices actually are polluting, right? And being ourselves accountable to make sure that that is being addressed over the generations. As a company, we pledge to be climate positive by 2030. What that means is really taking out more carbon than we create, not just in our four walls, but actually everything from sourcing, manufacturing, all the way to consumer use and end of life. And the carbon calorie values, as we call it, carbon labels, we're kind of unique in this tech sector trying to actually do this. It hasn't been done before. We have already about 15 products in shelves, which you go out to your local retailer, you could buy them. It'll tell you what the carbon values are. And we're working with others, our peers and competitors, to actually help them utilize similar methodologies to compute the life cycle carbon value. Ultimately, this is about actually informing consumers so that you as a consumer have a brand choice and you can decide for yourself how much are you consuming from a consumption perspective for carbon and what that does to you from a daily life standpoint. So this is what we've been doing. I think we are encouraging other companies to join us. We're pledged to actually give up the logo mark itself as well as the methodology. We're working with a lot of other organizations to see if we can convert them. And at some point, credit card companies and others would starting to recognize this in their daily purchase. Super excited about it. We know that the little company Logitech can do this, and so a lot of other big companies can. And we can see this actually getting traction in industries adjacent to us, in CPG, in food, in apparel, all the rest of it. So when you put that together, you as a consumer, when you go out and buy at the end of the year, you can actually look at your carbon consumption and you can know how many calories you consumed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a great analogy, right? Is that we are now in a period of history where we need this information. We need to be better informed in the same way that we care about our own physical well-being and health. We need to care about our own physical well-being and health as it relates to the planetary health, because we are part of this one ecosystem. So fantastic initiative. Thank you for sharing that. Ulrika, let me come to you. And Chris, I haven't forgotten you there. We really appreciate that you are keeping your carbon footprint down by joining us via Zoom and not actually flying in for this. So we are coming to you right after. Ulrika, first to you, please. What are your thoughts on this recent legislation, and pick up on anything that Prakash might have mentioned as well?
Well, I think, what politicians around the world have to do is to make it easier also for companies and for those who invest, but also then for consumers. I do think that, these initiatives are good, and I also believe that it could be even better if we find ways of regulating also the market so that good initiatives like this one also could be the standard. I think one of the problems, and we actually had the opportunity to discuss briefly ahead of our discussion here, is that there are so many standards out there. So it's also very difficult for the consumers, but also for, I believe, companies or investors to navigate this space. So I think, I mean, the US has a lot of responsibility, of course, being still one of the world's largest emitter, but also the EU, and I mean, we know also the upcoming economies really, leading this together. We work as UNDP as the secretariat for the G20 group on sustainable finance, actually co-chaired by the US and China. So while you would think sometimes in the world of today that the great powers don't find a way to come together for more solutions, I do think that the private sector, but also, of course, citizens across the world having expectations on them to actually do come together with support of the UN could make a difference.
I love that. If we can come together for sports, I think we can come together to save the planet. That seems like a shared interest, don't you think? Right? Chris, turning to you, why don't we first talk about, as a US, normally you're primarily based in the US, you brought your operations to the US. So tell us about the potential in President Biden's new act that you see.
Yeah, I mean, we see that, I think maybe as a starting point, in my career, I've operated and worked in about, 4 continents and built projects in 27 countries. And we have never really seen, at least in my time, such a kind of landmark piece of legislation that really sets an investment framework out for a very long term. So what we see in front of us is, literally a decade of accessibility, resilience, and potential for electrification on the whole. I think there are some unique aspects to the bill, specifically that allow for a more equitable distribution of clean technology, particularly around the transferability of a tax credit, things of that nature, which mean that higher income households don't necessarily have to be the only beneficiaries of the tax credit. There's also low middle income tax credit capabilities, et cetera, et cetera. So what I saw out of the bill specifically was a very welcomed, kind of wind in the sails, so to speak, for the industry. And I think it will also help set up a framework for a lot of newcomers, a lot of really brilliant minds to the space, a lot more investment into the space, and hopefully augmentation of technology in our space. So all in all, I was really shocked in a positive way.
That's good. You don't always hear positive and shocked in the same sentence, but I like that. That's the juxtaposition we need when we're talking about solutions to the climate crisis. So you're bringing renewable energy to U.S. homes, right? That's what you're focusing on now. And of course, this legislation is going to help support you. It's going to help support the small businesses, communities around the United States. I've looked at state by state where the rebates and where the tax credits are coming, and there are some states that are benefiting slightly more than others. Ohio is really receiving a significant amount in tax credits, and Nevada, I've learned to pronounce Nevada, not Nevada. Nevada as well is. So how is that influencing where you are focusing on delivering renewable energy? What is your model, and why is it working, not working? How are you going to adjust how you deliver energy based on this new legislation?
Yeah, I think maybe starting with the business model first. Clean technology and energy markets in the United States are super nuanced and complex. We built effectively an operating system that is digital in nature and helps deal with these complicated nuances. So we're able to energy model on behalf of an edifice, primarily the residential homeowner to start. We're able to understand the financing capabilities, the discount relative to prevailing energy pricing. We're able to address local requirements in a build component. We're able to manage our way through and navigate supply chain or fulfillment related logistics, and then also collaborate with our partners in the utilities to ensure that projects are commissioned. We look at the entire model as kind of almost equivalent to Amazon's everything store thesis when they started. We start with an end-to-end delight the consumer. And then it's a matter of what is the product that's going to go through that entire operating system first. And for us, that's solar. And then next for us is storage to EV charging to IoT and DER type strategies and product lines, all to help save the consumers money, but also have obviously an additional impact in terms of the environment. So it's really meant to be a broader whole home electrification solution. And in terms of markets, we have to really look at everything as, some markets are in certain years are in the green and some are in the red. Policies come and go, and my learnings have been over the couple decades have been more around how do you diversify. So if you have an operating system that has that is geographically diverse across all the states and then eventually globally in a multitude of countries, that's a far more robust platform all in all than it would be if you were heavily concentrated in a state like Ohio that had a kind of a one-time positive shock to the system. There we go again with positive and shock, but it's positive shock to the system in terms of economic benefit to the consumer. So that's a little bit on the model.
That's super informative. Thank you. And that's the new hashtag coming out of this session is positive shock. See, we
okay,
can
or jalapeno chips.
Or jalapeno chips, exactly. So we're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. We're talking about this landmark legislation and what it means for the United States internally. And I want to come to you, Ulrika, to give us the global perspective on this, because we were concerned. I'm sure all the UN was concerned, member states were concerned that the US wasn't going to be able to pull this off. It's taken much longer than initially anticipated, and it's not exactly what climate advocates had wanted to see, sure. But going into COP26, tell us what the reaction is from your global vantage point of this landmark legislation making it through, really in the nick of time.
Yeah. No, and I think once again, any leader of the world would understand how difficult it is to navigate politics these days, whether in the US or in other countries. It's really, I think, a joint understanding. And having said that, then having a long term that gives these positive effects and, the guidance for companies. And I think once again, when you have that, then you will have the push also from, as we have seen also previously, from many companies, this is what we need for us to do the long-term investments, to do the plans that we know that we have to have in place and make real shifts with regards to how we do things. So I think once you get the ball rolling, you can't really stop it. You will see the benefits, and we will also see technology shifts. Especially, of course, in the field of renewable energy, that will be irreversible. It will happen whether we. And right now, I think this is also something really important to see. We were talking about the depressing numbers of fossil fuel subsidies going up, but the energy revolution is in renewables. It's happening. And I think a lot of people also see really the benefits also, as I said, in relation to security. This concept of human security that we talk about in the UN.
So it's good for human security, our collective global security. It's good for business, right? That's a massive takeaway from today. Throughout the entire day, that theme has come up. So things are moving in the right direction. It looks like the ball is rolling down the hill. It's gaining momentum. Again, that tends to be a negative analogy, but we're talking about that in a positive way. What do we need to do to accelerate climate action? So I'm going to throw this to Prakash first. If you had a magic wand, what would you do to push that ball to roll down the hill even faster?
I think there was a reason we supported this climate bill, and we've been at it for 18 months. There was a point where you said may not have actually happened, and there was a few people who may have said, okay, this is not happening this year, this may be happening next decade. That's the big one. Clean energy is the big one. If you just kind of look at the amount of subsidies that goes into oil and gas, if you just diverted a part of that to clean energy globally, US has taken a lead, which is great. We as a global company need this to happen globally everywhere, which includes Southeast Asia, China, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. I think if you start making that switch to clean energy, you can then see the emissions rate come actually dropping down very fast. We need to get to 2.3 tons per person in the next 8 years. Is 8 years too less? Probably, but can it be done? I think so. If the US actually got this passed and we can actually execute, that would be the magic wand. If you can actually divert that much money into clean energy, we could see a lot of positive benefits. Now, you give me only one brand. There's many. I would say the other one would be to really think about how to make this regenerative. We need a lot of R&D and engineering to really addressing emissions is problem one, making things regenerative is problem two. because just addressing emissions alone won't get us there. Because there are ecosystem benefits that you really need to start thinking about. So those are, you asked me only one, but I'm going to go with two. And I really hope in COP27, I think we'll get to discuss this. Right?
We're allowed to cheat when we're talking about solutions. Then you can have all the space you want because there's so many solutions. Go.
No, I was just about to say, and I think that this is actually because I do think that COP27 will be very tough. We will have a number of countries that, for good reasons, say that, we need the support that you have promised. We have not been part of the problem, but we are suffering the most, and that is the least developed economies, but also many of the middle-income countries. But we also have things to bring to the table, and I think the focus on adaptation and that support needs to be in place, but also the focus on nature-based solutions. That this is, something that we have to look at as a positive element and something that can also build both economies, but also many times be the solution to.
So let me turn to Chris and see if he agrees with all of that. They're pretty much in agreement over here, Chris. Would you say that this is what we need to prioritize as we think about accelerating climate actions, or would you like to throw another solution into the mix?
I mean, I think Prakash is kind of on the right track with the carbon counter calorie tracker analogy. I mean, I think it's a question of consumer awareness and understanding. I think that what we know about politics is that, it can move in time with what's popular and what's not. Certainly as of last, call it 5 to 10 years, I think we need to be really trying to hit home with the end consumer on their net impact and also setting up the structure and incentives so that they're aligned to change their behavior that align to climate change mitigation. So I think however that awareness occurs, I think it can occur in a multitude of ways, but that will then translate and change behavior.
All right, thank you for that. And we have to end this panel session where we started, right? 580 billion in fossil fuel subsidies.
And counting.
And counting. This is a number that just keeps ticking up. And this is not the direction we need to see it going, right? And if you actually add up the costs associated with these subsidies, now we're talking about global costs of 6 trillion. And these numbers start to lose meaning for people. Billion, trillion, even million. Zeros just we don't cognitively process how immense that is. But the three of you know, because you work in this space better than anyone. So how crazy is this? I don't even know if that's a question so much as just agree with me on that. How crazy is this? What do you say? Prakash, go ahead.
I'll take that. Yeah, it is crazy. I think this is the thing that, I guess in my role, I kind of look at operations and sustainability. And for a period of time, people were like, how can you reconcile both of them? On one end, you're creating products, on the other end, you're trying to actually make sure they're less emitting. And this is a classic example. It's not a cost question because there's enough money to go around. There's enough money in the world to go around to solve this problem. It's a question of willingness. It's a question of interest, and it's a question of education. We could do this. I think it's just that's I think really Ulrika mentioned climate adaptation. I don't know exactly where COP27 would go, but between overheating and climate adaptation, and you have $6 trillion. I think you have between these three things, you put them together, you have a solution right there.
Ulrika gets the last word. So Chris, what would you like to say following with how crazy is that?
It's insane, right? I mean, it's just absolutely insane. I think that we're all sitting here saying this is the biggest problem going on the planet, and we need to solve for this. There's evidence day after day that this needs to be addressed. And what happens is ultimately with that type of incentives or subsidy is it incentivizes people to change their behavior the other way, which won't be forgiven so much by the next generation and the following generation. So it's just time to get it in order. That's all there is to it. It's wild.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for the positive shocks you've contributed to this panel today as well. Ulrika, you have the final word from your vantage point. How crazy is this? And are we going to be able to see better movement in the right direction?
I mean, it is insane, as we've been saying. And as Frankie the dinosaur said as he walked into the General Assembly, I mean, why would you subsidize your own demise? How crazy isn't that? And I think what's important is also to say that we will not leave people there with the problem. I mean, there are other ways of developing reforms that could address the problems that people have when they have difficult economies to handle. So I think it's not about, leaving people with a problem. We know that it's, expensive to get gas for your car across the world nowadays. Yeah. It's a major problem. But there are other ways of finding solutions to this problem. And we have to incentivize
absolutely
right things.
Absolutely. And you mentioned this dinosaur walking to the General Assembly. Yeah. I feel like we need to show what that actually was. So why don't we actually illustrate that very unique experience that you must have had in the General Assembly?
Yeah, why don't we? It was kind of a unique speaker who made his way or her way, because actually Frankie knows how to speak many different languages and appear in many different forms.
He's a global citizen, or she?
He is, yeah. They is definitely.
They is a global citizen. Let's cue this video.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Where on earth did you two appear from? From the General Assembly straight into our studio. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome, Boaz. Welcome, Frankie.
Thank you so much.
I knew you'd have to say something to that, Frankie. So, as Boaz, who has been learning and practicing his dinosaur speak,
that's right.
You are very well prepared to translate on behalf of Frankie today.
That is exactly correct.
Okay, great. So tell us, what has been going on since this campaign launched, and how's it going?
It's it's been interesting for Frankie. He's been traveling the world. He's been in various places. He has seen a lot. He's learned a lot. He's no longer the innocent little dinosaur that he was when we met him at the General Assembly almost a year ago. He sees how amazing kind of humanity is, much more. He sees all the potential, but he still thinks that there's a potential for us to go extinct, and he's scared for us and wants us not to choose extinction.
What we don't want to see is the sole human speaking to whatever the next species is, warning them in the same exact way the last dinosaur is warning us, right?
That's correct. Yeah, I think so. What do you think, Frankie? can't translate that last bit. That's
Right.
untranslatable. But basically, yes. Frankie is extremely concerned. He's concerned about what the state of the world is. He's very concerned about fossil fuel subsidy reform and the fact that there is no movement of that. In fact, there's opposite movement, as we just heard in your panel. And we are still here trying to, make humans understand that we have to make better choices.
So tell us what's happening. Why exactly did we go from having this incredible campaign with over 1.5 billion views around the world, and we're still seeing fossil fuel subsidies go up? How does that make any sense? What's going on there?
Frankie says that humans are a bit dumb, but the real explanation is that we've had a crisis all year. There's a war in Ukraine. It's problematic. We understand that it's problematic, but the point is that we don't have time, no pun intended, to have delays like this. We need to sort out fossil fuel subsidy reform now. We need to do it as urgently as we possibly can. But we need to decarbonize entirely. It's not one step. It's many, many things that we need to do, and everything needs to happen as quickly as possible. That's why we're looking forward to our next COP27 and to see what we can achieve there.
And there's so much money that is continuing to, as we said in the last panel, tick up in the wrong direction, right? We're continuing to subsidize fossil fuels around the world, and we're paying for it with pollution and just deterioration of our human well-being, which is going to potentially make us go extinct. So despite all of that, we are still moving in the wrong direction. But let's say we repurposed those subsidies. Where would we repurpose them to?
So last year, there's $423 billion in subsidies that was being used directly for subsidizing fossil fuels. Most of that goes to manufacturers. That means oil companies. And so, what if you had that pot of money? It's exactly the right question to ask. What could you do with it? So you could create green jobs. You could create a universal basic income for many, many people around the world. You can create girls' education. At that point, we were still very much concerned about the COVID pandemic and the vaccines, which is still a very big issue in various places. You could vaccinate every single person on Earth 4 times over. This year, we're going to be close to $600 billion. Imagine what we could do with that money. So if we could use that money for positive income rather than have a deficit in climate action, it would be, that's the right thing to do.
And this is what some of these more vulnerable countries to climate change impacts are going to be looking for, right? In addition to how this can actually be repurposed for creating a transition to clean energy and creating jobs around the world, we also need to support and put money into this pot to help vulnerable countries adapt to the reality of climate change impacts. We need to support maybe not a transition, but actual protection and resiliency of communities. They're going to be looking for that and asking for that at COP27. So could we also repurpose the funds in that way?
Yes.
I don't know if I believe your dinosaur speak, because it sounds the same, but the responses vary.
I mean, I've put so much effort into learning dinosaur. I can't believe you don't.
I'm so sorry. I almost made it through this entire broadcast without offending anybody, and I've now managed to offend Frankie the dinosaur. My sincere apologies, Frankie. Please don't tell me if he's insulting me.
He's not insulting. He's wondering if you're going to get it right next time.
I will definitely do that.
But I just before we exit, I just want to kind of thank our partners that are helping us with Frankie and the outreach for Frankie. Of course, we have EarthX here with us. That created Frankie the Dino. What is he? I don't know what he is exactly, but this is the Dino. We have the Public Foundation that supports us always with all our outreach. Of course, we don't have time that are also partners with us. And we have inside here is a guy called Marty, who is the head of Social Revolt, and a wonderful social activation company in Dallas, Texas. So just big shout out to all of them.
Well, no, absolutely. Thank you so much to everybody that was part of this incredible campaign. #Don'tChooseExtinction. We're proud to be partnered with you, proud to push out and amplify the awareness around this message. We don't want to be the last human the way Frankie is the last dinosaur. So it's critical we make the right decision and we stop subsidizing our own extinction. Thank you to you both. It was a pleasure to have you join us on stage, and all the best to you in your future travels and global convening crashings, Frankie. Looking forward to seeing you at COP27.
Frankie says, don't choose extinction.
Great last words. Thank you. So, as we bid farewell to Frankie, I'm thrilled to now welcome our next guest on the show, the wonderful Debbie Levine, the CEO of the Environmental Media Association that is helping to transform the entertainment industry into a leading model and campaigner on everything green and climate action related. Debbie, how are you? How is it going?
To be here.
So, please give the audience some of your latest success stories from greening the entertainment industry.
Well, if you could be more specific, that would be great, because we've been around for 32 years. So we have a lot of programs that we've been doing. And where should I start? You tell me.
Let's start by giving some context. Please explain what the purpose of the organization is, and what it has supported in entertainment for these last few decades, and how it's supporting this transition for entertainment into clean energy.
Our mission is to be the storytellers for the environment. And we've been doing this, as I said, for over 32 years, which means that we're sort of at the intersection between science and entertainment. So our job is to educate the global public through entertainment and through the media about climate issues and sustainable lifestyle practices. And so the way we do that is we have an amazing celebrity-focused board. We also have an activist board. And we use content in film and television, as well as massively social media, which has been incredible over this last X amount of years that it's been around. Using social media for good has been so important for our mission. And we've got several programs that we've been doing. In literally like 2.5 weeks, we have our 32nd annual Emma Awards. And what that is, think about it like a green Golden Globes. So there are categories for film, TV, comedy, documentaries, children's programming, variety, reality programs. And we give awards just like the other award shows. We've got like 3 nominees per category, but we're looking for entertaining environmental content. And when I say entertaining, I mean that as good as a project can be, with full of information, if it's not going to entertain the audience, it's not going to have that effect. So it needs to have both of those elements. And it's really interesting. There's so many documentary films, especially. I mean, this is the wide variety of content, but there's so many documentary films that are fabulous, but unless you're looking for that content, you're not going to gravitate to see it because it's not as entertaining. What we want to do is we want to inform people who don't already know. And this is a really big deal for our organization. We're very solution oriented. We're very personal empowerment focused. And we also don't need to tell environmentalists these things. We need to tell people who don't understand. And that's why we work with the entertainment industry. So the award show is a big production. And in fact, this year, we're really fortunate. We're honoring Billie Eilish for her work and her mom. We're honoring her mom with her, which is amazing. And she's been on this global tour, Overheated, and it's so much content about sustainability and choices and how your lifestyle can affect change. And so we're actually honoring the tour itself as well. And we have David Spade and Wendy Malick hosting the event. So it's a big Hollywood event, but every moment of the event is impactful and educational. We have a 50-foot green carpet. We started green carpets 23 years ago. And we do get billions of media impressions. And what I like about our media impressions is that, again, this is the general public. People come for the celebrities, they leave with inspiration. And that's the important thing about the mission. We also have a 2.5-day Impact Summit that we do in late spring. And that is all keynotes and panels and so inspiring. And that, again, everything is impact and solution oriented. And everything that we do, we end up pushing out in onto social, onto YouTube, our celebrities share, so that you're able to see all of this content.
So this really reaches audiences, and I really appreciate what you're saying here, and I love the approach that you're taking, because as a scientist, as a behavioral and communication scientist, everything that you've been doing for these decades is really entrenched in evidence. This works, right? We found it to be true through robust various experiments that have shown that the way to really reach people and to introduce them to new information is through trusted spokespeople. And who do people trust more than the celebrities, than the influencers, the musicians, the ones whose records they buy, that they listen to on hours on end on repeat? So you've really, you've been applying what's taken science a little bit longer to catch up on in terms of giving the evidence to get behind it. So you jumped in and you've been doing it. And what is your takeaway? What are you seeing? Is it working? And how do you actually identify who to use?
Right. Well, as far as who to use, it's always authentic voices. So it's not like some PR person says to their client, oh, here, my client's available, they can do this. It's always people who this is their issue. And so because of that authenticity, just like you said, they are to be trusted. And we have amazing people that we keep adding to. The other thing is that we do really embrace the young culture. And that's something that we've done since day one, because that generation right now, Generation Z, is they're living in what we've created here, and it's their future to change. And so that's actually why we created an activist board earlier this year, where we have amazing activists from all over the world who are speaking to this issue. And they're all brilliant and really positive. They call themselves climate optimists, which I actually love, because this is the way we have to approach it. You can't approach it saying, okay, the world's ending in 5 minutes, so why do anything? We all are capable of being part of the solution. And so everyone we work with is like that.
No, fantastic. And so you're saying this comes from authentic voices. This is not PR people necessarily pushing those that they represent forward. And quite frankly, it's been tough to bring a lot of influential people that have these platforms on board because of the fear of reprisal, the fear of public scrutiny, that if I'm speaking out in support of taking environmental action, then will I be considered a hypocrite, let's say, when I need to fly private to a concert or to a movie premiere? How do you reconcile that? What's kind of your how do you think about that?
We try to get our people not to do that, so that's part of it. And we really try to, the reality is no one's perfect. And we've got some pretty perfect people on our board, like Ed Begley and people that have been living this lifestyle for so long. But again, everybody is on a path. Everybody's journey is steps. And I think that everybody should be happy about the wins and the successes that they have. Because if there's a situation where it's an emergency and you have to do something that you are not comfortable with in your own life, you have to do that. And so I think because we always approach things as a relatable process, we don't have a problem with that. And we actually have incredible people that we've been involved with, because again, this is not a blaming situation. This is encouraging good behavior.
Right. We want to support those who speak out, that are putting themselves out there. And we want to see that happen more, right? So how do we get more of these celebrities and influencers and partners in entertainment involved? How do we encourage them to join this conversation, to use their platforms, to really to showcase and advocate for putting the planet first? This is something you've been working on for decades. Are you seeing that trend moving in that direction? And how do we make it go even faster? How do we bring really every single influential person with a platform to be part of this collaborative effort?
Well, I mean, I have a couple of thoughts on that. First of all, the minute you have a baby, you become an environmentalist, we found.
So everybody needs to have children. That's
everybody
the
needs to have children because then you worry about them and the
Sure.
planet that you're leaving. But I think that corporations who are producing more sustainable products, that's a really big deal. But I also think that the younger generation, this is their issue. It wasn't as much a couple of decades ago, but people who are growing up now, this is not something that is, oh, this won't touch me. This is something very relevant in their lives. And this is something that they understand that they need to find certain solutions. I don't want to say it's not that difficult to find celebrities, but it's not that difficult to find celebrities. Celebrities are people. Celebrities have families. Families don't want their family to get sick. They don't want toxins in their house. They want clean water. They want good food. I mean, this is the ultimate basic right. And for me, it's always been about reaching people in terms of, and also correlating your health with that. Climate health is really important. And so I think that making these issues tangible and personal has always been the direction that we go. I think that if you tell people we have to do something about climate change, it's just going to glaze over if they don't have the proper understanding. But if you tell people, I want your kids to be healthy and not get sick.
We can all agree with that, right? You would imagine.
Who is not going to agree with that? And that's true. I mean, we've got, you see this everywhere, whether it's, a remote location across the world or right in the middle of the city. There's food deserts, there's bad water, there's air pollution. This happens everywhere. And I think that we could all agree that we just want to keep our families safe. So for me, that's the most direct approach. And celebrities are no different. They want to keep their families safe as well.
This just brings to mind #celebrities. They're just like us. They really are.
They are just like us. They are
we all
just
breathe
like
the
us.
same air, right? We still engage with the same environment. So ultimately, it's in our best interest to protect it collaboratively together.
Right.
So I want to pick up on your point on the climate optimists group and how much that is infusing positivity and excitement into your association and into what you're hoping to accomplish. So, and Billie Eilish, of course, is part of that generation, right? The Gen Zers that are really that are going to be living this world that we created, but also that are really invigorated to tackle the climate crisis and that are holding previous generations accountable. So why did you choose Billie Eilish, one, and who I'm very excited that you will be honoring in your upcoming awards? And what is it about the youth that gives you that, that excitement that we might, and that hopefulness that we can overcome this?
I mean, first of all, Billie is our biggest star right now, and she happens to be a massive climate advocate. And what she is doing on her tour, and as a representative of her generation, honestly, I have never seen anybody do this before. How she is speaking out and educating her fans is literally game changing, because her voice is so powerful and she's so clearly authentic. She doesn't have to do this. And so we're just so honored that she's going to be with us and that we're going to be able to celebrate her. As far as why I'm so connected to this generation, I'm a grandmother. I have 5 grandchildren. I am all about this generation.
I don't know if you can see me, but I'm smiling because I don't believe you. That's impossible.
I have 5 grandchildren from 12 all the way to 4 months. And in fact, my 12-year-old is going to be the trophy presenter at this year's award. She's like old enough,
Fantastic.
Which is crazy. But that's why you do it. I mean, isn't that why you do it? Again, it all goes back to family. And, everybody wants everybody to have a beautiful life. I mean, what do you wish for your kids? You know, health and happiness. And you can't have that if the climate is sick. And you want them to experience the beauty of nature, of animals, of the ocean. I mean, this is what we want. And I think that, you know, from a parent's point of view, this has been my motivation for the last few decades.
So do you think, based on the work you've been doing and what you're seeing and this upcoming awards event that you're hosting, that we will be successful? Will we be able to overcome this mess that we find ourselves in?
There's not a world where you could think different, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
We've got to do it. We've got to do it. We have the infrastructure. We've got the technology and the innovation. We should be able to shift our fossil fuel economy to clean fuels and to clean energy. Why can't we do that when we know how to do it? So it's a matter of will. It's a matter of legislation, which is always slower, but it's also a matter of the big corporations moving in that direction. And they need to do that. And they need to do that because corporations are full of people who work for them. And those people have families as well. And I think we have to think about this as something that we do together. We're working together as a civilization to get us to a better place, because we didn't know in the early 1900s, when there was the Industrial Revolution, that was cool. Everybody thought, this is great. You know, we've got all this stuff that we can, you know, these industries, and we had no idea what was going into the air and going into our earth. That wasn't created to screw up the earth.
Right.
It was created to give us a better life. We recognize we have technologies to go back to preserving the planet and the resources, while also having technology to have a modern existence. So
I love
it's
your
really
bottom.
listening.
Absolutely. We hear you. Thank you so much for sharing all of your insights and what you are doing and bringing to this generation and to the entire world. Really, we can all get involved, because we really do fundamentally start at the family dynamic, right? And that's the one thing that we really have in common. As we wish best of health to children that are being born, let's wish the best of health to the planet that we are ushering in for these children that are being born. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing in this space, and really looking forward to celebrating at the awards with you and with Billy as well. Appreciate you, Debbie.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
When I was asked to have a hand in making businesses better at working together to address climate change, I was honored to accept. Change is hard. World change is even harder, maybe even impossible. We're going to see if this experiment works.
The atmosphere has been a free dumping ground for economic activity. The market by itself will not solve this massive environmental crisis.
What keeps me awake at night is at what point in time will we find what it takes for leaders to understand that a global response is way past the time we had for it.
When I think about the future our children are inheriting and what they need for us all to come together to work as hard as we can to expedite how fast we can make change.
We want people to get out of the silo, out of their comfort zone, their lane. It's difficult to reach across different platforms, to work together. The only way for us to make progress in our Sustainable Development Goals is if we come together and break down traditional structures. We have not really been cooperating.
What gives me hope is knowing that complex, difficult problems can be solved and that there's a pattern to it, a sort of recipe. Sustain Chain is a digital way and a smart way of finding those ingredients.
We've designed this to be a really simple user experience. Sustain Chain is the platform for finding solutions, finding partners, learning from each other, launching your innovation. A platform didn't exist to actually connect all of the activity. Sustain chain is just an obvious answer. It needs to exist.
My name's Dominic Wilhelm, Executive Director of United Leaders.
My name is Amy Ziff, founder and executive director of Made Safe.
My name is Elaine McDonald, and I'm with the Knowledge Impact Network.
My name is Kari Einaik, and I'm the executive director of United City.
My name is Natalia Vega-Berry. I'm the founder of the New Zero World.
I'm Fran Pastori. I'm the president and founder of the Women's Business Development Council.
My name is Luis. I work with the city of Ithaca, New York. We needed to help the industry, consolidate, and we needed to, increase sophistication also in the market. We have very few options to do this.
We are in this very special moment. Incredible leaders recognizing the need to connect with other networks, all coming to a similar realization.
To enable people to come together to harness what they do well and make it available for others to learn, to share, to iterate, and to go forward.
This wonderful platform for people across many different networks to come together.
Help us build those relationships at a pace that we couldn't do just by ourselves in an analog way.
Sustain Chain is the largest community of people doing the real work, taking action.
The WBDC, Design for Freedom, the City of Ithaca, all of us, we're uniting to make this happen.
And just say that wonderful video you just saw before was actually called On the Road to Change. And that's a teaser for a new film that's coming out shortly, linked with our last guest. So, we're coming to a new segment here called Upping the Ambition for a Global Plastics Treaty. Last March, environment ministers meeting at the United Nations Environment Headquarters as part of the UN Environment Assembly gave the green light to negotiate a global plastics treaty. Today we have some excellent guests looking at how things have been progressing since then, and also one focusing perhaps on some solutions that can also support a high ambition treaty as we go forward in this world. Yesterday, on Monday, the International Chamber of Commerce and the UN Environment Programme's Executive Director, Inger Andersen, met here in New York with CEOs of companies and governments, and the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution has issued a press release inviting delegations and others to the UN General Assembly tomorrow, Wednesday, and this is entitled A Roadmap to End Plastic Pollution by 2040. So we're all watching this space about tomorrow, and you can be sure that We Don't Have Time will cover the announcement on its platform and social media channels as well. We are hoping that Sheila Agrawal-Khan, who's director of the Economy Division at UNEP and someone closely involved in the organization's plastic works, will join us. She's been delayed, but hopefully she'll turn up. But if she doesn't, we've got three absolutely terrific guests anyway. We've got Erin Simon, who is head of WWF's USA Plastic Waste and Business Arm, and she has taken an important role in the treaty process. We've also got with us Marcus Gover, who is from RAP, and they are very involved in plastics around the world. And we also have with us Massimo Forte from Rank Cells, a leading waste management company, who is also very active in this area of trying to find solutions to plastic waste. So let me first turn perhaps to Marcus. Marcus, give us your perspective as RAP, and tell us who RAP is, by the way, because we need to know what it is, and what exactly is happening with plastics around the world in terms of your work.
Well, I'm Marcus Gover. I'm the Chief Executive of RAP. We are a climate action NGO working around the world to tackle food systems, food waste, plastic pollution, and clothing, trying to create sustainable systems. Plastic, as you say, is nobody wants to see plastic in the ocean or plastic in the environment. We need to tackle plastic pollution. We've been working on it since about 2007. We've been working on plastic, but more recently, since 2018, when we started the first Plastics Pact with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And that was trying to say, how can we change the system so we keep plastic out of the environment and in the economy? And it was about designing the plastics we use, so asking businesses to only put onto the market plastics which are necessary and recyclable. So an objective is to have 100% of all plastic properly recyclable, but also then making sure it's recycled as well. So having the systems and the infrastructure to get that recycled back into the economy again, and making sure we use plastic in plastic, so recycled content in plastic. And if you look at something like the humble milk bottle, I think you call it a gallon of milk here in the States, but that's a great example. That plastic bottle is very recyclable. It's made from a plastic which has great value. So a ton of those plastic used bottles is probably worth over $1,000. So people are going to get hold of it and then get it recycled. And you can put it back in again, have recycled content. Designing sort of plastic bottles using the minimum amount of plastic as well, very lightweight, very, very well designed for function. And that's sort of the vision. You design the plastic to be recyclable, to use as little as possible, and use plastics which people want to recycle. The ones that aren't like that, we need to stop using. And that's what the Plastics Pacts are about. We've now got 13 of them around the world. The last one was India. And we're also working with the World Economic Forum on global plastic action partnerships, which are sort of the precursors of that. And there's another sort of 10 or so of those. So just trying to get this message around the world. And it's about business leadership, business showing the way. But you do need regulation to back that up as well.
Okay. Aaron, you have been very much involved. You were in Nairobi last March when all this was going on and the governments gave the green light to negotiate a global treaty on plastics. And that was a very exciting moment, I think, for a lot of people around the world, from just ordinary people out there who find it almost criminal that they see all this plastic waste everywhere, to governments as well, but also to researchers, people like RAP, and companies that are also trying to deal with this problem, like Rank Cells in the Nordic region. We've had a period of time since March. Give us your perspective on how governments, but other parts of our economies and players in this game are in a sense feeling about how things are progressing towards a global treaty.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was a historic moment when that gavel dropped and 175 UN member states unanimously voted for this resolution. I think we've been working on this issue for, over a decade now. We've had a lot of collective momentum on it. We've had a lot of businesses standing up and making their own global commitments and trying to do voluntary collective action on the ground. And, as we got into that March moment, there was businesses and governments sort of starting to advocate for more ambition out of this treaty, advocate for it to be inclusive of the whole life cycle of plastics, advocate for it to include things like reduction of virgin, for it to be inclusive of the informal sector, and around an urgency. And so going into that moment, there was, you started to see those key stakeholders really state the importance of this global treaty. And I feel like the UN member states answered that call, right? And since that moment, there's been a sort of a breath of fresh air that's been, surged into all of these movements, because now we have a global treaty, the potential, of a global treaty which could coordinate these actions. It could create a common numerical language that we actually measured progress together on. It could drive investment to the places in the world that need those dollars the most. And it can really help to create the opportunity for innovation for all these areas where we have barriers to the solutions to really reduce that amount of plastic pollution entering the ocean. So I would say that there's, I think, more hope than there has been. I mean, I think we were trying, there was a lot of effort, but I think that we have more hope now.
Okay. So this week, Massimo, as we know, there's a lot going on the plastic issue in and around this UN Climate Week. We've got the UN General Assembly, of course. The executive director of UNEP and the International Chamber of Commerce brought governments together, but also companies. You're the CEO of Rank Cells in Denmark. I think you were there Monday. Yes. What was the feeling in the room?
The feeling in the room is this a challenge? There are a lot of stakeholders with different opinions, but I think from the CEO's perspective, there is a wish to actually find a solution. That's I think the feeling. But at the same time, it's still, there is still a huge difference between if you are a CEO of a global company or if you are a CEO of a small, medium-sized company. With you live with two different realities. So, and that's in reality, I think that's the main challenge. And when I see also like Inga Andersen, when she have to find a solution or find a model that suits on a global level. I mean, the reality, the current reality is so different from country to country that not even in Europe is similar from country to country. So that's the goal, that's the challenge that she has. But if I may go like the challenge as we see it as in Ramsals, we started a journey a few years ago by treating organic waste, packed food waste from the grocery stores and so on, realizing that 20% of the input was actually plastic. I said, okay, what to do with all this plastic? Because solving the problem with organic was easy, convert it to biogas. But then all the plastic. Then we did a very nice mod. We did a lot of technical solution. We found I have a little souvenir for you, Nick.
Okay, thank you very much. Something I can take back to Berlin, yeah?
Yes, plastic bags made out of packaging and non-food packaging, so no regulation, restriction on being able to use this as well. Technically, possible to solve from an environmental perspective, very easy also. I mean, it's a winner because we have a positive CO2 impact and very good in terms of total impact on energy. The problem is not sustainable from an economical perspective point of view. And that is the big challenge. I mean, we can see we have a nice product, usable, it's plastic to plastic, you use it again to collect organic, but not economically sustainable. So now when we look at the problem, we can see, okay, why is not economically sustainable? Is simple. We have a fixed cost. The cost to produce this is fixed. It's fixed in 2022. It was the same in 2021, and so on. The problem is that we have a competition. The value of the plastic and the plastic products, they have another mechanism to be regulated. They follow oil prices, some different geopolitical situation around the world, and that's impact a lot the business model for this production. So what is the challenge in reality is how to make sure that we separate the current model to give a value to the recycled plastic. We have to find a new model. How to find this new model is actually only by making it a value. That means need to have a demand for the recycled plastic. And Marcos, as you said, yes, that's the big challenge. And also what I heard yesterday, I can see all companies, they have a very good vision in, we want to have recycled material. Has been fantastic that now everybody produced out of recyclable material, or the material they use can be recycled, sorry. That's a very important detail. But not all companies have yet an internal policy on how much recycled material needs to be in their product.
Uh-huh.
And I would say the UK, I use you again, Marcos, and is a very good example. I think you have had a lot of influence there, because in the UK now they have a list of several plastic products where they have to have at least 30% of reused material. And I think if that was a worldwide demand, that you need to have a certain amount of reused material, maybe start from the non-food packaging, then go to the near-food packaging, in order to have a scale in time frame. But then I think, then the plastic, independently if it is in Europe or if it is in Africa or wherever, that will add a value, because there will be a demand.
Yeah, so there's a requirement to have a certain minimum content of plastic in products, and that would fire up even more creative ambition by the industry, and perhaps then one part of the story for actually getting on track with a high ambitious treaty where there was some standards on that. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What, Marcus, when you look around in different countries, obviously you see different things, right? You're working in several countries, as you pointed out, yeah? So, is there sufficient supply chains into, say, companies that could reuse plastic, or is this one of the big bottlenecks? How do you get the plastic from either the consumer or the waste tip or whatever into some kind of flow of materials? Is this crucial?
Well, it's a complete system, and it only works if the whole system works. What's critical is the value of the material. It's all about markets, really. If there's a market for the recycled material, then it'll be in someone's interest to collect it. The infrastructure will follow. If there's no market, then it's never going to be recycled. So a lot of WRAP's work was about trying to create markets for things.
Right.
That's what made us, we developed the first bottle-to-bottle recycling process, for instance. That was to create a market for recycled plastic. Without that, it would never happen. Businesses are very keen to drive that. So one of the Plastics Pact targets, which is a voluntary target, is to increase recycled content to 30%.
Right.
But in the UK, that's been followed by sort of regulatory measures. So there's now a tax. If you don't reach 30% recycled content, there's a tax to pay. And that's driven a big further incentive to those perhaps who haven't showed the leadership that some of the businesses have shown. So that mix of voluntary and regulation is quite powerful. And I'm hopeful that's what the treaty is going to give us.
Is there a lot of debate on this, voluntary measures versus regulatory measures? Erin? Well, Mary can answer that. Then we can.
So I think you need to have. I think you need all of these things, right? And so one of the values of a treaty is to help coordinate that, right? You need the market to pull that material. You need to have those voluntary. You need to have that demand put out there, and we've been seeing those voluntary commitments from companies for years now, saying they are going to increase the use of recycled content, but unfortunately they can't get access to all of it everywhere that they need it, and that's because we don't have the infrastructure or the policy measures in place yet to do that, right? We don't have those. We don't have infrastructure everywhere. We don't have adequate infrastructure in countries. I mean, even in the United States, while we have recycling infrastructure, we don't have enough infrastructure to meet the needs of all of the people who live in the United States, right? And it definitely is not infrastructure that's capable of managing all the materials that are on the marketplace, right? So there is a certain amount that we need to reduce that's going into that system, right? We need to get rid of the things that don't work in that shared system to begin with. But then we need policy that can both drive investment to that infrastructure, like the CapEx, right? And then you need the policies that can enable the OpEx to keep those doors open. That's like an extended producer responsibility, for example. And so what we hope that a global treaty might do is that it would put global obligations out there, which say, similar to sort of the Montreal Protocol, if you will, where it says we as countries commit to reducing our plastic pollution, and we commit to measuring it, and we commit to global actions like let's reduce these things that don't work in the system. Let's all agree on what's problematic and unnecessary, and then let's use national action plans, which we've been almost piloting out through the RAPs, the PACs and the Global Plastic Action Platforms. What does collective action look like in a country so that it can be, really tailored to that culture, to that community, to those policies, to the products that are there. And so you hope that the treaty creates not only the coordination and the guidance and the obligations, but also the tools for how countries can deliver on those things in their own place.
Yeah, Marcus, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, the challenge of regulation is it takes a long time to put into place.
Mm-hmm.
The beauty of voluntary action is it can happen immediately. So back in 2018, when we started the first pact, business started and they started taking action the day after. The regulation that we also started at the same time is just coming into force now. So it takes time. But there are some areas, around chemical regulation and so on, where you absolutely need the regulation to be in place. So the treaty is going to be quite wide-ranging, I believe. So it will be very important.
Yeah.
Massimo, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just a comment about when you said we don't have the infrastructure. I fully agree on that, but the problem is that the infrastructure we have today, because we have it also in the States, you have a landfill, which is very, very cheap. And that's the main issue, because you have an infrastructure, it works, it's cheap. So as long as that is a possibility, as long as it's allowed to send plastic to landfill, as long as it's allowed to send it to the incineration, and it's cheap, then you have a very tough competition, because then the competition is not like between recyclers, it's not about technology development, it's actually about doing cheaper than landfilling and incineration, which is not a technological development.
Right.
That's a really great clarification on infrastructure.
Yeah,
Because when I'm talking about infrastructure, as you said, it's recycling facilities, it's reuse facilities, it's things that can recover materials and put them back into the circular system.
Exactly.
But you're right. Today we have some barriers because
we have the barriers of the
tipping
economy.
fees have not increased for landfill in decades. Yeah.
And honestly, I would say just one more comment on that, because it is not, an easy way would be just ban everything what is related to landfilling and burning of plastic, which also will not be the total solution, because we will never be able to recycle, never say never, but very difficult to recycle 100% of the plastics. So of course there will always be some rejects that need to be burned or need to be landfilled because of the qualities. It's too bad. But
what are you going to say, Marcus?
I was certainly say we also, though, very much need to use less of it. I mean, that's the most powerful way to tackle plastic, is not to have it there in the first place. And there are some plastics which are problems that need to not be there. So some of the plastic films, for instance, are very difficult. I mean, I was given a plastic fork here, which was wrapped in a plastic film. So it was almost...
What? Here?
Not here.
Okay, thank God, yeah.
Somewhere else in the city. And I just... I found that quite hard. We need to sort of stop doing those sorts of things. Where plastic's not needed, it should go. We produced a report earlier this year looking at fresh fruits and vegetables, for example. We used to think that the plastic packaging was really important to protect the food and make it last longer. But our latest research says no, actually, removing the packaging helps food waste, reduces food waste. And it does that by allowing people to buy the quantity they want and also taking off the labels. Labels are very confusing to people. If you have no label, it actually reduces waste. But the most important thing for them was to keep it in the refrigerator. That was the key thing. So as long as they kept it in the refrigerator, we didn't need the plastic packaging.
Right.
So taking that out just takes it right out of the system, and we don't need to recycle it or reuse it.
Right.
It's no longer there.
Can I ask you, is the... we may have Sheila joining us in a second. Let me just ask one further question really on this. In terms of actually, recycling, reusing plastic, I'm a bit confused where we are in terms of how materials from rich countries are still being shipped to developing countries and things. Is this still going on? There was a time when China said, no, we're not taking any more of this. And there was a bit of a shockwave in places like the USA, but also Europe. But is it going somewhere else now? Is that what's happening?
Yes. I mean, I think that, Greensword definitely stopped the flow of plastics primarily into China. But yes, there were contracts that existed that were still respected, that allowed for those materials to continue to flow in other Southeastern Asia countries. So, it is still a problem that we're moving plastic around.
Right. Because I learned something from Rank Cells, which is that I remember somebody, maybe it was on one of the shows that we had, where I think somebody was reusing PET bottles or something like that. And they said, we've got to stop people making bags out of PET bottles, saying this bag was made out of a PET bottle, aren't you a good person? Because in fact, we want those PET bottles in the supply chain to keep going round and round and round and round and being reused. So once they escape to South Asia from, say, Europe or the United States, how hard it is to, in a sense, get that thing back. you can't, can you really? So
Nope.
is that an issue that the treaty might even look at, which is shipments of plastic waste around the world, or is that too complex?
But if I can say, because there are several, you know, in the.
I'm going to let Massimo answer this one question, then we're going to have our other guest on board. Just answer this question, Massimo.
In my opinion, we have to remember that what we export, like now to Southeast Asia or several countries, is the more valuable plastic that today is shipped away. And I would say I have seen several factories recycling PET, which is plastic. And I would say that, I mean, they do a very nice product also out there. So, and that will come back also in production of new PET bottles as well.
Okay. Let's have our wonderful guest who was delayed with something else equally important. Hello, Sheila Agrawal-Khan. It's very lovely to see you. Sheila, I did introduce you actually before, so everyone in the whole world now knows who you are. But it's a pleasure to have you with us from the UN Environment Programme. I know it's super busy for everybody this week. Just to come in, one thing I did on the intro was I mentioned obviously that Inger Andersen, the Executive Director, had coordinated a meeting on Monday, yesterday, of governments and CEOs, Rank Cells being one of the companies that was also there, and asked everybody a little bit about, you know, what's going on. We know that tomorrow there's lots of interesting announcements happening. There's been a press release about the High Ambition Coalition from governments. So we know that Norway, the Environment Minister of Norway and the Environment Minister of Rwanda together are going to be co-chairing this High Ambition coalition of governments. That's really good news. There's probably one for the private sector, and there's something else which Erin is sworn to secret about. So anyway, whatever. I mean, we're in transparent network, but sometimes we can keep secrets too. But just briefly, and I asked my other colleagues here the question, since March, from now the UN's perspective, and UNEP in particular, because you're the custodians of this process, do you feel that you are seeing real momentum coming from governments, the private sector and others, that there is a lot of interest towards negotiating this treaty? And the second question is, when's the next step on the negotiation of the treaty? Because treaties are funny things. You think they're going on all the time, but then they aren't, because other things are happening. Over to you, Sheila.
Thank you, Nick. So it's been such a fantastic week, because this week in New York, I mean, you're just seeing industry actors from across the value chain, you know, coming to the table and seeing what they can do. And there's already a lot of innovation. So we had a lot of meetings with companies from the petrochemical side to brands, retailers, to the waste recycling side of things, to companies dealing with digitalization and, you know, these watermarks that could then track and have transparency and traceability across the life cycle of plastics. And all of them looking to seeing what are they going to be able to do to basically keep plastics in the economy so that it doesn't end up as litter. And so they're looking at reuse and refill systems, deposit systems. There are discussions on additives. Let's see how far that'll go.
Additives?
But, yes, because, you know, there's chemicals that go into plastics.
Okay.
You know, you have your phone, you have the laptop, you have even packaging has different layers.
Plasticizers or something, is it?
Yeah, okay. that turn the plastics into something, you know, that is, let's say, maneuverable.
Yeah.
And so, but the challenge with that is that then you have a challenge when it comes to recycling, especially mechanically recycling, because, you know, you might have plastics that are not a monolayer, but multi-layer.
Like buying a vegan wrap and there's 2% dairy in it. Yeah.
In a way. Yeah, and so what do you do with those chemicals, because they could be harmful for the people who are responsible for recycling. So there are discussions on, you know, what do you do with the harmful additives, because otherwise then you're left with only chemical or advanced recycling, and that's really, you know, quite expensive, and it has a high energy footprint so far. But there's innovations in that space, and we're waiting to see what industry will come in terms of the innovations that maybe be able to address that. And then, of course, governments are looking at the kind of regulatory environment that they want to put in place to, in a way, create the level playing field for actors across the value chain to be able to operate in a new plastics economy.
Yeah.
So it's very exciting times to see how that's going, to seeing innovations already being put on the table and already being piloted. And so the next meeting of the plastics agreement is at the end of November in Uruguay. We had a first meeting in Dakar where, in a way, the enabling or framework is being set up, all the initial decisions are being taken, and now as the real negotiations start in November, there will be 5 meetings of this kind over 2 years, and at the end of 2024, we should end up with a global plastics instrument.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Well, this is obviously a very interesting topic because I just had in my earpiece from one of my colleagues, Ulf, that this show that started this morning at 8:30 has now had 10 million viewers. So we've just gone over the 10 million mark for this We Don't Have Time show. So the plastics has just tipped it over the 10 million mark. So well done. Okay, that's very interesting. And of course, it's always interesting to think about, voluntary versus, regulatory. Marcus was saying that, of course, with voluntary, you can get things moving quicker and regulatory takes a bit longer. But then there's also the issue of leakage, isn't there? The sense that if you've got one country with strong regulatory standards and somebody with voluntary standards, that it might shift the waste flows a bit more that way rather than, so it'll be interesting to see how things turn out.
Yeah, and member states did ask for a legally binding instrument.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there are going to be some parts that are going to be, binding and those that are, let's say, more voluntary.
Yeah. Should we be banning certain? This came up a little bit earlier. Are there some plastics that we simply should just get rid of altogether? They complicate things. There aren't any real solutions for them. They really shouldn't be out there. And would that be a problem for the petrochemical companies? Could they live with that? Or what do you think? Erin, you can start there.
I think if we want to make the circle smaller, if we want to start using less, I think the first place you start are those things you don't really need.
Yeah.
Those things that are really problematic. I think that's an easy way to start reducing the amount of fossil-based plastics we're producing. And I also think one of the challenge we have with the existing recycling, especially mechanical recycling systems we have today, is that they do require really, like plastic to recycle it effectively. They need, and so I think that we have proliferated our use of plastic and laminates and and material combinations and additives in a way that have made it really problematic for recycling. So I think if we also want a shared system for how we're going to recycle these materials, that we should also be creating more guidance around what is allowed to go into that system and get recycled. I think that will really streamline it, create higher quality secondary materials on the back end, and also probably reduce the way we're using the material in the first place.
Marcus, I think you...
Yeah, I mean, through the packs, we've identified the plastics which really shouldn't be there and agreed to stop using them. So
do they have names? Do they have faces?
They do. Things like polystyrene, for instance, which yogurt pots are often made out of a hard polystyrene. It's technically recyclable, but there's no market, so it's not really going to happen. So the pact just sort of said, stop using that. It takes a little while to flow through. We could do with regulation to follow.
Flow through is not a pun, by the way, because I've seen this polystyrene floating down river systems. But anyway,
bad choice of words. Bad choice of words. Yeah, but really things like and PVC for packaging is another one that you really don't want to be using. So we've identified some of those and said let's stop using them because they're a problem. There may be other ones with some toxic chemicals which will emerge later on, which also may need to be stopped. But the voluntary needs to be followed up by the regulation. So the voluntary can move quickly, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do the regulation.
Does that chime with you, Massimo? There are certain things that are just a headache. I mean, I know you're very creative at ranked cells. You seem to be able to do anything with anything. But
yes, but I think you answered that extremely well. But I would say I'm still surprised sometimes when I see that in some plastic they use glass powder just to make it more stronger and a little bit more shiny. And then, okay, why do you add glass powder?
Glass powder?
Yes.
Good God. And that makes it even worse to recycle, does it?
That's the point.
Okay.
It makes it impossible. So when it is mixed, to add too many additives and add too many chemicals, that's a challenge. I would say saying that, at the same time, I'm impressed about how fast the mechanical treatment, mechanical sorting plants and so on, they're actually developing at the moment. A lot is happening parallel to the chemical recycling. So I think within a few years, maybe when it's ready in 2024, so I think we will have a lot more solutions that we know today.
Who's going to pay for all this? I mean, because I'm sure there's a price tag for a really all singing, all dancing, high ambition treaty. Are we going to have a fund like we had for the Montreal Protocol on the ozone layer to help developing countries, or any discussions on things like that, or thoughts or ideas, or?
So,
yeah.
So well, first, maybe just to come back to the issue on the which plastics and all, I think it's a no-brainer that there should be no single-use plastics.
Yeah.
Right? We've heard some companies sometimes saying, well, actually, you could just recycle single-use, but actually, there's no need for something that just anyway is going to get dumped. Shouldn't have to have the resources to recycle it. It shouldn't just be in the economy if it's a single-use. But to come to your question about a financial mechanism, I guess there is an expectation that there would be at least a grant-based financing mechanism, and then possibly some other kind of innovations in financing to be able to complement that.
I would just like to use the example in the EU. You know, they have introduced this 800 euro per tons fee on non-recycled plastic on a governmental level. A little bit to compensate the Brexit and the budget in the EU, but I think it's called the plastic fee, and unfortunately it doesn't support the recycling of plastic as it is today. So I think they should find a model so that yes, there is a fee that needs to be paid, but then this has to be canalized in a way that actually support the recycling. And
that's an interesting point. I was thinking about something else as well, though, you know, because just before you came, Sheila, we had some friends from UNDP on, and they brought Frankie the dinosaur, you know, which is the front man for their campaign on fossil fuel subsidies, who crashed the stage. By the way, Frankie the dinosaur talks, right? He makes noises. You can actually interview him, right? He's quite a guest, actually. And of course, you know, we hear from the International Monetary Fund, $11 million dollars a minute on fossil fuel subsidies and things like that. I mean, I know that in negotiating this treaty, there are petrochemical companies, and maybe, you know, this is a complexity, but, you know, I think the world is looking hard, and COP26, you know, in Glasgow, at least had some wording on fossil fuel subsidies and trying to get them down. There is money there that could be transferred into other things. I think there's a lot of call on that money, by the way, whether it be a basic income granted in developing countries to something else. But, you know, plastics are made out of oil. We know the fossil fuel subsidies probably keep the virgin plastic a little bit cheaper in some ways than the recycled plastic. If there was some leveling of the playing field on the subsidies there, it might help with alternatives, with recycling, with reuse, and perhaps even for supporting grants in. So I float that one out there. Anybody think that's a good idea?
I mean, I think we need cost parity, which we don't have right now. And so a lot of there's an economic barrier right now for recycled content, for reuse systems, you know, for new materials, because they don't have the benefit of a few decades of, really making virgin plastic as cheap as possible and benefiting from subsidies. So I do think cost parity is going to be necessary for some of these really exciting innovations that can get us to less single use, to more reuse, to more recycled content to become reality.
Marcus?
I was going to say, we've really got to look at the cost now, though, of what's happening. I mean, if we're polluting the oceans, polluting the rivers, we've got to take responsibility for what we're doing. So that's not okay either. So we need to do something. There are great opportunities, though, from more circular systems. I mean, every 10,000 tons of plastic we recycle is about 100 jobs. There's a stat about like that. So there's ways to actually grow our economy through this. And more local recycling, so we don't export it somewhere else. Again, is creating more jobs where we are. It's saving more carbon. There's a big carbon saving from using recycled plastic rather than virgin plastic. So there's a lot of win-win here to be had too. So it's not just as simple as lots and lots of extra cost.
Yeah. Okay, Sheila?
I think repurposing fossil fuel subsidies is going to be so critical.
Yeah.
The issue is our, member states going to take on that tough debate and see what does it mean for still helping the economy, still keep jobs, and at the end of the day, help us with, moving away from, a very strong pollution footprint that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly. I was curious about one organization that was established at the World Economic Forum, which was going to help us with all this, and I wondered how they were doing. I don't know how well you know the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. We've got an old colleague of ours who actually runs it, who's actually Danish, Massimo. And, I mean, they have a lot of companies out there, don't they, that have vested some interest in this whole issue of trying to, bring down plastic waste. Are they active in this activity? Are they active in this process? Have you,
So the Alliance to End Plastic Waste is looking at it at a waste end of it. So they're looking at waste management and recycling. It's a very important part of the life cycle, but it's one part of the life cycle because, the Global Plastics Instrument is going to look at everything from upstream to, where polymers are produced, and then, at the downstream end where, it's the waste that cannot be kept in the economy then has to be recycled to bring it back into the economy.
Right. Marcus?
I mean, certainly the producers of the plastic putting money in to make sure the recycling systems are there, which is what they're trying to do, is a good thing.
Yeah.
Are they putting enough money in? Maybe that's the correct question.
Yeah. But technology has a role here. Digitalization has a role. I think there's a lot of innovation happening right now. I know with the Alliance on Plastic Waste, they've been working also with, drones that can spot plastic piling up on riverbanks before it's washed into the rivers and things like that to alert people to go and collect that. I mean, there's lots of other systems that work. There are even satellites now, tracking plastic waste in the oceans, which is absolutely unbelievable. And so I think the very fact that the challenges emerged is creating that atmosphere of creativity, and I hope that serves the treaty well. We're going to have to wrap it up here because I've got another wonderful guest waiting to actually suddenly, we mentioned digitalization, talk about it. But Sheila, thank you for making it, right? Because your presence here is important because you're with UNEP. And Marcus, so lovely to see you again. RAP's been doing fantastic work for years on plastic, but also food waste. Incredibly good stuff. You got people actually looking their bins in the UK, didn't they? They went, oh, actually, I do waste food. Oh, I didn't realize that. Shut. And Erin, great work from WWF on this. So many other things. We've had colleagues from WWF on the show here as well earlier on other topics. And Massimo Ranxell's a very creative company, environment company. We don't call you a waste management company anymore. Doing amazing stuff with solutions. And I think point taken. We need to have a minimum content on all recycled products. And I'd like to say it has to be bigger than 30%, but I'm not negotiating the treaty. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Well then, now we've got an old friend on the show. It's always a pleasure to see you, Mats, as the head of sustainability of the tech company Ericsson. Mats Pellbeck-Sharp. I always mess up all my Swedish when I'm speaking, but I try my best. And yep, Ericsson's been a long-standing partner. We don't have time, and we're very appreciative for your backing for the work that we do. And I was just mentioning to our dear friends here, where we were talking about plastics, that just now the number of viewers from the show today just went over the 10 million mark, which means I just lost my bet to our other dear friend Ulf, because I thought it would be a little bit less than that. So that's good news. Mats, for the viewers, is responsible for climate action, circular economy, energy performance, and the triple bottom line impact of products, services, and company operations at Ericsson. And during Matt's leadership, the company has set targets that are accepted to be on a 1.5 degrees centigrade target by the Science Based Targets Initiative. Mats, tell us a little bit first what you've been doing in New York during Climate Week NYC, UN General Assembly, of course. What have you been up to?
So from Ericsson's side, we have two sort of ways of tracks here, and my key focus is of course on digitalization and climate and the Climate Week.
Yeah.
And then we had a couple of other people being part of sort of the education track, using our technology to demonstrate how we can sort of up education globally, and working together with UNICEF and partnering with UNESCO and other organizations on how digitalization can drive digital inclusion, specifically education in this case. So that's super important and super interesting. So digital inclusion is of course one of our key elements. The other part is then energy and climate, the environmental focus that we have. And today, in fact, we launched the 1.5 degree supply chain, the 1.5 degree business playbook.
Right, with the Exponential Roadmap
with the Exponential Roadmap initiative. And so the 2.0, because we launched the other one, in fact, here in New York before COVID. So now we are sort of on generation 2 and updating it to be in line with the new net zero standards, in line with the latest science and so on. So that is what I've been doing. And then also the supply chain guide, so how to work with suppliers and with your own organization, your own sourcing organization. So I really can recommend people to go to the Exponential Roadmap and find the tools, because it's free and it's really good used. So it's sort of a big community of companies that are growing and representing a lot of companies that now move into the next level and invite others to join, invite and also put requirements on our suppliers. But when putting requirements on somebody, you have also to make sure that they can meet the requirements, and that's why we do sort of the guide, which is sort of the tool set, the requirements that we share with others, so they can put requirements, and the playbook for companies to sort of start working with climate, starting with yourself, then looking at your supply chain, working with your strategy, and the fourth pillar being how we sort of are here, right? Talking about it and advocating for things. So
it's a how-to guide.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
It's a super good guide.
It's interesting because actually we had a couple of other companies on from the Exponential Roadmap initiative. We had Polestar, the car company, with their moonshot. We had Houdini, wonderful Swedish company, as you know, on sustainable outdoor clothing.
Exactly.
And we also had Apple. And I was asking that question a bit about the supply chain, because I think what's fascinating is, and what people don't understand as the viewers, is that when you set a target to decarbonize your own operations and products, then you have to obviously look down your supply chain, how you can decarbonize that. But that supply chain is not just a kind of mythical creature, just a supply chain. It's a whole bunch of companies down a long supply chain, right? So when you as a company make a decision to decarbonize your operations, your products, and all the people that supply you with things to make those operations and products happen, in a sense, you are multiplying the number of companies in the world that have to themselves, in a sense, join the fight against global warming and climate change by becoming themselves a decarbonized company, in a sense.
Yeah.
So that's what's interesting about it, and I think people don't really get that. The ordinary person doesn't really get that.
No, and I think it's the idea for the business playbook.
Yeah.
And the requirements and the 1.5 degree supply chain leaders started already when we launched the first Exponential Roadmap report back in 2018 in San Francisco, in the conference that sort of was a reaction in US towards Donald Trump getting out of the Paris Agreement. So no government officials were allowed, only sort of cities and states.
This was the Global Climate Action Summit.
Exactly.
I actually ran the comms for that. I was the Director of Communications for that.
That's great. Then you know that Johan and Christiana, Johan Rockström and Christiana Figueres sort of more or less started the conference with with presenting the Exponential Roadmap, which was one of the first sort of content parts of the conference. When we walked from that launch to the press conference, we said that, I mean, we go around to these conferences, like New York right now and so on, and at the time there were like 200-300 companies. Always the same companies going to the same conferences. This was
Unilever, Ericsson,
exactly. And we said, I mean, how can we then spread this and get more companies to engage? And then, in fact, we said from Ericsson that, yeah, I mean, we can sort of work with partners, we can inspire peers, and we can sort of possibly support our customers to do something. But what we can do is really put requirements on our suppliers. There we have sort of the leverage of putting requirements within our contracts towards them. But then learning from the history working with working conditions and other sort of code of conduct topics with the suppliers, we realized that if they don't understand it and can deliver, then it's no use. I mean, we will only sort of force them to do something that they don't understand. So that was the starting point of this. And it's now so interesting to see that so many companies are joining this quest, and also the difference between what we are doing here in the exponential roadmap work and from an Ericsson side. I mean, you were part of the Paris work and sort of in UNFCCC and so on. In the build-up for Paris and since then, we have signed over 200 pledges.
Right.
Ericsson. Nobody has ever come back and asked us if we met the pledge that we did.
Right. That's very interesting.
But when we talk the exponential roadmap, it's a non-pledge. It's all about action. So what you do, you qualify in. So it's sort of the club for the companies that can qualify on a 1.5 degree trajectory and meet the requirements, and also then continuously report and follow those. So there's sort of no cost, no effort, more than qualifying, using the guide, spreading the word. And then, of course, some of us pay a little bit to keep it going, but in general, for all companies to do that. And then back to what we're doing here in New York now. We are also part of the SME Climate Hub, which is sort of the tool set place where everything is sort of placed. The launch on Thursday morning of the SME Climate Hub Americas or US.
So this is to get small and medium-sized enterprises in the United States to be able to access the how-to, in a sense, join the UN Race to Zero, decarbonize their operations and their supply chains too, I presume. Because for the small companies, it can be, for large companies, they've got lots of legions of people that can actually kind of pour through what they need to do. Well, I know.
Legions.
But for the small ones,
I had legions.
But for Mrs. Miggins that runs the pie shop, right? One-person operation is quite hard. I mean, I'm simplifying it, but it's quite hard if you're a small company, even a medium-sized company, to get on board.
And also all the requirements that you get. I mean, if you want to report to CDP, one of the questions is, okay, do you have a climate committee in your board? And it's like, I used to have a private company. The board was me and my wife. I mean, do we have a climate committee? I'm not sure. How would that work? So small and medium-sized enterprises don't have, as you said, the resources. So that's the whole idea behind this. And I mean, a lot of organizations like ICC and Women in Business and others are sort of joining forces to sort of fill this climate hub. And it's not only for small and medium-sized enterprises. Everybody can use it. So it's open, right?
So let's get a little bit back to where we were, because we're having a nice conversation about other things now. And so, okay. One of your passions, actually it's one of my passions too, but it's probably one of my passions because I've been listening to you, is digitalization and its role in accelerating exponentially the UN Race to Zero, basically helping us meet the climate change targets, And you wanted to show a video, I think, or at least Emily wanted us to show a video on your behalf. Could I ask the tech team if you could possibly show this video, Imagine Possible Perspectives in Net Zero? Can we run that? Thank you.
Net zero is a massive opportunity to move to a more sustainable way of living. I'm Stephen Moore, and I'm the head of climate action at the GSMA. We need to balance the emissions that we push out into the atmosphere with those that we can pull out of the atmosphere. Reaching net zero is so important right now because we have a narrowing window of opportunity in order to keep the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees. If we go above 1.5 degrees, then they're going to be the worst possible effects of climate change. So the mobile industry is committed to net zero and is actually doing a huge number of things to help achieve it. One of the big things we're focusing on is it's really important that we make our networks in particular as energy efficient as possible. And we can see from successive technologies, 2 to 3G, 3 to 4G, and now 4 to 5G, each one of those successive technologies is much more energy efficient than the one before. Around 50 mobile network companies have committed to rapidly cut their emissions over the next 10 years. Research has shown that mobile connectivity can help enable up to 20% of a reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. It does it by enabling many different types of smart technology, building energy management systems through smart connected vehicles, where we can enable electric vehicles and charging infrastructure, smart manufacturing, where we can make much more efficient production lines. Another important area is renewable energy. This isn't possible in all countries though, so we need to work with governments and policymakers to create the conditions so that we can access renewables and achieve our net zero targets. So one of the biggest challenges that we have ahead of us is moving towards a more circular economy model for the industry. But what does this mean? It means moving away from a linear model where we take, we make, and then we throw away at the end, to a circular model where there's much more focus on refurbishment, reuse, remanufacturing, recycling. I see a future where technology enables us to live more sustainably and more in harmony with nature.
So Mats, that was amazing, and you know, I think we could talk another 10 hours about digitalization. But I think we both agree, and I probably got this from you, that you know, whereas digitalization was once basically a tool not a tool, was something for consumer orientated, you know, our little mobile phones, so we could just you know, make some calls or games or whatever. It's transformed now into being indispensable for decarbonizing industry and commerce. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
That's the key.
Yeah, I mean, just a brief word on that. I think Steve talked about a lot of the opportunities, but I think it's still not fully understood. One example that I normally use about this is about buildings. I mean, we are in US now. When we are here in summer, it's been sort of the hottest September day ever, more or less, yesterday, and so on. I have to wear a jacket indoors because we overcompensate and make houses too cold.
Yeah.
It's the other way around in the winter. And it's because the system controlling the buildings are not sort of good enough on adapting to what we need to have to a large degree. And while the whole focus is in everybody, if you go down to UN and others on sort of buildings, it's about insulation, it's about retrofitting new windows and also the heating systems. Takes a long time, costs a lot of money. Just by putting a smarter system in there, digitalizing the ventilation and heating system, you save 15 to 20% of your energy cost, and you can do that super fast and buy time to do the more expensive long-term things. I think that goes across in so many sectors, similar things where there are a lot of things that you can do relatively fast and scale very fast. So I think that is why we think that digitalization is underutilized as a tool.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the metro, not the metro, in the subway the other day, and there was a certain temperature outside, and as you got closer and closer and closer to the car, the wagon, the thing, the temperature that was pouring down those subways was, you were sweating almost within 2 minutes. You think all that heat there that could somehow, you know, if it was tracked and monitored and somehow could be harvested, and digitalization could help that, you could harvest a tremendous amount of heat just from the wasted heat from the system down below our very feet as we speak. Where's Ericsson going to the next stage of digitalization? What's the next big frontier for you?
I think, I mean, our research shows that with the existing solutions, and that was part of the Exponential roadmap, existing solutions can give us 15% enablement in other sectors, right? And that's the existing solutions, scaling them. So what we really see now is if we start using 5G, AI, and machine learning and the new technologies, there is sort of an additional 5%, and that's what Steve talked about in the video as well.
Right.
That sort of that and really working with other sectors to create common standards, common ways of working, also with the policymakers to help them understand that digitalization is so fundamental that they shouldn't sort of add a lot of cost on that industry. I mean, if you build a port, independent if it's an oil port or another port, you get subsidies from the government. If you're going to build a mobile network, you have to pay a licensing fee to start building, to start investment.
Yeah.
Pretty high licensing fee. So it's sort of before you can start your investments, and then you have to do all your investments yourself. So I think that is I mean, understanding that this is fundamental infrastructure and sort of changing the mindset on how to connect these things.
Yeah, you have these examples of the ports. I know at the Ericsson headquarters in Stockholm, and that's about how things move around in a port, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just explain to the listeners who've maybe never heard this one before.
Yeah. So I mean, in a closed area of a port, you can put up a mobile network, and with the capacity of 5G, then you can start using autonomous vehicles.
Yeah.
So instead of having a driver in each vehicle, in the truck or up in the crane, you sort of have a camera there, and then the operators are controlling it from sort of an operation center. That means that you separate the flow of goods from where people are. This increased safety. I mean, there are more people in the whole sea transport industry of shipping that dies in port or get hurt in port than on the ships. Because of sort of the mix of goods and all these containers and stuff going around and the people walking around in there. So that's one part of it. The other part is by electrifying, then you can sort of decarbonize the whole. So there are, I mean, we did a case study together with EU funded, together with Port of Livorno in Italy and local operators and universities and so on. And the savings on sort of diesel and carbon was 8% on the total port operation, which is pretty significant. By electrifying and transforming.
Right. Of course, a cynic might say, so what happened to all those jobs?
Yeah, but I think, I mean, what we see now is that there is a lack of truck drivers in US, in Europe. There is, nobody wants to sit and drive a truck.
That's true. That's true.
And be away from home.
Yeah.
If we could sort of automate that part, one driver or one operator can be in a sort of comfortable environment, working environment, and control 10 trucks instead of driving one truck and being away from home. So it is a change, but it's not that we are taking away jobs. We are moving jobs, and we are sort of creating more qualified jobs as well with digitalization. So no industry transformation has ever reduce the amount of jobs. They have moved jobs. I mean, when we did sort of the industrialization and from the agriculture, when the word sabotage came from French workers throwing their wooden shoes into the machines because the machines were taking away the jobs of the weavers. And so they threw the shoes in. And that's sort of the sabot is the shoe in French. So sabotage comes from there. They were sabotaging there because they were losing their jobs. But I mean, new jobs were created instead of that, and less dangerous jobs. So I think, in a way, all research show that over time there is a transformation. And we will see that also with the digitalization.
I was wondering a little bit about this very interesting paper that came out the other day from, I think, some colleagues of yours, but it's also in the area of sustainability and the circular economy, which is this take-back scheme that Ericsson is running, where you're taking back equipment and refurbishing it and then bringing it back out, presumably, onto the market. Just tell us a little bit about that, because I didn't know about that before, and so I was quite curious.
No, it's the part about reselling the products is relatively new. The take-back program and for recycling and materials recovery, we have been running since 2005. So that we have done globally for a very long period of time to sort of meet up our producer responsibility and making sure that electronics is recycled in a good way. then a couple of years ago, we then started also to sell refurbished spare parts for our products, and now we are refurbishing and reselling products.
Okay.
As well. So that is relatively new for us. But I think it's also the development pace in our industry is so fast. So we really have to sort of keep track on sort of energy performance.
Yeah.
Versus, I mean, is when the product life is really useful to refurbish and resell.
I suppose it might also be part of how they're designed, though, these products, right?
Exactly.
Because, like, I mean, I know that my sons now can whip out circuit boards in some computers and stick in a higher powered chip here or something like that, and they can keep their computer going a lot longer.
Yeah.
So I suppose the design of the stuff is very important in terms of how useful it can be to come back onto the market after refurbishment. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also that we are just sort of building out 5G right now.
Yeah.
So that's relatively new. And when we have these generation shifts,
yeah,
the development goes fast and then it slows down. So then probably during a couple of years now, when we are ready with the 5G development on the hardware side, until we get the next thing, then I think it makes more sense. Because right now the development speed and sort of the integrated circuits, the ASICs, the sort of specific integrated circuits for 5G is the most energy efficient standard ever, because we sort of direct the signals to where you need it, so you don't sort of just waste the signal everywhere in a way. So we sort of direct it to the one needing it, so you can sort of have less output power. And then also because we made a standard in a way, so it's very efficient when you don't transmit. So you sort of transmit a lot and then you turn it off and put it into sleep mode in a way. So that's the way that it works. And all of that requires sort of a lot of computing power.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, exponentially growing. And for that, the ASICs are now developing very fast. So wait a couple of years and we will have better things to refurbish.
I want to ask you one question, Mats, because we don't have time working with some others and things like that. Worked with a lot of companies in the run-up to this last election in Sweden, where was it companies representing, was the half of the GDP of Sweden, or it was a big slice of the GDP anyway of Sweden. Basically said to whatever government that comes into power after the elections, which have now happened, that you want, them to keep strong on climate action. And I thought that was pretty remarkable, because sometimes some companies are quite vocal on these, but you don't sort of see that many kind of coming together and saying, this is what we want. It seems to me that it could be a model for other nations in a sense, where the main companies in a country say, yes, you have our blessing to keep pushing hard on climate change because we know it's good for business to decarbonize our economy. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? It's just...
Yeah, two things. One is over 200 companies in Sweden signed up to that, which is pretty significant. And independent, if sort of, there are two blocks, sort of the left block and the right block, as it's called. Both of them started in sort of the build-up for the election and the discussions to sort of focus only on subsidies instead of the rest of Europe in the energy crisis that we are. Focus on sort of how can we reduce. In Sweden it was how can we subsidize people to use more. It's like it's very, very strange.
That's not the point. We want more renewable energy, for example, don't we? We want more clean energy, less subsidies.
No,
subsidies to support.
It only became a discussion on nuclear power and sort of subsidizing fossil fuels.
Fossil fuels, whereas we actually want renewable energies and a cleaner energy economy.
And it's sort of one of the things that we have in Sweden is a higher requirement on mixing in renewable fuel into the diesel. And taking away that, then the companies that are now investing in building the plants to make out of wood waste from the wood industry that we have pretty big in Sweden, they are making the renewable fuel of sort of the branches and things that you cannot use for other things.
Right.
And they were investing heavily because of these sort of political rules of mixing in that to 30% of the diesel. Now they said, well, we won't invest if there is no market. So why should we invest? So I mean, a lot of leadership and green jobs goes away. And I think people don't realize in US during Trump there were much more jobs created in the renewable energy than in sort of going back to coal or oil.
Yes, exactly.
So it's like
even the Kentucky even in the Kentucky Coal Museum, they actually put solar power on the roof because it was actually more cost effective than going for coal.
Exactly.
Let's just finish off with one thing. What are you looking for at COP27, Mats? You going to be there?
Yes. We're going to be there. So we will continue to work with the fantastic partnership with We Don't Have Time to,
that's
to
good
spread
news.
the work.
Hot news, guys. They're going to continue to work with us at COP27. Phew, that's a relief.
Yeah, so, and I think the amazing thing that we did at COP26 was sort of opening the back door, as it was called by you, sort of to COP and inviting other people to take part in the debate from sort of other places of the world. I think that's a great thing.
But will digitalization be on this agenda? Do you think? Do we need to tell the governments even more?
Yeah. There is no digitalization day. I think we need a digitalization day, and I mean also in Sweden, Ericsson is one sort of a major company in Sweden. Still, also the Swedish government is focusing on sort of the hard to abate sectors, the traditional industries. So I think the realization of digitalization, we still need to sort of push. These messages and help people understand.
I don't see how we're going to combat climate change without digitalization. I think that unless we all go back to the cave or something.
Yeah, even if it's a bit sadder, I think, I mean, we see more and more signs from science that sort of the tipping points are getting closer or already passing, and the likelihood of us sort of getting to the 1.5 degree without at least overshooting for a period of time is less likely. So I think for us it will also be how can we support with digitalization the adaptation agenda, not only sort of the making it more
decarbonization, but also resilience and
adaptation. So I think that will be also a growing topic.
Okay. Well, Mats, as usual, it's always lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for being here. And we wish you luck with everything else you're doing in Climate Week and the UN General Assembly. And look forward to seeing you either in Stockholm when I'm next there, where We Don't Have Time is headquartered and Ericsson is headquartered, and if not, in Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt for COP27.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Matt. Okay, thanks everybody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to close the show, we have a very special guest and an old friend, Paul Dickinson. If you don't know Paul Dickinson, you should know Paul Dickinson, but if you don't know, I'm going to tell you. He's the founder and chair of CDP, which was formerly called the Carbon Disclosure Project, and this was voted #1 climate research provider by investors. He was also with and still is, with Christiana Figueres, the former head of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and Tom Rivett-Carnac, one of her top advisors. He is a presenter on the popular podcast, Outrage and Optimism. But Paul is also something else. He's also a creative thinker who will discuss with me the theme of our opening session this morning, Paul, which was about green finance, climate finance. And for those just tuning in now, rather than maybe this morning, we want to know really how can we get the trillions of dollars of private sector and pension fund money really moving into climate action and the green economy. Some of our guests this morning were really, yes, a little bit concerned that it was stalling a little bit, and maybe some of the claims being made by the financial houses weren't 100% solid. You know, it's a tin of paint. You expect paint inside, not a dead mouse. And so they were a little bit bothered by that. But before I come to that, I'm going to ask you one quick question. You nearly didn't come this evening because you had something better on offer, and that thing was called Climate Arc. Why were you so excited about going to Climate Arc, Paul?
Well, after that long introduction, I have to introduce Nick Nuttall a little bit. He was with myself and Tessa Tennant 23 years ago when we came up with the idea of CDP. You are a kind of grandparent of our organization. And by the way, there are 14,000 organizations reporting through CDP, and you can look at their emissions at cdp.net free of charge. But on Climate Arc, Climate Arc is a wonderful new organization. Do look them up. Launched today, climatearc.org. and they are a kind of philanthropic collaborative led by a brilliant woman called Miriam Omi, and they are particularly interested in making grants to organizations and also working on innovation. From January 2023 is when they're really going to get going, and their plan is to increase the link between science and the financial community. So they're trying to get scientists and activists to work with finance to get the trillions directed. So I hope you'll check out climatearc.org.
So that's very interesting indeed. So they're actually bringing the reality of climate change and what needs to be done to the people who have got the money. And by doing that, hopefully, they will understand better, perhaps their responsibility to get the flows going to the right kinds of projects, the right kinds of investments, yeah.
Someone once said money is information about the future.
Money is information about the future. That's very interesting. So, Paul, come on. The economists really had a go at ESG, environmental and social governance, right? They wanted the E, the environment, to be snipped off the S and the G, the social and the governance, because they thought that putting them all together was muddying the waters, confusing people that wanted to invest in climate action, confusing all kinds of people. Then we've had Standard & Poor's Sustainability Index with ExxonMobil quite high on that, and then, you know, Tesla thrown out, and some people use that for investments. Then we hear about, you know, say an ExxonMobil shareholders meeting where some of the big banks that we all know are sort of there and saying, don't be too transparent about what you're doing. Isn't it a bit of a mess? I mean, if it is a mess, what are we going to do about it, Paul?
Well, what a whole bunch of different complicated things
just a small
mixed
thing
up in there. I can't remember where you started.
I can't remember either right now.
Oh, The Economist. Yes, I'm going to say a little something about The Economist. Bless them. I mean, it's very good that we have opinions about things, so I admire The Economist for coming forward. In the 22 years I've worked on climate change, I've gone to the newsagent each year to see The Economist's guide to 2002 or 2004 or 2008 or 2012 or 2014, desperately hoping they would say, and climate change is important, and they never have done. But look, so everyone is welcome.
Just as good to go to a lady with a crystal ball and a scarf over her head, yeah?
But you can actually find videos on the internet. There's a wonderful video by the Shell Film Unit from 1991 called The Climate of Change, and it's all about climate change. So 30 years ago, everybody knew about it, including the Shell Oil Company that was warning us about the impacts. But your specific question is, what about what's going on in ESG? Why is there such a backlash? Why does Mike Pence, of all people, that particularly, I don't know what Mike Pence is really well known for, but he's recently been saying ESG is sort of woke capitalism. So clearly we're in the middle of a media storm, whatever that means. But let me see if I can try and throw a little bit of light on it. How about that?
Great.
So you do have investors who are making claims. Big investors are saying this is a climate fund, or this is aligned with the Paris Agreement, or such like, and you put your money in there. You might put your money for your pension in there, and you think, well, my money is working to achieve the Paris Agreement, which you helped us have, so thank you very much indeed for that, Nick. Look, here's the thing. Can they do that, or are they greenwashing? Can they do it, or are they greenwashing? And I was trying to think before this how to explain this. Let me give you an example. Let's say there was a fund that said it was going to introduce free healthcare in the United States. Because, you know, in the UK where I live, we actually do have free healthcare. If you knock down on the street or if you get ill, then the government just give you free healthcare. That's what we have in the UK. You don't have it in the US. So say there was a fund saying we're going to get that for the US. They might invest in low-cost medicine, you know, popular companies doing low-cost medicine. But the truth is they couldn't actually introduce free healthcare in the USA without action by the government. And it's just the same with these funds. And we've got a very interesting situation now. Very interesting, very exciting, actually. I think this is a very exciting time for the climate movement. We've got thousands of companies, literally huge companies, committed to science-based targets. We've got hundreds of gigantic investors committed to net zero. But whether they're going to achieve that or not is dependent upon whether we have science-based policy or net zero policy. So I would argue we're at a pivot moment where our movement will go from sort of calling investors to account into partnering with investors and companies to get the policy we need to reduce emissions at 7% a year and stay safe.
Right. So what you're basically arguing is that I mean, we obviously know that pension funds and others, they have to kind of turn a profit, right? Because they want people to have pensions in 100%. The future. So they go looking for a profit. Now, we like to think that basically they want to go looking for a profit in the green space because they also want to tackle climate change, and many of them say that they want to do that. But right now, sometimes, especially when the price of oil is going through the roof, right, a bit of a short-term investment, a bit of a punt on the oil price, gets some profits, which they can plow back into their investments. So in other words, they are in a sense looking for the highest rates of return, even though they might be pledged to fighting climate change. And the only way that this kind of dilemma is going to be resolved in the minds of the investors is if we have strong government that sets strong regulations that say, no, this is no longer acceptable, you can't do this, you have to do this because we've got a target under something called the Paris Climate Agreement, right, which we've also brought into national legislation through Parliament, and therefore if you keep on doing that, that's going to make it harder for us to meet our target, so you can't do it anymore. Is that to simplify it?
You put most of the answer to your question in your question.
Yeah.
But you're saying that essentially business is stuck. They have to, you know, if you're an oil company or something, you've got to just drill oil, that's what you do, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true.
Aha.
That's not true. I'll give you just a couple of examples. I mean, the first one is to say that, you know, everyone's been talking about lots of investment in oil and gas at the moment, which is sort of true because the oil price is high. But there are gigantic investments going on in renewable energy at the moment. Huge, enormous. And that narrative's not out there in the media. So let's get that out there today. Right. And just one thing, everyone who's investing in renewable energy today is not going to get some nasty shock when somebody invades somebody else in the future. You know, the sun and the wind will never send you a bill. And you've got, you know, national energy forever. I mean, you might have to spend about a third of that investment on storage, but it's completely soluble.
Right.
The second thing, I just couldn't help noticing, we're talking about digitization.
Yep.
Prior to COVID-19, I spent 25 years promoting video telephones as a jolly good technology. Right. The little virus, even though it's very evil, did stop me having to persuade people that we could communicate by video pretty well. Yep. But I mean, think about that. What if you took tax completely off all, you know, information technology and just put that tax onto fossil fuels? Right. That would just move money in the economy. You'd have just as much money in your pension, probably a lot more, but we wouldn't have all of this unnecessary drilling for coal and oil and gas, and we'd have much more opportunity to substitute. So this is how we got rid of cigarettes, you know?
Yep.
We put the price up and demand went down. We banned them in restaurants. Do you know the French government have banned fossil fuel advertising? Think about that for a minute. The city of Haarlem in the Netherlands have banned meat advertising. I mean, it's extraordinary the degree to which we're following the model of tobacco and beginning to seriously think about how we pivot to get rid of this pollutant.
Right, very, very interesting. Do you think, in your view, that this can move fast enough? Because I think we just had Mats from Ericsson on, he's the head of sustainability. He was at the Exponential Roadmap, and they were presenting some new stuff on the temperature where we are right now, and how long we've got before we hit 1.5, and how long we've got before we overshoot. How do you feel in terms of, right now, you know, on a scale of 1 to 100, are we going to meet the Paris Agreement? Or,
I mean,
we've been asking people that question, actually,
sure,
for the last few months.
Here's my answer, you know. The Earth system is not necessarily linear in the way it operates. There's a revolver on the table, and it's got one bullet in the chamber. We don't know which one. And every decade, we fire it at our own heads. If we don't blow our heads off, you know, we'll be fine. And if we do, we won't. So I'm afraid to say this is a crisis, and we really have to act. But the good news is this pivot towards policy, as we're moving towards, as a climate movement, coming together and saying, this is all a game, the government needs to pass the laws. The good news is the public are on board. Extreme weather around the world has sort of terrified everybody. You know that. And, of course, Mr. Putin's very bad invasion of Ukraine has caused this massive increase in the price of fossil fuels, which, oddly enough, has increased the case for substituting them. So we've got a kind of, you know, we've got the corporations behind this, we've got the investors behind it, we've got the public behind it, we've got the business case, and now we can just go ahead and do it. And that's why I'm so excited.
Right. COP27. I don't know if you're planning to go, Paul. Are you going to be there?
I'm not, unfortunately, because I don't think I can contribute anything, so I'm not
going
to go.
Well, that's a good. After what you said, I think you contribute a lot. You probably run the whole show. But do you get excited about COPs? Do you despair about COPs? Is this where the action happens? Is this where the action doesn't happen? What's your sense? Have we gone beyond having to have these kind of annual events, or are they still useful in some way to focus attention?
Well, as you mentioned, I do a podcast called Outrage and Optimism, and I get in trouble sometimes from our listeners because I say that the citizens rule by the government, but the government's ruled by the corporations and the investors.
Right.
And you're not supposed to say that because I mean, it doesn't mean I don't wish it wasn't like that.
It doesn't mean you don't believe in democracy.
It doesn't mean I don't believe I love democracy, but I think you've got to recognise that
there are powers
unlimited money is being spent to corrupt our political system. I've been watching Fox News here, where apparently the refugees, the climate refugees coming up from the border, are invented by Joe Biden, and renewable energy is a bad idea. Now, this is all surprise to me, but to be serious for a minute, I think that the world gathers at the COP meetings, all the world's governments, the sort of sacred part of government. You know, our dear Queen died. Now, the Constitutionalist Walter Bagehot said that there was a dignified and an efficient part of government. But I think you see both of those represented at the COP meetings. It's where the whole world's media turn upon our governments who have the monopoly of violence and have the police and the army and the prisons and all the rest of it, and say, look, you're in charge. You've got to fix this now. And that noise, that pressure, that global coming together is at peak at this particular COP. And so I am excited and positive about what we can do together when we recognize that we need these media moments to snap out of our kind of stasis, our dream state.
Yeah. And perhaps the issue of finance and what it says on the tin could be coming round at COP27. I mean, I think there is some movement. Catherine McKenna, the former Environment Minister of Canada.
A genius.
She's wonderful. I like her very much indeed. I used to meet her quite a lot at the UNF.
She's introduced a carbon tax, and you know what she said?
Yep.
She said it's very important the government doesn't keep the tax. You get the tax in, and you give it straight out to the people. And guess what? Rich people use more fossil fuels than poor people, so they're just wealth transfers. And you know, if you do that, you don't get any of this gilets jaunes, yellow vest rebellion. You get people sort of saying, well, that's good. We're taxing the pollutant. There's a wealth transfer from rich to poor, and everyone's happy.
Yeah, very good idea. Yeah, so exactly. As long as, I think the problem with these taxes or anything like that is that if people know where it's going to, then they can kind of support it. It's when you've got government that sort of takes money or taxes money and then it disappears into some big black hole and everyone's like, what did they do with that, you know? So I think, if you've got some kind of transparency in the sense that people know that it's going to be used for good, right? Like,
and we spent it on endless free energy. Well, that's pretty good. And you could take tax off employment and put it on pollutants. That's a really good idea.
So, but seriously, I mean, on the finance side, I mean, could there be something that could happen at a forum like COP27, which would deliver, in a sense, what we've been talking about, which is that there needs to be some government regulation on this that just sets the thing a bit clearer, so that actually the money does flow a bit faster into the transition that we urgently need.
Well, I mean, at the last COP in Glasgow, we had Mark Carney, who I think is a sort of geopolitical statesperson of the private sector, or between the private sector and the state. That's fantastic. You know, I can't applaud his achievement enough. But he boldly spoke of GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And what he's really essentially done is he's put all the world's biggest investors in a position whereby they are either misleading us, or they're going to back governments to change the laws. And I can tell you, when all the world's money wants some laws changed, they get changed.
Yeah, good. All right, Paul, thank you very much indeed for this wrap-up. It's been great fun. I'm going to turn and address our viewers out there. So, Paul, thank you. It's been a treat to have you on the We Don't Have Time Climate Week NYC. That's the end of the show, folks. To everybody out there, thank you so much for all the amazing guests who made it to our show and for those that helped support this broadcast. And of course, to you, the viewers and supporters, for tuning in. So keep up the amazing social media posts that you've been doing as well. Watch this space and watch for our plans for COP27 in Egypt. So it's bye-bye from me in absentia. It's also bye-bye from co-host Shutta. Bye from all the team here in New York, in Stockholm and in Nairobi. And let's watch some more exciting things develop between now and the end of the year when we go through the road to COP27. Thanks a lot. Bye.
it's all around. Heal me, time is running out. Come on, tell them what it's all about. We're running out of time, we're running out of air. We gotta keep it clean, show me that you care. Wherever you are, you got to wake up. United as a nation. Come on. We don't have time, no time. We don't have time, no time to wait. There's a world to save.